Like it's there for icon emblem purposes. We're live, by the way.
Oh shit!
Hey, we
Funny how
are
that just
live.
keeps happening.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
It's why it's simple pleasure in life. It's all he's got.
Just a simply surprise slur with the podcast that he signs up for every week.
Hey, I didn't sign shit. I kind of just turned up.
It's like you were growing on the walls.
Where's
You were
the
you were
lie?
already here.
Yeah, I'm just the sludge that accumulates at the bottom of the podcast barrel.
We're all like, welcome to Europe, and wait, who are you? I've always been here.
Yeah, I'm part of the scenery.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's on. What? So,
So,
for
well,
those
yeah,
not-
we went live, and why are we live, Wyatt? You want to fill us in?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Wyatt.
Wow. Like, I love how Ninja said he would lead this conversation, and then everybody's staring at me.
I
It's
said
like,
the conversation. We haven't gotten to the conversation
Oh,
yet.
fuck.
Yeah,
Fucking-
what conversation, Wyatt? What are we doing?
What is
here?
Yeah, why
So
are we
today-
here, Wyatt?
Why are we
Well-
here? Just the supper?
well, so I,
I mean,
was
yeah,
thinking
a little
about.
bit.
No, I mean, why are we specifically here in this box canyon in the middle of nowhere?
Oh. Well,
So, and on our
we have
continuation of watching a lot of good stuff, and I'm trying to remember actually what started us on this journey. We were just talking about the next thing to watch, and was it just that we stumbled upon Kevin Smith, or was this was it that we
He was
stumbled
kind
upon
of in
it?
the rotation for a while. Like his name was just floating around as like we were thinking of like different arcs to do. It was this different series of movies, and Kevin Smith movies was just one of those early ones that just got shouted out, and we decided to do it.
mhm. And it
He-
just so happens that he just so recently released a He-Man. Is it the whole series or just episode 1?
It's the whole
season
series.
1.
It's the
No,
whole
it's not.
series.
It's
Oh, the whole
season
season?
1, which is the first 5 episodes. Season 2 is the second 5 episodes that have already been made, but for some reason they didn't release them.
Hmm.
But 5 episodes doesn't really constitute a season. How long are the episodes?
20 something minutes.
Yeah, that's not a fucking season. That's just
And yet,
That's literally a movie.
that's what that's what they decided to do. I can't speak for their rationale behind it, especially with it being so divisive. They probably would have been better off if they released all 10 episodes, because then maybe people would have stuck around to see if it got better. But
well, yeah,
with
it
it
would have given
being
a
the-
bit more time for people to get attached to the new characters, since that seems to be a big point of contention with the show.
Well, I don't even know if
Right.
it's new. I don't even know if it's new characters. Isn't it technically just the same? Just like and not even
Well,
retcon,
yeah,
but,
they're the same characters in name, but their designs have been redone. I think a lot of their background has been redone. The world building's been redone.
Hmm.
And I'll
Yeah,
be
that's
honest,
pretty
from
cool.
the old cartoon, I really don't remember anybody except Skeletor, because he was the only person I watched that show for. He's the best
Yeah.
character.
Yeah,
And
and
Mark Hamill's a pretty solid pick. It's not the like proper Skeletor face or Skeletor voice, but
I would argue opposite, because all they're doing is asking him to do Joker voice.
yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that because like in a
It's not
movie that we're
Skeletor.
going to talk about today, all he did was play Joker as well, but yeah, well, like I said, we talked about with the Kiefer Sutherland and David Hayter thing with Snake. It's just some voices just aren't that character, but they're
I'm still wrapping my
good.
head around the fact that you just called Cockknocker basically the Joker, and I'm trying to reconcile that mental image.
I mean, he does the laugh and everything. And he's kind of
A
like,
little bit, yeah.
Like I said, like there's a reason why Mark Hamill was that, but like I said, we'll get there. Cockknocker, greatest MCU villain. Just saying.
So the reason that I put Kevin Smith on the list of things for us to watch many moons ago was because Kevin Smith has been a big personal inspiration for me, as far as being a writer, being a director, a storyteller, and somebody who once upon a time was actually pretty fucking good at it. especially when it came to dialogue, which is something that I personally struggle with a lot in my writing, and putting the characters at the forefront of his story. So that was something that I admired, and that's why I wanted us to go back and watch those old Kevin Smith flicks, because that is where he really shined. And I remembered those movies being good, and I wanted to see, was it all just nostalgia or did they really hold up? And so we went back, we watched everything from the original black and white Clerks on up to the Jay and Silent Bob reboot to finish off the arc. To be fair, we did not watch any of the Great White North trilogy. We did not watch Yoga Hosers or Tusk. And we did not watch Red State because it doesn't really loop in with the rest of them. But we covered pretty much everything else, including Jersey Girl, because research.
We also we didn't watch Zack and Mary.
We didn't, but again, it's kind of like Red State. Like, his characters make an appearance briefly, but it's more of just a joke. It doesn't truly tie in with the rest of the universe. So, needless to say, I think we had a pretty good time with all of the movies we watched. Most of us had seen these movies before, at least once or twice, if not many times. However, some of us had not seen all of them or had some gaps here and there. So it was kind of fun to go back and explore them. And I would say we were all pretty much in agreement that most of them held up pretty well. Still funny, still relevant, still pretty topical. And I think that's what happens when you put the focus of your movie on your characters and the story rather than like political shit. It becomes more timeless. Like, you can watch that, and like just about anyone who's ever worked in like retail or customer service can enjoy the hell out of Clerks.
Oh yeah,
because
and even those movies are steeped in 90s nostalgia and references and shit. The vibe of Clerks, it translates directly. It's like, it's just hyper intensified because you've got that early 90s fucking down and out shit part of town. Everything's abandoned and empty and quiet and shit. But that just makes what the retail vibe is just stand out more. So anybody who's worked retail or knows that vibe, you get it immediately.
In terms of as you were bringing up with like dialogue, since this was like my first viewing of pretty much all of these, yeah, Kevin Smith really worked. Like, his dialogue is fucking fantastic. Because like Mallrats was like my favorite example, like the Stan Lee cameo.
Well, yeah, and these movies are not, super action heavy. It's mostly dialogue. I mean, Clerks 1 especially is almost entirely just dialogue. Like, the characters aren't even really doing anything. They're just standing around and talking. But it's what they're talking about and how they're going about it that's really interesting, and it keeps your attention. And there are very few writers and directors that can pull that off today.
There were very few who could pull it off even then. It's kind of what
That's
made it such
true.
a standout performance.
That's true. One of the only other ones that comes to mind was another Miramax director, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
Those two were kind of the workhorses for that studio, and they both had several hits under that banner.
Was it true that
Obviously,
they've
one is kind of more highly regarded nowadays, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Well,
the cult
yeah.
following for Kevin Smith back in the day was fucking intense. Like, he was the golden child of like movie critics.
Was it true that they were holding like a rivalry, like a friendly rivalry of movies, or is that just complete like Hollywood mythology?
It's not so much a rivalry. I mean, they kind of helped. It was more like Quentin helped Kevin. For example, one of the lead characters from both Tusk and Red State is an elderly gentleman who had appeared in a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Oh, okay.
So, he got him in touch with actors and things like that. Quentin was always kind of, Kevin looked up to him because he was like, Kevin viewed him as like, holy shit, this is like a real filmmaker. I'm just some dude making fucking movies. You know what I mean? Like, Quentin was on a different level, but they both worked for the Weinsteins. And so they made Miramax a shit ton of money. But I mean, I think that in a lot of ways, Quentin enjoyed what Kevin did, and Kevin enjoyed what Quentin did, and they kind of played off each other for that. But they were both exceptional when it came to dialogue, interesting characters. I mean, think about like Quentin's, like the tipping scene in Reservoir Dogs. That's all dialogue, but it tells you so much about the characters in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic. But and that's why there's a lot of people who are kind of harping on Kevin Smith now because yes, he's kind of, for lack of a better term, lost his way a little bit. He's making some mistakes, but you have to remember there is a reason why he became everybody's favorite, and it's because back then the critics didn't really like his stuff, but the fans loved it. And because of the way he kind of got his foot in the door, everybody felt like he was one of the normies, like he was one of us. He wasn't a Hollywood elite. He wasn't somebody who was completely detached from the average Joe. But over time, I feel like the more successful he became, the more he kind of became separated from everyone else.
And I think the podcast had a lot to do with that because, yeah, he did the View Universe movies. Then he started podcasting and he kind of had this like comfy bubble of fandom that he could just kind of steep in and take it easy. And from that era of Smith is when we get like the Great White North trilogy, which is
Yeah, that was
still
actually a
unfinished,
joke.
and B has been, yeah, it was mostly just kind of jokes from the podcast that he put into movies because he's like, fuck it, I'm just hanging out with my friends, I'm making the movies I want to make, and all of that. And it's like, yeah, I completely dig that vibe. I just wish the movies weren't fucking horrifically bad.
Yeah.
Say Adam Sandler did the same thing with a bunch of his movies, and well,
yeah, and those like looking back, half of them been suspected of being like fucking tax write-offs.
basically.
Yeah, oh yeah, especially something like Jack and Jill with its sponsorships. Like that was definitely
Literally,
a tax
there's,
write-off.
there's like 6 Coke logos in like one frame of the
Yeah.
movie. It's like,
That's not a movie. It's a fucking ad campaign where Adam Sandler just told a bunch of really shit jokes.
Yeah,
fuck, he actually worked. He actually worked as a fucking like a commercial
Yes.
director for like Dunkin' Donuts or whatever.
yeah, and like part of the movie literally has like a Dunkin' Donuts ad with Al Pacino.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
I've seen that ad. It not once has that ad actually been on TVs in Ireland, but I've seen it on YouTube just because it's so fucking cringe. It became famous for being cringe, which is, I don't like thinking about how effective that actually is as advertising. If you make an ad that's so bad that people actually go out of their way to see your ad because of how bad it is, you've kind of
You've
doubled
succeeded.
back on yourself and made a super effective ad.
Yeah.
That's a mind fuck, and I don't like it.
But to bring us back to it, so yeah, we watched all the Askew movies: Clerks 1, Mallrats,
Yep,
Chasing Amy,
Mallrats.
Dogma, Jay and Silent Bob
Mhm.
Strike Back, Clerks 2, and Jay and Silent Bob Reboot.
Yep. And
We
then
also
for
threw in-
also threw in Jersey Girl. And what I meant by research is one of our favorite, well-known video essayist YouTubers, Mr. Booklook himself, the one and only Patrick Willems, made a video about Kevin Smith's movies and how well they hold up. And not to spoil his 41-minute video, but one of the statements that he makes is that Jersey Girl, even though it's pretty universally looked down upon by not only Kevin Smith fans, but also just kind of the general critics and general populace. He says it was Kevin Smith's best movie ever. So that's one hell of a take. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I was the only one amongst us who had actually seen Jersey Girl before this.
I just didn't remember most of it because it was a long time ago.
Fair. Yeah,
And
it's
and-
pretty forgettable. Like it just
Yeah.
it's not like necessarily horrifically bad. It's just compared to all of the other ones that are just so funny, so charming, so quotable, Jersey Girl just kind of disappears into the background.
Well, yeah,
yeah,
kind of the surprising thing when we watched it again, because I remember seeing this movie, and then there's just kind of this blank. I don't even remember what I thought about it the first time I saw it. But then afterwards, you just have this like no man's land of time where I just remember people don't like this movie. I remember seeing the movie. I remember having criticisms of it. I didn't like a couple of the characters, blah, blah, blah. But then we watched it again, and I was watching a bit more closely because, we're doing this because we want to be able to talk about it. And it's really not that bad.
Yeah, and
It's
that's the
not
thing.
great. It's not very quotable. It doesn't really have any moments that are just outright classic moments of freaking comedy, but there's very little that's super wrong with it. I just can't imagine why it would be anybody's favorite of his
Yeah, and
roster.
like
I th-
this is the first time I watched it too, and like I was going in literally expecting like The Room or like Neil Breen levels of like shit, and because of all the backlash I heard of the movie, honestly, just like it's like an average to like slightly above average like movie quality. Like if you like this kind of thing, then sure, that's fine. But it's not
I
like the worst thing to ever happen to movies.
I would argue that it's the through line of an average movie, but it's just not very memorable.
That's fair.
And yeah, there's parts of it that do dip below average
Yes.
for at least myself and Ninja.
Hmm.
I remember.
Yeah, that's why it's like a 5, you know.
It turns out I had actually seen like the beginning of Jersey Girl when I was a kid, because I was just talking with River like the other night while we were in the car. I was like, there was like I had this weird feeling when we were watching the beginning of Jersey Girl. I was like, I feel like I've seen this before, and then I remembered, yeah, it was on the TV for like 10 minutes, and then the mom died, and then the channel was just changed. It's like, oh, that
Yeah,
would explain
no,
why.
Yeah, the mom died, and everybody was like, "Well, I
it's
guess
a
that's the end of that movie."
pretty well, and it does come as a little bit of a shock, because you got to think at this point, Kevin Smith getting Jennifer Lopez
It was Jennifer Lopez. Like
to
this is
be
when
in
she
one
was
of his
literally-
movies.
This is literally when she was like at her hottest. Like not just looks. I mean, she does look great, but like she was like on top of the world as like the queen.
Oh yeah, she was very high
Jennifer
demand. So
Lopez.
for him to put her in a movie and then like immediately kill her off was like, damn.
So wait, he got like a really big name and something and killed them off at the very beginning. That's kinda
Oh
crazy. I
no,
hope that never comes back up.
Yeah,
that would
well,
never happen.
Why would anybody do that?
Why would
No,
anybody do that?
Never again.
What's-
You'd think he'd learn the lessons from Jersey Girl.
What's really weird is in terms of like his entire filmography, it's still really weird that people consider Jersey Girl to be his worst when Cop Out exists.
How about exists? Like
Yeah, but
at
Cop
the
Out was
t-
afterwards, and I think he deflected a lot of that onto Bruce Willis. I mean,
Yeah.
Cop Out is universally hated. Don't get me wrong; like nobody defends that as being a good movie, not even his most diehard fans.
Right.
It's just Jersey Girl was kind of the first stumbling block, you know.
Yeah, I get
It's
I
it's
get
the
you saying
whole Aliens Cubed is not as bad as like Prometheus or Covenant, but it came first.
yeah, true, but like Jersey Girl's like this weird, like quirky slice of life thing, and it does what it does. Cop Out's supposed to be this like comedy action movie, and it sucks at both. So it's like
Yeah, no, I agree.
I feel like a failure at a genre is like a really big deal.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, no, and I would say even Kevin Smith would probably admit like his biggest failure, his biggest regret would be Cop Out. Like it's fucking horrible.
Yeah. I
Now,
guess
I do think it's interesting to point out that when we started going on this arc, all of the sort of current, meta drama with Kevin was not going on. He-Man had not yet been released, so the timing of it is a little interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But we were just kind of going back and rewatching his original stuff and focusing more on, hey, when he was good. So one thing that me and Max had kind of talked about last night, if you had to pick a favorite and a low point, what would everybody pick? Like, of the ones that we watched.
Who's starting?
We'll go with you since you're at the top of the Discord, according to my screen.
All right. So, my top, in all honesty, is Mallrats. Mallrats is like his peak for me, especially because it's
very fucking solid choice.
It's a very good movie. It's got so much fucking heart to it, not only is it objectively great, it actually does hit a lot of those emotionalisms that normally our side kind of tries to ignore. And in terms of his low point of what we did see, I would there are moments where I think about it with Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, but at the same time there are still a lot of good payoffs for kind of just his entire universe in there. But then in terms of just overall quality, I would point to Jersey Girl. And that's saying something.
Solid choices.
That amongst the we literally I feel like the most of the through line of us watching these movies, it was 8, 9, 9, probably a 10 somewhere for most of us, and then just a 5. That's probably if I had to guess the through line.
I don't know if I gave anything a 10. Clerks 1, I think it gets close because objectively there's fucking nothing to poke a hole in at all.
Oh yeah,
everything
it's
is just so real and within the bounds, because they were literally bound by what was physically fucking possible to do with the location they were on. So there's no fuckery, there's no bullshit, there's nothing that doesn't make sense because they literally had human constraints to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the theory of oh, it's a movie about a chair. Well, it's oh, it's just a movie about some fucking clerks.
Yeah. Except it's actually entertaining because, good dialogue, characters that we got to understand and we like watching, because even though Randall is a fucking asshole, he's entertaining as all hell to watch.
Also,
here's that's the interesting thing that Randall actually brings up, that while he's an asshole, at least he's kind of forward about it. Meanwhile, Dante's kind of a bit of a scheming piece of shit.
Well, yeah, he's a piece of shit in his own way.
He's literally
most people are, and that's just kind of people in general. It's even if your friend is an asshole, that doesn't make you less of an asshole by comparison. Everybody has their own shit that they're doing.
Right.
He's literally cheating on his fucking dime of a fucking girlfriend with some chick who literally cheated on him at least a dozen times.
Hey, but she sucked 30. But she sucked
8.5. Fuck! Oh my god, I forgot it was actually mentioned.
Hey,
yeah,
hold on.
He's literally trying to fucking get back with his ex, who's about to get married, and it's meanwhile, there's this perfect fucking chick with him, and it's you fucking idiot.
Hold on, let's not forget, she sucked 37 dicks.
In a row?
In a row? Hey, to be fair, she tried not to suck any dick on her way through the parking lot, okay?
Walks
efforts. Appreciated by all.
Exactly.
Except that one guy who followed her around.
And he's like, hey.
Get back here. So I guess I would be next then.
Yes, you would.
Okay, so I was thinking about this last night, and originally I was going to say Clerks 2 as my high point, but Slur brought up a good point. I really think Clerks 1 is more solid. I think the main appeal of Clerks 2 is it just kind of pushes the envelope further, but I think Clerks 1 is a slightly better film.
Oh yeah, like Clerks 2 goes for bigger air in almost every regard, and I appreciate the fuck out of it because there are scenes in Clerks 2 which beat Clerks 1 outright. They're just so fucking funny. But Clerks 1 overall, I think it's a better movie. It
Yeah,
stands out a lot more.
I'm inclined to agree with you there. I think Clerks 1 is the better film, so that would definitely be my high point. And then, yeah, I mean, I I understand what Wyatt meant with having some problems with reboot where it doesn't, hold up from beginning to end. But I still think overall, from a scoring standpoint, it's above average for me, which kind of leaves Jersey Girl at a 5. So I mean, not as many problems as I remembered it having. So I think if anything, after the rewatch, its score came up for me. But yeah, I think Jersey Girl would be my low point as well.
All right, Max, you're up.
So, Clerks 1 is objectively the worst because A, no Rosario Dawson. No. But kidding aside, personal favorite of mine has to be Dogma. I really like it's actually a surprisingly solid film. And like I like all of like the questions and all the different things that really circles around like religion and stuff like that and how to be like more tolerant and look at things, what's the word? Like
Critically?
critically, I guess more objectively, but like with an open mind also. Like
The difference between
not,
like ideas and beliefs.
well, the difference between like organized religion and just faith. Like,
Yeah.
you can go to
Yeah.
church, but if you don't
If you have a
practice
personal relationship with God, then it raises the question of what the church is for, and the church actually has to try to justify itself. And
Yeah.
churches do not like having to do that. They don't
Exactly.
like their position in society being questioned.
And it's the end of the day, just be a fucking good person. And be open minded and all that shit. Like it's and the story of fucking Barnaby and Loki is also really interesting because I love theology. Like I like the idea of God being challenged, and that's why I'm a big fan of Persona series. So that's probably what like sparked my love for those games. To be honest, is everything in Dogma. So yeah, I love the movie and Matt Damon.
You could have
Ben
gone in
Affleck.
such a different direction with that. It's like I love the idea of God being challenged. It's why I love the God of War series.
it's why I love just beating Poseidon to death.
Smashing God. No,
It's why I love every Japanese RPG ever, because we go from killing
like,
rats to
yeah.
like fucking killing God at the end. It's great.
well, like Persona 5 is a pretty good example of like, what is the correct path? Is it true order or true chaos? When in reality, it's not either. It's somewhere in between. So, like I said, it's just
I think Dogma's a very solid choice. I can definitely see why
I
that would be somebody's favorite.
I
so.
was surprised with Dogma because, as you guys know, I'm very anti-organized religion, so I thought this movie was just gonna make me fucking mad.
It's funny
and-
because I prefaced it going, "Hey, how do you feel about God?" before we got started.
Unrelated question: how do you feel about Alanis Morissette?
Well, she's
How do you feel about the platypus?
she's as hot as a goddess. I mean, what do you want? It's also as hot as a goddess. What do you want? But so this is gonna be a weird take, but this is 100% personal and 100% subjective, and I don't want to really get into it because it's kind of a painful like time in my life. It is something I was really thinking about last night as well. Personal worst is actually Chasing Amy, but like I said, it's personal for me. I don't really dig the genre of movie, and like Jersey Girl kind of falls into that, but I just have more beef with Chasing Amy personally. It's just a bunch of fucking
Genre
bullshit.
do you mean? Do you mean like rom-com? You mean
like rom-com? Like
family
I'm not a big
drama?
fan of the genre, and like the like not to be like, oh, this movie's about me, but it hit a little too close to home for something that happened in my life. So I'm just not a big fan of it. It's just that. I'll admit that it's a good movie. I just don't like it.
There was definitely a time in my life, being raised very sort of conservative and off and on again religious. I could kind of compare myself, or at least my way of thinking, to Holden's when it came to things that I didn't understand. And it took a lot of, getting outside of my box and outside of the comfort zone to really get out of that. So yeah, I
Everybody-
kind of get where you mean, where it's like it kind of hits close to home, or it can.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could say that's true about literally any movie, and literally any movie can like hit. Like, I forgot. I think Mahler brings up like the point of like The Room, and it's like, oh, this is like about like like cheating and betrayal and shit like that. So if somebody went into it, like with that, they'd probably like enjoy it more because it's like closer to home for them, or vice versa. Or the exact opposite. I meant to say. But yeah, like I said,
Yeah, but I
we
think
were
it's
all,
hard to stay immersed in the room.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. But like,
That's because
we
it's
all,
actively ripping you
we're all
out.
we were all
Yeah.
young and dumb at a certain point, so and just
Oh,
happened
absolutely.
to be like it's close. But yeah,
All right, Slur, what do you reckon?
I mean, my answer is going to be very similar to your guys. Like, Clerks 1, I think, is objectively the best. Dogma, subjectively, is one that really hooked me in as a teenager because I was really into all of that stuff. It's like a
Mhm.
lot. It was also just kind of the vibe of like around pre 2010. A lot of comedy and a lot of stand up comedians were doing bits on religion. I was kind of just into that. And that's when I saw that movie. So it just hit really close and rubbed me the right way. Also, just has a fucking great cast.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
everybody in that movie is just fucking fantastic.
Mhm.
And yeah, super funny. Clerks 1 objectively the best for reasons I've said otherwise. It's very hard to find any kind of logical or narrative flaw in everything that happens in that movie. Worst, eh, Chasing Amy, or not Chasing Amy, Jersey Girl. Jersey Girl and Chasing Amy are both kind
Wow.
of in the same space in my head, but Jersey Girl is kind of the low point, and for most the same reasons as we've already said.
I forgot to mention another great thing about Dogma is fucking George Carlin as like he's not the Pope, but what is
He's
he?
a
He's a
bishop.
cardinal.
He's a
Yeah.
bishop. He's like up there in the church, but yeah, that's just
Yeah.
fucking funny. And like, if you don't see the comedy of that, then you need
If-
to watch some more George Carlin.
Buddy Christ!
I was
Doesn't
going
it just pop?
I actually was going to bring that up. If there's
I mean-
one thing I really liked about his movies, it's how they're not in your face about how they're connected. How, like, in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, I think at one point Jay's wearing a Buddy Christ shirt. And,
Yeah.
like, you
It's
see Buddy
very
Christ
subtle
all the time.
things. It's subtle things, just like in Tarantino's movies. One of the things that loops them all together is they have fake brands. So, like, one of them is Red Apple cigarettes, and that's in all of his movies.
There's
Huh.
even the Spanish version and Hateful Eight, and honestly, it's escaping me right now.
But, like, they'll all go to Big Kahuna Burger, or like stuff like that, where it's like fake branding because he didn't want to pay for
Right.
all that shit. So, but Kevin did something very similar, like, and then I do like that. Like, yes, he has those little subtle nods here and there. Like, at one point, Jay's wearing a Berserker T-shirt, with
Yeah.
Olaf. He's on
Would
the
you
picture.
like some fuck Berserker?
Like, it was in-
but
it
he
was in
also has the
Berserk.
narrative connections. Like in Clerks 1, Julie Dwyer passes away in the pool, and then in Mallrats, you figure out that incident is what spurred the entire story of Mallrats.
Mhm.
And how those two movies linked, and it's like, oh my god, like such a small moment in Clerks was the entire setup for this other film.
I also
Admit
love
that
how he uses the same actors, and he kind of is rolled with it by this point, because we'll have both both Jason Lee's characters. Somebody help me out here.
But Banky from Mallrats,
Banky from Mallrats, and then
Brody from fucking Brody from Mallrats, Banky from Chasing Amy,
yeah,
Yeah.
and
and
then
then fucking Amazon, and then literally Earl and fucking Clerks 2.
no, yeah, like
Fucker.
Are we the only Max, are you and I the only ones that have seen My Name is Earl?
I've seen like fucking maybe like 3 episodes, and
Oh, I watched the
not
entire
in sequential
show.
order. I just remember like his whole I just remember the whole premise of it was pretty funny. Like it was a guy who was a complete scumbag who wins the lottery and then gets hit by a fucking car.
Yeah, and then
And
he
then he learns
sees
about karma.
yeah, he learns about karma via like Carson Daly playing on like the hospital TV, and then he makes his list, and he's just trying to be a better person. The funniest thing had to be his cameo in Clerks 2, because he straight up just looked like Earl. It's like
Just Earl. It's
yeah, he
weird.
just
Like,
it's like
he literally walked off the set from My Name Is Earl into the fucking movies restaurant. It's kind of hilarious.
that's why
He's in, like the same outfit too, like the fucking t-shirt with the sunglasses. Like it's like almost perfectly typecast Earl.
yeah, if he had
Fucking the movie scene from Dogma is so goddamn good.
yeah.
Oh, the
You didn't say bless you.
Loki.
Loki. This close.
the idea that actually counts, like it's not just a saying.
I mean, he is the angel of death from
Right.
like way back in the day. So like it makes sense. Like, what was it? It was like I remember when fucking eating meat on a Sunday was a hell-worthy trespass.
Yeah, we
Good
mainly
movies, good
stuck.
movies.
We mainly stuck
had a
to
good
his
time.
universe. Like the only one
We did.
we only went outside of it for Jersey Girl.
Yeah.
Uh,
So I guess before we dive into Patrick and his takes, does anyone kind of have any commentary about the current meta, or does that affect how you feel about Kevin Smith or his, or do you just kind of separate the artist from the art at this point?
so
I have to at a certain point. Like
I mean, it's
otherwise you
almost
really-
two different artists.
yes,
It really
it's old
is.
Kevin Smith versus new Kevin Smith.
it
Well,
feels
It
like
kind of is.
Go ahead, Max.
It's interesting that you bring in the separating the art from the artists. It feels like we kind of have to do that more and more. Now, do we want to bring up that topic real quick? Something that's been bugging me and Ninja for the past week.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for
So,
it.
Blizzard's in the fucking news, and
Oh,
like I fucking love StarCraft. I fucking love Warcraft. Those games are fucking fantastic. They pretty much built my childhood. Blizzard is not exactly the poster boys of best fucking company in the whole wide world. But like, can you still enjoy those games for what they are?
I would argue yes, because well, first I would honestly say for certain ones that were before the lawsuit time, like I don't know if it goes that far back, but like StarCraft 2.
Well, I mean, so that's the thing about that podcast clip I sent you is like, yeah, all of the guys jump ship and all that stuff, and like, yeah, sure, like they may not have been scumbags, but like, they were still high up in the company, and shit like the cubicle crawls, like that can't really not happen without somebody above them knowing about it. So
yeah,
it
that's
just
true.
puts this all into a fucking weird light. And like I said, I fucking love all Blizzard games. They're all fucking fantastic. And me and Ninja talked about how Heroes of the Storm might actually be the best MOBA. And like I feel like we had that conversation like the day before all this shit broke out. But yeah, it's
Well, I mean,
so with to bring it back to the Kevin Smith thing, it's like sure, Kevin Smith is kind of like a corporate shill, and he's kind of like a big baby, as most people fucking want to say it, but like he still made good fucking movies. I don't think that these movies deserve any flack from what Kevin Smith is now.
Yes, I would agree. I would also point out how it's very interesting how 2 weeks in a row we've kind of accidentally been touching on a subject that has accidentally been a bit controversial. As last week we touched upon Lily Orchard with talking about World of Warcraft, and then the Blizzard stuff came out.
I mean, it's kind of hard to escape. It's kind of the news right now.
Yeah,
yes,
it's kind of like the
And-
Well,
biggest fucking
and it's
thing
the
happening in video games
biggest,
right now.
yeah, it's the biggest, game issue to come up in quite a while, and it's possible that this is going to be big enough that Blizzard may actually cease to exist. Like, I don't think that means the games themselves are just going to suddenly disappear. But
But there
I
is a
don't think
chance.
Blizzard going forward is going to be the same ever again.
Oh yeah, what's happening with Blizzard puts like the simple things like the Joy-Con drift lawsuit to shame right now. It makes it look like child's play.
Well,
Oh
like,
yeah, this is huge.
yeah, and like there's other shit going on in the industry too, and so it like puts this things like, man, everybody in this fucking industry is shit. Uh,
Hopefully, hopefully, what's after this, if the lawsuit turns out, like, if it goes the quote unquote correct way, I don't even know what that means. That hopefully this puts a light on other issues within the industry, such as proper compensation for crunch and like striking that work-life balance, because that's another huge issue when it comes to the industry.
the proper word,
Yeah,
I guess, would
game
be
devs
just.
absolutely need unions more than I think most industries, just because it's such common practice and it's expected of game devs to be up for crunch.
Yes.
And
It's
hell,
like
fuck,
the standard contract they sign has shit like that included. That ain't right.
and hell, like we fucking to bring it even to like, go further into Blizzard is a bunch of fucking cocks. Like it was like they were putting crunch time in for something about Warcraft, and most of the development team, instead of getting paid their overtime for their crunch, they were given fucking like micro transaction like currency for the game itself, and it's like
Fuck that.
like that's like, dude,
What the fuck?
you literally paid people in fucking Monopoly money, you absolute pieces of shit, and it's like, god
It's
damn
worse
it.
than that, though. It's not only did you pay them Monopoly money, you paid them Monopoly money for working at the Monopoly factory.
Yeah,
They have
I mean,
double
they're
no use for this.
well, and that's the interesting thing about the hiring practices too. Is like to get a job at Blizzard, you must acknowledge that getting a job at Blizzard is like your dream job. So it kind of creates this weird dichotomy of like people who are like, I don't want to say drinking the Kool-Aid, but like kind of like, so that means they're willing to like overlook a bunch of bullshit because, well, they're fucking working at Blizzard. This is their fucking dream job. Why would they ever want to do this? So
Yeah.
like I said, and like it kind of like it's insular for like shit that happens in the fucking company because everybody will defend the company because it's Blizzard. So
And-
Bringing
yeah,
that back to like the whole art versus the artist thing. See, the way I see the Blizzard shit, that's not even artist and art anymore because it's so many voices. It's such a huge Goliath company churning out this like deluge of product that you don't actually see like a clear individual person's artistic vision anymore. So it's more like, are you separating the product from the producer, which you just have to do to exist nowadays? Like
yeah.
if you drink Fanta or Coke or any fizzy drink from a major brand, you're buying things from a producer who has cut water off from indigenous populations, allowing people to actually fucking die so they can make their sugar water. So at what point do you draw your line? At what point do you stop going down the rabbit hole and just kind of accept that a lot of the things we use in our lives are made by people who are scumbags?
Yeah, it actually I've thought about that, especially with like I'm trying to remember what the specific video was, but it was a Jim Sterling video, and at one point they were bringing up how I think it's like having ethics is hard, and it was like talking about how like they might play like an Activision game and then they're having like war flashbacks, then said that. And I always like it's always that where, yeah, as Slayer was saying, where do you draw the line? Because I think I even commented, it was like, if you follow that logic to its absolute through line, you'd throw your phone away, you'd knit your own clothing.
Yeah, you would literally fucking take all your fucking, like if you fucking own Nikes or literally any kind of fucking clothing, like
Yeah.
you're literally wearing like sweatshop fucking.
I was
And then when you
Eat a
bring that
burger.
into things like art is where it gets really fucky because we don't like thinking of things like movies or games or TV shows as products. Yeah, we like thinking of them as artistic expressions, which a lot of the time they are. Just by nature of how they are made, they become the creative vision of the director or the writing team.
And
It's
it
like
becomes
you don't have to have it just be an individual person. It can be a team,
and it
giving
can
their collective vision.
sorry. It all, but at the same time, when it shows that it kind of is a product, it's kind of not that hard to spot. Like we were talking about, like Jack and Jill. It's very clear that you can tell that's just an advertisement. Like that, it's very much factory made to almost be like a tax write off for Adam Sandler.
But he still sat down and he wrote those jokes. He still
Yep.
got in front of the camera and performed his jokes. So
Yep.
whether or not his heart is in it or not is irrelevant. He's still doing
That's-
the thing. He's still being a comedian. He's still being an actor.
He's still the writer, the director, and the main lead
Yeah.
actor. So he gets signed 3 different paychecks to himself. Yeah, like I said, Jack and Jill's a bit of a weird thing though, because it's like, yeah, this might be a fucking like scam.
Yeah, it's not like Grown Ups where at least he's having fun with his friends, like, and they're all kind of like on vacation. Like, especially with like another point with Jack and Jill, he's literally both stars of the film.
Yeah.
And it's like if you were like a painter or an illustrator and you got commissioned by like an insurance company to do an ad for them, is that a product or is that your art?
Yeah, that's when it gets a bit fucky because it's both.
Yeah,
One-
and that's kind of
Yeah.
the Adam Sandler problem in this situation because on one hand, yes, it's a fucking Coke ad, it's a Dunkin' Donuts ad, it's him fucking on his grind trying to get them easy bucks.
Yeah.
But at the
And-
same time, he's still putting in the creative work to a admittedly shit degree. It's not very creative and he didn't work very hard on it, but he still did the thing. And the prerequisite for any of these definitions is not that it's good.
Fair,
That's
yeah. The on terms of like the separation for me, it almost feels like Kevin Smith has accidentally turned into the parody of himself from Jay and Silent Bob Reboot. Specifically, the line "This is Hollywood. There are no ideas," or it's like "fuck ideas." He said something to that degree, and it's just like, oh, and then with the He-Man stuff,
Well, that
It's-
was kind of the self-deprecating humor that
Right.
he was kind of throwing at himself during that movie, but it was funny there. But to watch like all the He-Man stuff, it's like, dude, it's not
It's-
funny when it's real life and you're
Yeah,
really
it's-
fucking stuff up, you know?
yeah, it's becoming a reality.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
actually talked about that like yesterday. We were talking about like Assassin's Creed games. It's like, yeah, a lot of video game companies will make fun of like escort missions being the worst thing in the world, and yet they'll still put in escort missions. So it's like, do you know the joke, or are you like just doing this shit? Like you're doing a shit job on purpose.
I actually found something out. So you know how when Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla they have those like time saver like microtransactions.
Oh my god.
I found out
Valhalla
those
has
when.
microtransactions.
Well, yeah,
I
they
didn't
basically.
actually know that.
Yeah, it
That's
actually
Fucking
awful.
for
horrible.
either-
Like, well, good. Thanks.
Hold-
I hate the fucking game even more.
Hold on. So for something like Origins, Valhalla, and Odyssey, there are microtransactions for things like additional weapons, like cosmetic armors. But the weirdest thing that I point to the most is a bit scummy is something that's called the time saver. That's either fill out the map for you completely, easy money, like so you literally pay money to get in-game money. It's really weird. Or just skip the thing entirely. I thought that was started.
You can actually buy the game and then pay to not have to play it.
Yeah,
Is this peak journalism mode?
yeah, it is peak journalism mode.
Christ, that's
I found out.
Wow, yeah, like thanks for ruining the fucking game.
I've-
further.
I found out that trend wasn't started with like at least in Assassin's Creed. That wasn't started in Origins. That goes all the way back to Black Flag. There's a time saver that where you don't have to do the diving for like those ultra upgrades.
Really?
Yeah,
didn't see that.
I found it out through the Ubisoft Connect thing, like Uplay now. Like it's essentially what Uplay is now. I was just looking for the other DLC stuff. I was like, oh yeah, why do I not have any of the Connor stuff? I look over and I saw Time Saver upgrade pack, And since I was so like done with hearing those words, even while playing like Origins or Valhalla, I saw that and just went, "No! When was this a thing?" I looked up and it was like 2013 is when it says on the store when that was part. This has been happening for years.
I don't even know
Weird,
about
but I
that. That's
never
actually kind of
heard
cool.
of it, even back when I was still into the Assassin's Creed games, because the way those games work, traveling the map, finding the big thing to climb, climbing the thing, and unlocking the next part of the map, that's a significant chunk of like your first third of the game. It's like
Yeah, it's
that's
literally
filling out the map is part of the game. So you're paying to not have to play the game that you bought.
Yeah,
Why the
it's
fuck?
it's
like if
really
it was a
fucking
multiplayer thing,
weird.
like you can get like a head start to like play with your friends or whatever, maybe. But like that's just it's a fucking single player game. Like the whole point, like imagine paying fucking like Nintendo so you didn't have to fucking like platform in Mario.
I gave
It's
Nintendo
like
20
what the fuck?
bucks. I already defeated Ganon.
Look at that. And hey, look, fucking I paid fucking Nintendo $60 so I could see the credits.
Oh, the one that pissed me off recently was Resident Evil 8. They added
Oh, yeah.
I think it was like $4 or $5, and they added a DLC pack that basically unlocks all of the weapons and special things that require beating certain difficulties to unlock. So it's literally, hey, I can't play this game on the hardest difficulty, so I'm going to pay you money so I can play with your digital toys.
Yeah, and they did that for 2 and 3 remaster.
They also did it for Devil May Cry. So in Devil May Cry, like the currency is the blood orbs, and like
Oh,
it's
yeah.
literally just play the fucking game. Like if you beat a mission, you do these things, you do the side missions, you literally kill enemies, they drop blood orbs. However, you can pay Capcom $1 bajillion to fucking get a bajillion blood orbs.
I always thought it was really weird how there's certain editions of DMC5 you can buy, and it will give you like a bunch of red orbs, to the point that when, I don't know if this applies to 5, but in 4, they give you enough red orbs to just upgrade Dante and Nero fully before you've even started the game.
Are you talking about red orbs? Or are you talking about Proud Souls?
Uh, red orbs.
Red orbs only get you items for like your health bar and
The proud.
your devil.
So I'm
Proud Souls is what you get you skills.
So then it's Proud Souls for 4, but I believe in 5 they're straight up just like additions
It's
that
just
give
all
you
red
packs of red orbs.
Yeah, and then it is what it is. Like, yeah, it's kind of scummy. That's kinda how the game industry is nowadays. It's like buy our game, and now buy our DLC that gets you stuff that you have to get through the game. It's like, oh,
Do you
Yeah,
think a part of like the idea of this in their end is like, okay, we're not just making games for people to play on their own anymore. We have to design them in such a way that people can stream them. And nobody wants to look bad when they're streaming. So if we charge the streamers more, we can just like make them superpowered so the game will never be a challenge for them and they never have to look bad. And we can capitalize on their insecurity as the company.
that makes me really
I mean,
uncomfortable.
yeah, you just
That's
Like,
described
somebody
how
that's
every.
popular are any of these games for streamers? Because I can imagine, like, single player,
I
very
could.
fast paced combat games like Devil May Cry, those should work pretty well for streaming.
Let's
Oh
let's
yeah,
see. I'm
especially if you're
about
good at the
to.
game.
yeah,
I'm
if you're
about
really
Or
good at
at
the
to.
game.
least
But
if you look like you're good at the game.
well, hang on. What do you mean by that? Have you played Devil May Cry?
I played, what was the one with the ghosty boys with the hats and they had the pointy stabby finger?
That was 4.
Mephistos? 4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that's the
4.
one I played.
So like, yeah, you can look good, quote unquote, by like not playing it, but there's just a fat ass thing on the side of your HUD that says
Your combo meter.
your you no auto mode.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no, I'm
There's
not
just
talking
a
about auto mode. I'm talking about just,
well then you
making
still
your
have to do
character OP from the start while you
you
still
still
play the
have to
game.
do the you still have to do combos.
Yeah.
So like there's a thing called super mode, which basically gives you unlimited devil trigger and in certain other cases unlimited other things depending on who you're playing as. You have to unlock that by beating it on fucking super hard. and it doesn't auto win the game for you. In fact, it actually kind of makes the game harder because Devil Trigger actually gives you health back. When you're using super mode, it doesn't give you health back. So you actually have to play way better. So, I don't know. Sorry, I know we got way too fucking off topic with that shit. But to bring it all the way fucking back, where we enjoyed Kevin Smith when he was still at his best, despite whatever the fuck is going on now, and I believe that it's a very good example of separating art from the artist, because we could still appreciate what he did, even though he's kind of a Tismo.
Yeah,
Also, to
I
be
would-
clear, only you guys have seen the first episode of the He-Man thing. I haven't seen any of it, and we're not really going to go into opinions on that or how good we think that is at all until
I will say
you know,
this: it
we
was
actually know what we're
fucking
talking about.
the decision. What they decided to do in episode 1 is fucking stupid, and I think I speak for Wyatt
Yeah,
and Ninja. With
so
that.
I've heard, but like I'm not really going to. See,
Yeah,
it can be a stupid decision, and the show can still end up being entertaining. I'm just not going to say anything about it until I've actually seen it,
that's fair.
which should be, soonish. I don't know.
Okay.
We didn't like it, to say the least. Like we
Yeah.
sat down and it was like, all right, we're clearly, because we heard all the shit from like Critical Drinker and all that stuff. We sat. I was like, we know this is an obligation. Let's just get this over with. We started it and it was just like, oh no, oh
And it's
no.
And it's like this weird thing that like Mahler also said about Luke Skywalker when Jake Skywalker was introduced. It's like, man, I didn't know I actually gave a shit about He-Man. And it's like, man, fuck you. like,
I mean,
it's like, oh, okay.
I mean, another great example of that would be like the Daenerys thing. I'm not even Daenerys' biggest fucking fan, but even I was just like, what the fuck are you doing when she burned down King's Landing?
I mean, I was. I mean, when everybody in Yarp should know my stance on the horny. But yeah, no.
Yeah, we're well aware.
Oh yeah. But speaking of the ant, well, so let's go in the opposite of horny. Let's talk about Patrick Williams.
I wonder if
Yay.
he'll ever be brought to justice for his horny crimes.
Patrick
For
Williams?
his horny
Yeah.
crimes against coconuts. All right, let me throw the.
What?
Remember, he's got that coconut mascot.
No.
Oh, I thought you were just
That you
talking about
can-
his head, which looks very coconutty.
Coconut, like, yeah.
It's just kind of round and hard and fuzzy.
Hey, don't be mad because you can't pull off the book look, okay?
The book look. For those of not in the know, the book look is a smoking jacket and
Hold on a second. What the
sweater
fuck?
turtleneck.
I mean, I may not be able to pull off the book look. I'll just be happy that my hairline doesn't start halfway up the fucking top of my head.
Yeah. How do you? So we're having a tiny bit of a technical difficulty because the main screen is showing my second monitor. What are you guys feeling about the? Like, put on a hat or just shave your head? What's your guys' opinion on
Shave your
balding?
head.
Shave your head. Like, come on, dude.
And if you're somewhere super sunny, then put on a hat as well because
Oh, of
you don't
course,
get
yeah, you need to
sunburned.
protect your skin, but yeah. Apparently, sunburn on top of your
Might
head is
just need
fucking
to-
awful. And shout out to
But
all
yeah,
the
no,
bald
it's
boys.
just like even on the super old guys, I think like the shaved head look just works better than the shoehorn.
Mhm.
Shoehorn? Horseshoe. The fucking just the ring of hair that you're hanging onto for reasons I can't fathom.
The Patrick Stewart, essentially.
Literally just.
Yeah.
Oh, but then Patrick Stewart shaved his head and he looks fucking fantastic. So it's like,
Well,
it
for a
can-
lot of
it can be done.
Well, no, for a lot of his time on like the Next Generation, Patrick Stewart did have like the ring of hair.
Yeah,
I mean, I
he
only
had
know-
it like I think it's season 1, and then I think he tidied it up for. I think it was season 2, but it might have been a bit later than that.
I only know
Riker
But no,
grew
he
the-
looked so much fucking better and tidier and just healthier when he got rid of the fucking horseshoe.
Well, what's weird is like it got cleaned up, but it was still there.
A little bit.
Fair
I
enough.
mean,
Yeah.
all I know is I know him more as Xavier, and Xavier, he's rocking the fucking cue ball, and he looks great.
Right. Yeah, my opinion is even I have long ass hair right now, and I dread the day that if it were to start falling out or me losing my hair, I'm just like, nope, bald. I'm not gonna fucking fight if I see like one hair. It's like, nope, that's it. Not gonna fight it with like a hat or a toupee or any of that shit.
And like, to be honest, like this thing against like bald people, it's like it's a weird like stipulation. Like a lot of bald people are fucking well loved. So it's this in between that's the part that's like, why?
But yeah, no. It's more just the balding look. It's like if you look like you're actively in the process of losing your hair, that's the turnoff. Whereas if you just look like you're rocking the cue ball, then it's like nobody can tell where your hairline does or does not start, and then you're pretty much good to go.
It looks intentional. It doesn't look like it's
Yeah.
something that's happening to you. It's more of I made a decision and suck with it, you know.
You always want to look like you look the way you look on purpose.
Yeah.
How's that for
Yes.
a quote?
There's a fucking word salad for it.
I'd put that on a t-shirt. And then I was about to say then the American flag, but you're Irish. That's your presidential quote.
Look the way you look on purpose.
Ninja, did you add to that like hat or bald thing?
No.
Okay. Great talk. I have the video up, by the way.
Okay.
Who's ready?
Let's hear what he has to say then.
Let's dive on in.
All right.
Staring at this fucking asshole for like the past hour. So
Let us briefly trade in the opinions of Coconut Men.
Patrick, I gotta say, man, I know we're throwing a lot of ad homs, dude. You know, best of fun, but you are kind of a douchebag, so you get what you fucking deserve.
Well, yeah, and when he was talking about you're watching movies wrong, and then specifically talked about like in Alien how nobody asks like about the acid melting through the floor when it's like there's like Patrick, there's an exact scene of them trying to figure this out.
See, everybody talks about the acid thing, but it's like, dude, the montage thing is so much worse.
I don't
People need to stop throwing the word ad hom around like needlessly. When I said he looks like a fucking coconut, that wasn't an ad hom, it was an insult. If I said his argument was bad because he's a coconut, that would be an ad hom.
Oh, that's
I don't even know what an ad hom even means.
Basically at person. So you haven't attacked the argument, you've attacked the person making the argument, and then acted like that dismantles the argument.
Okay. That's
you hate
stupid.
Gay marriage because you're a big.
It's okay to just insult people if that's your intention.
Yeah.
It's just like puns. You need to mean them, intend your puns, intend your insults.
Yes. All right.
Previously on Patrick H. Willems.
This is Charles. Charles? I can't take any more of this, man. I'm leaving.
Chloe is going to be our new cast member.
Can you make that happen?
Is this a joke?
All I know for sure.
Yeah, like he serializes like these bits in the beginning of his reviews, and it's just like, who gives a shit? Talk about the thing already.
I get serializing if you do like a running series, like Nostalgia Critic did it with his like Matrix reviews, like 1, 2, and 3. They all had a running gag. But like this, it's like, oh, so we have to go back and watch a different fucking Patrick Willems video just to get context for this fucking one.
Yeah.
Previously on Patrick Willems, we had a coconut. There was a lot of talking about like side characters and whatever the fuck he was doing in that video. And now here's another video about a completely different topic. So,
it's why Link Hara's videos, whenever I would watch them, he's like fighting a robot or something, and I'm just like, aren't you supposed to be talking about a comic book? And then he literally says like, all right, the solution is that I need to review a comic book. And it's just like, just fucking get to it already.
Yeah, this feels like a lot of effort just to do the thing that we wanted to do in the first place. A problem you have made entirely for yourself by thinking you needed these skits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he made like a fucking movie.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Link Hara
Continue on, please. This is a 40-minute movie.
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
This is a 40-minute movie.
Sure is that Charles is alive and he is evil.
At least
So any updates on what we talked about? You know, you could just call me or text me. You don't have to show up here every day.
Yeah, but I want to keep you on your toes. So?
I'm still working on it.
You notice how he angles himself just so like his face has like the projection shit on it?
Yes, I was about to be like, oh, for fuck's sake. The first shot of this and he's already pretentious.
So also, my man rocking an Aaron sweater. Nice.
Oh, do you see the matching dog sweater?
Yes.
And it's ruined.
Fuck you. I like doggies and clothes. Go fuck yourself.
No. They're
It's
not
the fact
evil.
their own clothes. It's called fucking fur.
Yeah. I'm with Slur on this
fucking
one.
hater.
No, don't put fucking
but-
dogs in clothes.
This is
And
a really
especially
interesting-
don't put them in shoes. I saw that a lot in New York.
This
Like
is
a
a really
dogs going around in little shoes, walking all weird. Because why the fuck would they need shoes?
Yeah,
this
to
is
make this hot.
This is a really interesting thing that you paused on because, like, I was like, oh, they're playing Spider-Man. Okay. I actually asked Ninja last night, when did this video come out? Like, cause it seems like this video is an older topic almost, but he's holding a PS5 controller.
Yeah, he's playing Spider-Man Miles Morales. It's only like 6 months or a year, maybe.
Yeah, so this is a very, very
well, but that's the whole point. Is he's going back with his like more recent knowledge and understanding of movies and seeing if the original movies hold up as well as he thought they did in his youth.
Oh, so his movie knowledge. Well, I mean, this will be great.
Yeah.
Also, I'm trying to just look at
fucking nuclear takes in this.
I'm trying to like look at this.
Bob Chipman's the only.
Don't look at things. Don't crumb things. Let's go. It's 42 minutes.
Yeah, he's like as much as.
If you're going to pause, let's pause on his actual arguments and not the skip shit.
That's fair.
Okay.
Like,
yes,
yeah, we
fair
really
enough.
Should just skip through this shit.
Okay, let's.
I wonder if I have any alcohol left. I think I'm gonna need it.
Oh god. The Irishman's run out of alcohol. Sound every alarm.
Oh, so we just hear him just racking guns. Like, time to get more. It's like, oh shit.
I know.
Slur's about to
Don't
fucking
hear
They
it,
don't use guns. They use bombs. Come on.
I try to put the cup near the mic, but did y'all hear me pouring the drink?
No.
No.
Damn it. Damn, the one time I wish this mic was not as good. Anyway.
Even still gonna be a thing with the pandemic?
Dave the Agent, I don't like that attitude. It is going to happen.
Sure. While you're here, I got something I want to run past you. I've been looking at the numbers for the channel.
And they're great, right?
They're fine, I guess. Look, I don't understand this at all, but people really seem to love the coconut.
His name is Charles, and people don't love him.
This is going on a while.
They're nuts for him.
The thing's testing off the charts in every demographic. Even women ages 18 to 34, and they don't usually like you at all. The pin sold out in 10 minutes, and I'm not one to pass up money, so I have an idea for you. Feast your eyes on this.
Swear to God, if this is a fucking ad for.
It's his
thing,
ad.
like,
It's an ad for his merch. Oh my fucking
Don't
god.
pause! Don't pause! Don't pause! Don't pause! Let it play.
No words. They should have sent a poet.
How fast would you guys kill me if I started acting like this?
Just Dave is fine.
His fucking
We're
mask
gonna be
matches his
rich.
goddamn turtleneck.
In my mission to dominate the landscape that is film YouTube, I have now dug into nostalgia and given my scorching hot takes about superhero movies. So the next step to really hook the audience is to make something personal, confessional. It's time
Okay,
to
so
explore-
downstairs, he said the word scorching hot takes on movies literally as I found a bottle of gin. So
I like to imagine you just slammed it right on the desk. You just went like scorching hot take, wham!
It's all coming together.
God, is it too late to Irish up this coffee?
Oh no.
It's too early for you.
We're watching a Patrick Williams video. There's no such thing as.
Mom and
too
Dad,
early.
I'm back. Oh, hi, Pat. What are you doing here?
I'm just here for a couple days for a sentimental look at where I came from. Here, I brought you a gift.
Is this a painting of you?
Walking through my childhood home, it's like I've been transported into the past.
Your parents
back to
asked
my
you
teenage
something.
years, when the future seemed so
They're
bright
literally
I had to put
shut
on a
up.
pair of sunglasses. There's the table I used to eat breakfast at. The stairs I fell down as a toddler. The desk I sat at for my talk show.
Pat, what's the big deal, man? You've only been gone 3 months.
The perfect thing to do here would be to meet up with some high school friends I've grown apart from. Some friends who never really grew up, whose jokes haven't aged very well. But we're hitting the second wave of a pandemic, so this isn't really possible. I guess I'll have to do the next best thing. Watch Kevin Smith movies.
Skin them and where they're
Oh no! Oh no! That yearbook said class of 2006.
Oh no!
This motherfucker's only 1 year older than me.
Oh.
Let that.
Although your hairline like fucking doesn't give that away at all.
Let that sink in, Ninja. Let that haunt you for the rest of your life.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna like on your birthday. I'm just gonna mail you I'm just gonna mail you a picture of Patrick Willems.
I'm gonna fucking cosplay Patrick Willems for Halloween.
Yes!
Yeah!
Prologue. Why Kevin Smith mattered. Let's hear this big brain fucking
I've got
take.
a feeling that those stairs are going to be a result of, or the cause of a lot of his opinions in general. They explain a lot. I think this is actually the backstory we needed this whole time.
Can we all agree the channel would pretty much be, and the podcast would just be over if I even acted like a fraction like Patrick?
Oh yeah, you just wouldn't be fun to do shit with because we would spend the entire time yelling at you for being a pretentious cunt.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things where it's like we were talking about fucking Kevin Smith a minute ago and like He-Man. It's like this is the problem with having a bunch of yes men in your group. You really need some people who will literally call you out on your bullshit.
Yeah, it's always good to like have people around you that will keep you humble, because if your head gets too big, they'll fucking pop the shit out of it. Just don't. Well, don't. I would always argue, just don't. Depending on what it is, just don't pop it excessively, because then you don't.
I make no fucking promises.
Well, no, because then
stupid, I'm gonna fucking hate you.
Yeah, on that part I get, but it's like, remember, I was going to say from my perspective, just enjoying myself deserved like the bubble being popped. That's why it's just like, oh, don't spoil the fun if nothing is actually happening.
I mean, if you're sitting in a room on a fucking wanky looking armchair with villain lighting pointed at your head, and you're just like looking at a yearbook, and then you stare off into the middle distance and say, I know what I have to do. You know I'm going to fucking interject with some heinous bullshit just to derail you and get you back to fucking Earth, because Jesus Christ, this man's ego is in fucking orbit.
No, yeah, I get that part. I'm just imagining I'm just eating an apple, then you just walk in, smack the apple out of my hand, and just go, shouldn't like apples.
Stay humble, bitch.
Yeah, I'm just
no,
like,
no.
what?
But in this regard, he's like chewing the apple and like open mouth chewing and like just getting shit all over the carpet. And it's like, dude,
yeah, that's
shit out of you, like right now. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna reach back with my fucking fist and put it through your fucking skull.
You're gonna punish your
My favorite just has to be the Zombieland one, Woody Harrelson. He just kind of just looks at him and says, "You want to know how hard I can punch?" Like, oh no, I don't.
I love how both Max and I reference Punisher Warzone.
I was actually referencing fucking what was that fucking movie? Oh, fuck it, whatever. Press play. We're prologue.
Why Kevin Smith mattered. Oh, jeez, Patrick, what the fuck do you have to say?
If you're a teenager right now, the idea that Kevin Smith was once an important filmmaker might seem totally insane. Yeah, the guy in the hockey jersey who won't shut up about smoking
Do
weed and
teenagers
shilling.
even know who the fuck Kevin Smith is? Do they care? I can't imagine he has a lot of Zoomer appeal.
mean,
probably
if the,
not.
If the
No.
fucking guys are stoners, maybe.
But you see, if they're stoners, then it's redundant because then they'll already
true.
have seen the Silent Bob movies, the Jay and Silent Bob movies, because they're just classic stoner culture bullshit. Same with
Maybe
like Pineapple Express and Grandma's House and a lot of other movies that I really like.
Grandma's Boy.
Maybe
Which
if
we
you're
watched last night, by the way. I feel bad that you weren't there
Oh
for that. I'm
fuck!
not
I
gonna lie.
missed it.
I know. I'm sorry, dude. I was actually feeling really like, man, Slur should be here for this.
I feel like if you're part of the superhero crowd, regardless of your age, you might come across him. It just might be in smaller doses. Cause
Well, now he's doing the CW shit, so I guess teenagers still watch CW. So
do they?
Oh,
I thought it was like
some of
middle-aged
them do.
cat moms.
I don't know, but also, fun fact: is that Zack Snyder?
yes, him
Is it?
making his oath.
Why is
I think
yes,
it might.
is.
I don't know.
He's so fucking bugging.
He
Cancel that man.
His autistic vision.
He's
Oh, no.
pog champing right now.
Quick, Slurry, you know what to do.
Oh, no.
And saved. Just see Slayer in the
I mean, I
corner.
already had it, so I mean, it's
before we even knew what, like, it's like he could see into the future whenever we request a meme. He's like, oh, I got you, mate.
oh no, it makes like the border fucking skin colored. I don't like it. Oh, that is fucking heinous.
Oh
Yeah.
no! He made it his avatar. Of course he fucking did. God damn it.
It's great. Hey, Pog Snyder.
Pog Snyder.
Pog
No,
Snyder.
no, Snyder Pog.
Why did you
Zach
make
Champ.
a romance? Why did you make a romance movie about zombies?
What went through your head when you let that lady's head just twist a complete 180 2 seconds after a romance scene?
Don't worry about it.
Pretty
It's literally no shit.
Pretty classic.
And tweet.
For every
Anyway, what
DC
were we
movie.
doing?
When I was 17, I probably would have called him one of my favorite filmmakers. He even has a movie in the Criterion Collection. 20 years ago.
Criterion Collection.
So the Criterion Collection is a list of movies that has been assembled by some US-based organization, and basically it's like the must-see movies that have been made over like the last, I don't know, 60, 70 years.
And Chasing Amy was that movie.
Apparently. Chasing
Well,
Amy
why
made
not
it onto
Clerks?
that list.
Clerks seems a lot more,
You know,
indicative of its time period, the cultural
Yeah.
zeitgeist.
yeah,
It
but
seems a lot
the
more
people that make these choices aren't thinking logically. They're thinking about, oh, it's so progressive and stunning
So-
and brave. Like, even before that was a major push.
So here's an example of stuff in the Criterion Collection. We got Silence of the Lambs, Eraserhead, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Princess Bride, Pan's Labyrinth, Dazed and Confused.
I mean,
Night
it
of the
sounds like
Living
one
Dead.
of those. I mean, Dazed and Confused doesn't belong on that list. Not really.
Wait, which
Um,
one was Dazed and Confused? Was that?
That's the. It's kind of the one that made all of the memes about Matthew McConaughey.
All
Yeah,
right.
all right.
All right.
It's also one where we get his creepiest line, which is like, "High school girls, I keep getting older, they stay the same age." It's like, bruh.
We got like Doctor Strangelove. We got Stalker. Sorry, I'm looking at all these great films.
But no, it just sounds like a generic.
it's a
1,000 movies to see before
mostly
you die.
list. Like, there's a couple on there that are like, why is this on here? But like, for the most part, it's a pretty solid list. So it's not horrible. It's just odd that they, like you said, Chasing Amy instead of Clerks.
I was going to.
But yeah, it's also just odd that he would use it as a point of acclaim if it's so mottled in terms of like its quality. Is like, is the Criterion list something people regard very highly as a mark of?
The Criterion
weird.
Collection is normally what most people would say is like when you've made it as a film.
That
like that's your ultimate success. And I would always.
Ben Affleck's in it.
I don't know, because I was about to say like Ben Affleck's a decent actor, but
pretty great actor, but like I said, I would like it's lame. Like, and maybe this is just me being an elitism fucking conspiracy theorist, but it's what it seems like, and I don't like it.
That's why, for the most part, I've never looked at the Criterion Collection, because I straight up just put it in the same category as, like, the Oscars. Oh, a bunch of people said this is, like, the best achievement for films. I'm just going to ignore that.
Just the Academy 2.0. And also, they have exactly as much clout as if you just type Best X Movie into Google and just see what comes up.
That's normally
why...
we'll
have to fix that. We'll have to come up with the YARP Criterion Collection.
Hot Fuzz.
Hot Fuzz,
Hot
Kung
Fuzz
Fu
is
Hustle,
in fact,
Neil Breen.
I mean, you know, Lord of the Rings, the Cornetto trilogy,
Empire Strikes Back.
Well, I mean, the entire OT, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, the entire OT, really. Even the fucking Muppet movie.
I was about to say, like, as much as we give shit to Jedi, yeah, it deserves to be in our collection.
Also, all of the Muppets versions of other movies. Like the Muppets,
Muppet Treasure
Island, Muppets
Muppet
Christmas
Treasure
Carol, that shit's just... Like, Michael Caine gives a fucking great performance as fucking Scrooge in the Muppet Christmas Carol.
Yes.
It's insane.
Is it odd that I think those tie-in movies are better than the straight-up Muppet movies?
Yeah, in fact, the Muppet movies have been increasingly going downhill.
They're a lot more structured. They kind of have something around which to structure their jokes, rather than just going from joke to joke.
I would argue...
I feel like they're much better.
I would argue some of my favorite songs have come from the original Muppet movies. I was about to say, like, Rainbow Connection. But in terms of overall, like, story
really
structure... It's a really fucking good song.
I mean, those two aren't mutually exclusive. I'll just put that out there.
Fair enough.
There's nothing wrong with being gay. I mean, you're just gay.
So anyway, speaking of gay...
Esquire magazine asked 5 critics to predict what new filmmaker would become the next Scorsese. And Andrew Saris chose Kevin Smith. I'm pretty sure I first became aware of Kevin Smith in the pages of Wizard magazine. Wizard, which is not around anymore, was the biggest magazine about American comic books. And as a kid interested in comics who had no idea what was going on in modern comics, I would sometimes use my allowance to buy a copy of Wizard.
Wait, hold on.
To immerse...
Why would you
Hold on.
Maybe this just might be me showing my...
He was a kid who was interested in comics but had no idea what was going on in comics. So on what basis was he interested in comics? Did he just like them as an idea, as a concept?
I guess he just liked reading them, but just didn't
understand.
understand
So he liked reading them, then how did he not know what was going on in them?
Okay, so have any of you actually read Wizard?
No, because why would I read a magazine?
I didn't even know it was a real thing. I thought it was a fictional magazine made up for fucking mall rats.
No. So something you might be vaguely familiar with, and kind of comparable to what Wizard was going for. How many of you are familiar with Game Informer?
We've all had the subscription.
Recognize the name.
Okay, it's kind of the same thing, but instead of being and hawked by GameStop, Wizard was for comic books, and it basically kind of kept you up to speed on what was going on in like the latest Marvel arc, the latest DC arc, back when like comic book movies were still starting to come out. It would talk about like, you know, leaks and fan theories and rumors, because you got to remember back in the 90s when comic book movies weren't taken seriously, that kind of stuff didn't make it into the mainstream media.
And also,
nobody gave
I
a
get
shit.
it now. So it's like if you were, because comic books cost money and you're a kid, you could just buy the comic book series that you were actively reading, and then just use Wizard to keep abreast of what the other series were doing without going out of pocket
Pretty
to
much.
read all of them.
And
Okay.
keep in mind this was before the age of the internet, where you couldn't just instantly
Yeah.
just look up information.
Well, and it
'Cause,
was also getting hyped. You know, they would use it as an opportunity to sell or test, you know, how popular an upcoming storyline might be. You know, they could put stuff in there. You know, there was a lot of advertisements and, you know, of course, that kind of stuff. So this was, all pre-internet. This was a big deal for the comic book industry. And Kevin was kind of a recurring thing because, again, when he was getting his start, he was big into comics. He was big into being one of the fans.
Well,
which is why he featured the magazine so heavily in his movies.
I had to preface
As a tangent, the amount of veins that guy drew on Thor.
Yes,
I've
been. It's been very distracting as I've been. I kind of showed.
We know why it's been distracting.
I've been. I'm
the only one.
Don't go all Harley Quinn Smith at the when they found the CG Thor.
I mean, I did.
Please, I don't feel like I should have to say this. Please do not hump the hologram.
The hologram. It will hurt. It will burn you. No, I was about to. I kind of accidentally just showed my age when we were talking about magazines because I just went like, no, because why would anyone read a magazine? Because
because before the internet,
why didn't those fucking 5-year-olds in the 90s just Google it or some shit on their phones?
It's fucking assholes. Goddamn degenerates.
I like to imagine I'm just seeing like 5-year-olds.
Well, I couldn't get online. My mom was on the phone. Okay, you can't do those two things simultaneously.
Oh yeah, those
are no, the dark.
Or when you did connect, you had to fucking listen to your computer have a digital orgasm. And fucking...
I experienced dial-up when I spent the night at a friend's, and it was just like they lived outside in the countryside, and they only had dial-up. It's like, all right, let's play some Doom 3 multiplayer. It's like, what is this? What is this bullshit?
Things literally grinding to a halt.
Yeah, a bit of a side.
Like you could be just trying to Google a picture of something. The picture will be half loaded and then stop because your mom answered the phone.
A bit of a side tangent, watching Jersey Girl and all the movies. Really, it's it is kind of strange, looking back at technology that was literally only 10 years ago. It's man, shit changes quick.
20.
Well, I'll say
20,
25, yeah.
It hurts, doesn't it?
This is why reboot really.
So anyway, back to Thor's throbbing erection.
No, Thor being a throbbing erection.
Which Thor is a character.
6 one way, half a dozen the other. Yeah.
Sorry, I was distracted. What?
Yeah, exactly.
We're pressing play.
Oh no, the spacebar didn't work. I was gonna timed it so the fucking spacebar would immediately hit play, but it didn't work.
Lay the hammer down. World I desperately wanted to know more about. And I kept seeing references to this guy named Kevin Smith.
And that's
he was part of this new...
Why they do my boy like that, man? Why does he look so red?
Oh, dude, it was the 90s, man. Everyone was red.
I mean, the 90s were kind of the age of the overexposed fucking camera shoots.
Mm-hmm.
Wave of filmmakers
was glistening
in the 90s
who
launched their careers making small, scrappy, independent films that usually premiered at the Sundance Film Festival. These were people like Steven Soderbergh, Richard Linklater, Wes Anderson, Whit Stillman, Noah Baumbach, and Quentin Tarantino. A lot of these...
I recognize 2 of those names.
I recognize a few of them. And some of them are directors whose movies I actually quite like. Even Wes Anderson, which kind of people have a love or hate take on Wes Anderson. And I would actually put his name forward as a potential arc in future because his movies are weird and interesting. And
I don't think
the quality from one to the other is something I haven't actually been able to compare side by side.
I don't think I've ever seen any of his movies.
What, any of them?
You probably have. You just wouldn't necessarily know it by connection.
Name a
Yeah,
movie
there's at least
I
a
could,
couple that are really popular.
like what?
Have you seen Moonrise Kingdom?
Nope.
Didn't
see
Grand Budapest Hotel. That was the most recent one.
I've seen. No, Isle of
Royal
Dogs.
Tenenbaums.
Isle of Dogs is his most recent work. I know. I've seen like a clip from Grand Budapest Hotel, and I've been meaning to sit down and actually watch it.
So he did The Life Aquatic.
Yeah, Life Aquatic with Steve
apparently.
Zissou was kind of the first one of his I saw, and it is an unusual movie. But like I really enjoyed it. And then you've got a bunch of other things like the Darjeeling Limited, the Royal Tenenbaums is another. But Moonrise Kingdom was kind of like it was a coming of the age thing that I saw like when I was late teen. So I was still kind of in the bracket for it to still really hit home.
Was he the one who did Lost in Translation, or am I going crazy?
I don't think
he did that one.
Okay.
That's just a Bill Murray movie.
And I know Bill Murray is featured in a lot of his films.
Almost all of them.
These movies were clearly influenced by Woody Allen. They were light on plot, mostly about regular people hanging out, having long discussions in which they obsessed over inconsequential bullshit. Smith was a particularly notable success story.
Hold on.
That's a weird comparison. Like, to just say that's a Woody Allen thing, or that Woody Allen started that?
That's a weird statement, and also saying that nothing plot related happens to Reservoir Dogs. It's like they rob a fucking bank, don't they?
He's being vague and generalistic, so it's kind of hard to say.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Like you could basically say that all movies are just dialogue.
Yeah.
Much like Robert Rodriguez around the same time. He self-financed a cheap black and white movie set at the convenience store he worked at, starring his friends. It was resourceful and creative and captured a very specific mood of that generation, Generation X. And it seems to launch an exciting new cinematic voice. And what was important to teenage me was that Smith was the only filmmaker targeting my specific interests. He made movies about comic book creators. Characters discussed the minutiae of Star Wars. He put Stan Lee in a movie, which was like a new thing back then. He owned his own comic book store. He wrote Daredevil for Marvel. Before I'd seen a single thing he'd made, this guy was my hero. This probably all seems lame and unremarkable now. Wow, movies referencing comic books and Star Wars? It's 2020 and we're all collectively rolling our eyes at Ready Player 2.
Okay, so regardless of that, that's because at the time he didn't do any of that. Like, I mean, that wasn't a thing yet in movies.
Well, yeah, the fact that in Clerks, you just have these two guys having the kind of conversation about Star Wars that two assholes working in retail actually would have. It's like basically the kind of conversations that we have. Yeah, that was a new thing. And seeing that on a movie and being done with like not a conversation, but tightly written dialogue that's like charming and funny, that hit home for a lot of people. Myself included. It was fucking endearing as all hell.
Especially considering, like, not that long ago, it only just kind of now became okay to, like, openly talk about this shit. Like, yeah, you could talk about it with your friends, but, like, I still remember, like,
what do you mean openly talk about it? I don't know what?
I was mainly talking like an American thing about the whole like being a nerd and shit and being like a social fucking pariah. Like being the nerd wasn't the thing.
That's not just an American thing. It's like nerd shit is nerd shit everywhere. But like the idea that you're a social pariah because you're a nerd, I don't know that in my experience that's ever really been a thing. I don't know.
Well, it's been longer than
the cliques that people get into are mainly. Are you kind of a sportsy person or not? And if you're not, then I don't know, you're a nerd by default, but like it's not a specific label like okay, you have like the genres of teenager when you're a teenager. It's like if you're
Right.
someone who likes rock and metal, it's like you're a metalhead. It's like it's like the genre of archetype you fit into. If you're a sports guy, you're a sports guy. If you fucking drink in a field with your friends out of cans, then I don't know, you're just one of the lads, I guess. But nerd was never like a specific thing. It's like if
Oh,
you're
it
gonna
is
make
here.
fun of someone, you do
Yeah.
it because they were fat or effeminate or
No,
shit
no.
like that.
Here, it's absolutely a whole subculture on its own.
Yeah, like
It's
I remember
one of the student archetypes. Like when you're a teenager, are you a jock or are you a nerd?
and even to the point that I remember one of the dumbest things, like now looking back as an adult, it's like, what the fuck was the issue here? I remember I was just wearing a Star Wars shirt and people just started pointing and laughing. It's just like, that's the best you got? Like, yeah, I was just wearing a shirt. That's not grounds enough to point and laugh. It's always weird.
Yeah. I just remember it all being like weirdly closely tied to what music you were into.
Not here.
Yeah.
That was almost like a subcategory. Like it was, what are you into first, and then after that, it was what kind of music do you listen to?
Are you a jock? Are you a goth? Are you a nerd? Are you a valley girl?
Which is hilarious, knowing that you're from Kansas. That they would like Valley Girl would be a thing.
The cheerleaders exist in all schools.
Well, yeah, but they're not Valley Girls. They're like fucking Midwest cheerleaders.
They'd call them like preps, basically. Is typically what they referred to them as. You know, the prep kids.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact: cheerleaders. You know, a bunch of fucking high school girls being deliberately fucking sexualized, basically to advertise the school's sports team. Purely an American thing. Nobody else does that weird shit. We don't know why you started.
You think cheerleaders are weird? Just wait till like there's the fucking like dance teams.
Oh, dude, an American friend of mine had to explain to me what a fucking
right
pep
back.
rally was. That conversation fucking scarred me. That sounds fucking horrific.
They are, and in a lot of schools, it became like popular to gyp during prep rallies because they were fucking annoying.
I mean, the idea of school spirit, like, I just want to go back in time, grab an American student, bring him to Ireland, throw them into my school, have them in front of the lads, and just explain what this shit was. And as soon as they even try to get people's minds around the concept of school spirit, just watch them get fucking laughed at. Because the way it worked for us is that we thought our school was a shithole, but only we were allowed to call it a shithole because it's our shithole. The other schools, they're not allowed to call us a shithole.
Well, yeah, that's literally school spirit.
Yeah.
See, you have it. It's infectious.
But I don't think the whole American positivity thing of like, yeah, let's go us. It's like, yeah, no, we're not that enthusiastic about ourselves. Fucking calm down. Whereas if you had a pep rally of just fuck that guy, I think people in Ireland.
I mean, some of them are like that. It depends on the school, but I mean, those are typically not the nice school.
Pep rallies were the worst for me because I couldn't dip. I was in band. I had to play at them.
Oh no. Truly, you suffered like G did.
Are you sure it was because you were wearing a Star Wars t-shirt?
Hey,
like,
I didn't.
Really sure because it sounds like there's other candidates here.
Hold on. I never helped my case, but for the Star Wars thing, it's like that's what you went with. Like I believe, like a football player, it's like what you watch Star Wars. I think even then I did counter was like everyone's seen Star Wars. You just won't admit it.
Yeah. Well, because being
people actually not admit to seeing Star Wars, that's fucking odd.
Because then you'd be a nerd.
Yeah, nerds were dumb back then.
Yeah, that's why I said it's only just now kind of being acceptable because everybody watches Marvel. Everybody watches Star Wars. When it's just like, I remember when quote-unquote nerd culture used to actually kind of mean something.
Mm-hmm.
Meant you watched fucking like Battlestar Galactica on fucking weeknights. It meant you fucking played D&D at the bottom of the fucking comic book shop. Hey, sweetie.
Hey.
Oh,
man.
being joined.
Oh man, I remember fucking game night at the comic book shop. Fuck.
Yeah, fucking play Magic the Gathering with everybody else.
Well, it was like Yu-Gi-Oh! For our like thing because I didn't know shit about Magic the Gathering and all that, but it was still like a good time. Fucking pizza and fucking good hangouts.
Max, you're still below the peak line.
God damn it, motherfucker! But yeah,
Oh my god.
But yeah, good times, good times.
Sorry,
I had to run.
So
yeah, he's talking about Ready Player 2 for some reason.
It's because they're talking about like.
I pulled a Twitch stream and I walked away from the microphone. My bad.
No, you're fine. Oh God, you pulled a Twitch streamer.
What are you talking about?
We've had a full conversation and you weren't even present. I bet you're making all sorts of money off of this.
No, yeah, he just comes back at the end and then comments on the last thing that was said. But
Yeah.
just kind of like, oh, dude.
Cool spirit, yeah. It's like a flex, right? Oh man,
so,
I could put that video. Whatever.
So River, I showed you like a Patrick Willems video like once. I think it was the reviewers video.
Yeah.
What do you think of Sir Patrick Willems?
I
mean, let's start with like his head and how similar to a coconut it is, and just work from there.
Oh my god.
What is the coconut thing? Like, what?
Okay, in the video previous to this one, he introduced Charles as like this coconut character thing that he's gonna try and make merch of and shit. But
Wait, why do
I
you
just
know
keep
that?
pointing out that his actual head is more coconutty than the coconut. Just this hard, round object covered in fuzz.
Oh yeah, River, you disagree with the bald or hat basically.
Well, no, it was bald or horseshoe. Because the hat is just going to depend on whether or not there's sun.
Well, right. You don't think just shaving your head is the best course of
Absolutely not. If you have hair, hold on to it.
That's
Wait, okay, so
that's a
even if it's like this
fucking hot take.
pathetic, wispy shit at the top of your head.
So you would tell this man he looks good and he shouldn't shave his head?
Well, I just think that there are very few people who
back down.
So yeah, hypothetical other people who look good despite their shit hairline, they shouldn't shave their head.
But hold on, let me
This
finish.
whole cavalcade of fucking people.
I think
That come up
there
with
are
nothing.
very few people who look good bald, like fully bald.
But you think there are plenty of people who look good with like receding.
I'm not saying they
and
look good.
fading
I
hair.
think
Okay,
I'm
so
just
which
saying
one is better? If you have like the same dude, either cue bald or horseshoed, which is going to be the better?
I think horseshoed for some people, yeah.
Like you would literally look at a picture of Patrick Willems and you'd be like, yeah, he looks better before he shaved his head.
Yeah.
Hold on. So
Alright, that's a fucking hot ass take, but alright.
So say I
We'll let
was
that
rocking the horseshoe, but my hair was still long. You'd say that I'd look good.
Gross.
That's a skullet, buddy, and that's a
That's
fucking
gross.
Yeah, no,
This
you've
is
introduced a
fucking
whole extra
different.
parameter onto that shit. You look like
That
a
is
fucking,
a fucking
a
different
warlock from a
cryptid,
fantasy thing.
sir. You know better. How dare you?
The point being that I was trying to like add that personal touch so it would shock her into actually, seeing the correct way.
But the thing is, like, you know full well that if your horseshoe gets too bushy, you look like fucking Gargamel.
Or like any monk from like that time too, like robes and the fucked up hairline.
Well, no, the monk do is a very different thing. For the monk do, you can't have a horseshoe; it has to meet in the front, and then you just shave the top.
you're totally
Right, yeah.
It's like
You're totally right.
it's like a super intense yarmulke. It's like you're not actually putting a thing on the
Yes.
top of your head; you're actively shaving the hair off.
You're actively
so, like, God can
removing
see your
hair.
head clearer.
Well, you have
Yeah.
a halo of hair, which is like sad and pathetic, but it is what it is. Yep. So
Okay.
that's a hot take. That's the hot take for the video. There you go, guys. We got
Yeah.
him.
River Sims for Gargamel. Confirmed.
For Sims from Gargamel. Boom, yeah, there's your fucking tagline.
What does Gargamel look? Why am I
Jesus,
He's
dude, you
the thing that kept
fucking
trying to eat the Smurfs.
Oh.
Yeah. He represents capitalism, apparently.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, you've never heard
Wait, does
this?
that mean the Smurfs are communists?
Yes.
Oh my god, it makes sense. Jesus. No.
Papa Smurf is Karl Marx, confirmed.
He's got a beard, confirmed.
Is it still too late?
We watched this whole video in my history class about it.
Oh, you're just
Oh,
like, that's
Jesus
so
fucking
horrible.
Christ. So that
American-
means that the communist ideal is like one e-girl and an entire village of simps orbiting her.
Oh man, it just writes it fucking.
Is it still
Doesn't it?
too late to Irish up this coffee?
No, fucking. I already did. Fuck it, let's do this.
I mean, I'm drinking.
Not even noon yet, boys.
It's
I mean,
fucking,
here, it's fucking 7:30 for me. I'm allowed.
Yeah, he's allowed. He's also Irish. It's kind
He
of
lit-
hard.
Like at one point, he literally just slammed the bottle of gin down right as Patrick started talking.
We got those fucking idiot skids.
Okay, all right. Patrick, continue.
So who gives a shit about Star Wars references anymore? But what you have to understand is that nerd culture was a really different place back then. As much as I still feel kind of weird about how this subculture has gone totally mainstream, I'll be the first to admit that it is way better now than it was back then. Back in the late 90s and early...
No, I disagree entirely, because now you have somebody who just plays like a mobile game and they're like, yeah, I'm a gamer, I'm a nerd.
Well,
and it's like, no, you're fucking not.
Yeah, that does happen, but that's just kind of part and parcel of being mainstreamed. Now, I can
Right.
definitely think there are some things that get better. Like the con scene before the coup happened. That seemed like it was going really well. You had like
Yeah.
a very big crowd, a lot of participation, a lot more accessibility for all the shit.
Yeah.
But then the memorabilia and the products you were being sold were also kind of lower quality. There was a lot more pandering. A lot of the appeal of nerd shit is just how niche it is, how much an individual series or a fucking a rag comic can just very specifically appeal to you and your interests. Whereas when things become mainstream, a lot of it tends to become a lot more samey. So you get more of it. There's more nerd content now than there's ever been, but is it doing the things for the audience that made it mainstream in the first place? Like, I mean, that's kind of something we're not going to know until years from now when another thing becomes the mainstream.
I
Like
think-
the people who grew up in this era, are they going to come away so attached to these characters that they make movies about them the same way that, you know, caused it being mainstream in the first place? Because a lot of the directors, a lot of the creators are people who grew up on this content.
I think that's why stuff like Big Bang Theory kind of really irks me, because it's just quote-unquote surface level nerd shit.
Well,
Like-
yeah, that entire show is just things that like normal people will recognize as being nerdy, and they laugh at that. It's like, ha, he referenced the Star War. Haha, he like took this everyday situation and made it a reference to Star Trek. What a nerd! And then you just get laugh track.
Haha, they play WoW. And it's just like, okay.
That's a nerd thing. It's like, yeah, that entire show is written by someone from the era of nerd being a character selection of fucking high schooler.
I would argue
Which
like
is-
the laugh track
which
for
is-
Big Bang Theory is actually its absolute worst, because at least with Friends, a joke at least happened. With a
Well,
friend.
yeah, in Big Bang, they just did
Yeah.
a thing or had an interaction.
Yeah,
So
I'm
obnoxious.
I'm playing an emulator. Laugh track. What's an emulator? Laugh track. It's like they're not having a conversation. A joke hasn't been said yet.
Yeah, the joke is, look at these fucking nerds, lol.
Yeah, he just said emulator. Who the fuck knows what that is? Probably a nerd, am I right? laugh
Which
track.
is weird
Like,
because we
Jesus
just
Christ.
watched Grandma's Boy, and it's like that felt like a lot more respectful to nerd culture, really, to be honest. Like fuck, we were talking about like I really want to play fucking Demonic. That game looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, Demonic looked fucking awesome. You know what game? Max, you'll get a kick out of this. You know what game it reminded me the most of?
Concrete
Psyops.
Jungle? Oh.
Psyops, the Mindgate Conspiracy. A 2-player game where both 2 players controlled the same person. Like, one person would control the movement, the other person would control, like, the camera.
I never played it, so I don't know. Like I said, the way it looked kind of looked like a weird early build for, like, Concrete Jungle.
Is it because the character design very much looked like a Predator?
No, whenever he threw like a fireball or whatever, like it was the exact same animation as like throwing a fucking throwing disc.
Fair
That's
enough.
it. It's like it looked like a functional build, which is kind of crazy for a fucking
Yeah.
movie. And the fact that like it never came out as anything is kind of bizarre to me.
Nerds. That's what we all are.
Yeah.
I-
But like it's nice to be respected by like other fucking piece of media, which ironically is Grandma's Boy,
Yeah.
an Adam Sandler movie.
I feel like I grew up like I came to nerddom I mean I was always it's okay. I feel like I became really what?
Nothing.
I feel like I became a real nerd around the time that it became acceptable. So I never really I mean I experienced some prejudice just by being smart and the way I acted in the classroom, but as far as my interests, I never got flack for that. And I found a community because of those interests. If I talked to someone and they were into Harry Potter or Doctor Who, it's instantly had all these things that I could discuss with them, and that was a great way to make friends, you know. And like Sir was saying about the conventions, that every time I walked into one of those conventions, I felt like I was home. And I don't think that necessarily I get what you guys are saying about the commercialization and all those things, how it's become maybe less special, but I think that there's still this degree of like these are things that it's acceptable for everyone to like now, but the people who like them the most are the nerds.
Right, but those people who like them the most are probably the ones who are most affected by the way things have changed to accommodate the new audience. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You said that one of your things was Doctor Who. So you were super into Doctor Who when I'm guessing it was the Tennant era, and then the Smith era.
Matt Smith, yeah.
All right, and then just like as that, because I watched all of the Matt Smith ones, and then I watched the Capaldi ones, and that's kind of when I fell off of that show.
Right.
But I could even notice that in the Smith era, a lot of the stories were about its own it took like its own characters, it made them mythological figures in its own canon, so it could kind of like self-aggrandize, and the entire show kind of started blowing smoke up its own ass. And it started making me lose a lot of interest because it felt like they weren't building off of like previous events, or they weren't like building off of like the characters as they were. It was more just like how an outsider sees the characters. This is how they are now, and it all just got so depersonalized.
Sorry.
So, are you still into that show in the same way, or have you been keeping up with it?
Oh,
Or
no, I watched the first season with 13 and then I haven't been keeping up with it.
yeah, so you kind of fell off around the same place I did. But like, what was it that made you just kind of stop going back, or did you think about it? Because a lot of people didn't think about it. It's like that season of the Doctor, even though nobody really has a problem with Capaldi as the Doctor, that's kind of where a lot of the audience just evaporated, and nobody could ever put their finger on why without like going into the way the
Right.
writing worked or how like it was building off the Smith era where the Doctor was now just basically ruined because he's basically a god figure, center point of the universe now. How do we have any kind of stakes or tell an interesting character drama, which is what all of the best episodes were?
I was about to argue, like, from my very limited knowledge of the Matt Smith era, what kind of turned me off from him, honestly, since David Tennant was my Doctor, Matt Smith kind of just, his episodes seem to just be centered around, look how kooky the Doctor is, he waves his screwdriver around, and then
Well,
essentially
yeah, there was
magically
a lot of that
solves
as
the
well.
scenario.
So you know what Flanderizing is, right?
Yes.
River?
Because sort of.
Well, okay, just generally, what it means is when you have a character like Ned Flanders, who is
Oh, okay.
introduced as a character with like a full personality, their own shit going on, but they have like these quirky traits that kind of like identify them. As the show goes on and on and on and on, those traits kind of become the entire character. So anything about how
Oh,
interesting
yeah.
Ned Flanders
A lot of
was
shows
as a
do that.
dad, as a husband, or anything, all of that just got overtaken with like he's this weird kooky Christian guy. That's Flanderization. And it happens
Okay.
a lot, especially in TV
It
shows that
does.
have been running for a very long
Mhm.
time. Basically, it means the writers didn't really know what to do with them, so they just put less and less effort into them, and they basically just became their gimmick. And I
Right.
think that happened to the Doctor in Doctor Who, and you just can't have that. You cannot do that because he's the focal point of the entire narrative. So yeah, doing that to the Doctor, I think, is what really killed that show off. But when you say things like that, you come across as being super critical. Why are you just such an angry fanboy? Why can't you
Yeah,
just
there you go.
let people enjoy the new thing? Why do you have to shit on the new thing just because it's not the thing you fell in love with, River? Why did you stop watching just because it got shit?
Well, I love Matt Smith because partially because of the quirkiness. I don't see a problem with that because it wasn't just quirky. He had so much depth to him. He had there are people, even though he was the youngest Doctor, he had this aura about him that you could tell how old he was. He had the weight of the universe on his shoulders. And
Okay, please, first of all, mute your mic and blow your nose. But secondly,
Yes,
what you're describing is
please.
just
Fuck.
Matt Smith being a good actor. That's not the same as like the character having a lot to work with. Because you take the scenes where Matt Smith as the Doctor, we get to something where he references his own past. He references like the shit he's been through, the shit he's seen. That's good on its own, and Matt Smith acts them very well because the man is just really, really fucking talented. But at the same time, that is like a drop in the ocean, and it's against the tide of everything else that's happening with the character. So by the time we do get to Capaldi, and Capaldi did very much the same thing. He had Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi, they played the Doctor very similar in a lot of ways. It's just Capaldi was very like blunt and straightforward about it, like he was a grouchy old man.
right.
But they both did the same thing, just going off of Tennant and fuck, I forgot his name. 9. Doctor number 9.
Eccleston.
Eccleston, that's it. Yeah. Eccleston kind of really brought in like the kooky, fun guy, but also like a serious war veteran kind of vibe.
Right.
And
yeah,
And then
I
that was
agree.
carried forward. So by the time you get to Smith, it's like, yes, you're quirky, but you've also been through war. Go. And Matt Smith was able to land that. That on its own doesn't save the character. And it doesn't make what was happening in the shows hit harder. It just means that you can look at the emotional highs of a lot of the episodes and you get like these cool moments. But overall, his character didn't really have much to work with because if you remember how that season ended, he basically was like the answer to everything. It's like the question of like who he is just became like the thing to save the cosmos, and it just got so far removed from everything that the character became beloved for.
Yeah, because remember how he was saved. He was literally given an extra life by the gods of essentially Gallifrey, who literally go Doctor Who as the beam of energy shoots out to literally kill all the Cybermen, all the Daleks, like it, and then also save Clara.
But yeah, and the thing that they used as the justification was that they spent the entire season just building up how unimaginably, how incredibly important this character is in the show because of how important he is to the audience. In a weird way, it's kind of similar to what happened with Star Wars, because in the newer Star Wars movies, they didn't want to just build off of the world that was established. They wanted to like really fucking crank out how important the mythology of the characters was, because Luke Skywalker is like a mythological fucking figure in pop culture. They wanted him to be a mythological figure in the narrative. It's the same thing as in Doctor Who. And it just kind of removed him from the world in which he exists. So he just kind of gets hollowed out as a character. This has been a long tangent about a show I'm not even that passionate about.
You son of a bitch.
God forbid Yarp goes on a tangent.
But it was a Doctor Who tangent. How gross.
You watched Doctor Who a little bit.
I watched Tenet.
Yes.
Fuck you, I have standards.
Well, you watched Eccleston and Tenet.
Yeah, Eccleston wasn't that great. Tenet was better. It all downhill from there.
I argue that Eccleston actually was pretty good.
Yeah, I would argue that as well.
You're allowed to be wrong. Tenet's the best.
Okay, so all right, if we're doing like best to worst, just like top 3, Tennant, Eccleston, then Capaldi. Even though the writing in his season was absolute.
I would say I haven't seen any of the Capaldi stuff, so I can't really.
Capaldi feels
he was good as
closer.
the Doctor, but that season it's not even worth watching, really.
Who was the bald guy with the biker jacket?
Oh, that was
Eccleston.
That was Eccleston.
That was
Yeah.
who?
Eccleston.
Eccleston.
That was like
Number
the one
9.
episode I watched then.
Yeah.
With the mannequins.
Oh yeah,
so
that was
the
like
pilot.
the first one.
Yeah, that's the pilot.
Yeah, I didn't watch past that. I watched a little bit of the next one with the human as like a flat piece of paper. And
Oh,
that's all I remember.
moisturize me.
Oh God.
I did like the Doctor's performance. I thought he was a pretty cool dude, but like I just never watched the show.
So, Patrick Willems.
Oh yeah,
Patrick Williams is not a doctor.
Stuff.
He's not a doctor.
If he wasn't, if he was,
oh,
a
he
doctor,
wants you to believe he is.
If he was a doctor, I'd be like, I'm good. I'll just have my leg cut off.
Guess I'll die then.
Yeah.
You're going to doctors wrong.
Oh God!
No,
Kill
no,
me.
no. Oh my God!
I don't
Oh my
want to
God.
say you're enjoying Comic-Con wrong, but you're enjoying Comic-Con wrong.
I don't want to say you're doing
Thousands.
universal healthcare wrong, but you're doing universal healthcare wrong.
I don't want to say you're doing your flu shot wrong, as he just jams the whole needle into your arm, not even on a vein. But you're doing flu shots wrong.
But I'm doing it wrong.
With this vaccine, you don't pay attention to what's in it.
So what are we learning from this? Does he hate cosplayers? Is that his thing?
Well, it's back.
No, he was talking about how nerd culture was different back in the day, and
Yeah, as I say, let's back it up a bit. So we
I mean,
can...
he's not entirely wrong though.
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole
Yeah.
tangent about it.
That's we boiled the we may have gone off on a separate tangent related to Doctor
You know,
Who. But
I've said it before. I'll say it again. Not all gay is a bad
being a
thing.
turtle.
Gatekeeping is not inherently a bad thing. I agree.
Yeah, it's about the context. It's about the execution and why you are trying to gatekeep somebody from your, hobby, interest, whatever.
It's why I jokingly say it, but I actually am kind of serious. It's why heresy posting is that's why it's hold the fucking line with gatekeeping, because as what's recently been happening with Games Workshop, it's oh yeah, fuck this company. For those who don't know, they
might be the next Blizzard.
Time tell. Capcom
for
facing plagiarism accusations. Sega's run by an actual Yakuza, and EA exists, so we don't know.
To quickly explain it to the audience, fuck, as I completely just lost my train of thought.
Games Workshop.
Thank you.
Company.
Games Workshop is a shitty company, especially now, because they recently have declared that all fanship must cease and desist. So Emperor Text to Speech has been shut down. They hired the guy who did Astartes so they could essentially just keep him.
Oh yeah, I came across there was a kid this little Asian kid who was animating all these really cool 40K things, and apparently he got he was told, hey, you're gonna get a job at Game Workshop because you do a good job, but we need you to delete all of your fucking videos. And so he did, and then Game Workshop ghosted him.
Yeah, and then I think the videos were re-uploaded to a Games Workshop channel, but at a lower quality or some shit. And then text to speech, one of the most popular fan creations for that entire fucking universe, is actually fucking indefinite hiatus right now.
Yeah, I watched the video.
And Games Workshop are so explicitly against fan creations.
Yeah, and it made me really fucking sad, because I would argue text to speech is what got me into 40K.
Which is weird, because a lot of the jokes and shit in text to speech only work because they're in jokes for the lore, but at the same time, even though it's a fucking piss take, that explains the lore and the relationships between all of these different characters of the Imperium better than most fucking lore videos.
Yeah, it's
just to give you a general vibe of who each the Primarchs are, or what they're about, what they're doing, and how the Imperium works or doesn't. It's a really fucking well done series.
Yeah, it's half shitpost, half educational series, because it even goes into the history of the universe and shit, with the history of the Necrons and stuff. All right.
Also, in my head, that is forever the actual voice of the Emperor.
The fucking text to speech device.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. To this day, Kitten, Magnus, and the Emperor are just chilling, having conversations about bullshit.
And Rogel Dorn.
It was not Keck. It was cringe, father.
I believe no such sauce product exists, father.
Okay, to bring it back to Patrick Willis. God damn it.
Gone totally mainstream, I'll be the first to admit that it is way better now than it was back then. Back in the late 90s and early 2000s.
That I would hard disagree with.
Yeah, and that's what our tangent was, where we were just
yeah, and I was saying some things have improved from just extra money, extra exposure. There's a lot more indie creators and shit out there now. That's good. That's great.
It's not treated as a social pariah thing either. It's actually accepted, which is kind of cool.
Well, but as much as being treated like a social pariah was a bad thing, it caused your group to be very tight knit.
Yes. True. Being a nerd meant something to you and your friends.
But jumping on the back of that, though, I'm not in. See, I'm kind of half and half on whether or not I'd say that's explicitly a good thing. Because on one hand, yes, at the end of it, because of this, just shared bullshit of other people think we're weird, so we're going to stick together, it gives you a very tight-knit group. On the other hand, it also did this whole I identify myself by the products I consume kind of mentality, where people took such undue pride in the media
But
they were in.
that's America, no matter what.
Yeah, that's kind of how,
Because
like,
even the jocks or the other subcultures are all basically what they consume.
yeah, what sports team do you like? What sport in general do you like? What bands are you listening to? What makeup do you have?
And yeah, and that's not just an American thing. It's like teenagers everywhere will identify themselves by that shit because it's all they have. You know, they're
Right.
teenagers. They're still figuring out who the fuck they are. I think it's just more because of like the circumstances that would make your friend group in that circle so tight knit. You carried that shit into adulthood a lot more strongly than a lot of the other groups did. It's like you don't see, well, I mean, you do see it, but you don't see many goths in their 30s. It's something that they're very much a part of the scene through their late teens, through their 20s, and shit like that. And then they kind of like myself, I was fucking big into like the goth scene when I was late teens, early 20s.
Oh, God.
And I'm still into all the same music. I still wear like a lot of like band t-shirts and shit like that. Most of my clothes are still black. Most of everything I own is actually black now think of it. Just the aesthetic I go for.
Oh
But-
my god.
I know, right?
So you're
Are you a
saying
you-
secret goth?
So hold on. So you're saying you didn't grow
I mean,
out
I
of
was
it?
a goth. I don't know if I am anymore, but like then you just get into like what even counts as goth because I don't dress goth anymore. Really, like black jeans and a band T-shirt and like weird boots.
Maybe
and the whole
maybe
package.
the evolution of goth is just to become a shit poster.
That's true.
Unironically, that is actually kind of true. It's like if you were like a semi-depressed, smart kid in either secondary school or high school, you're probably a shit poster now. That's just how it goes.
That's hitting the
See,
nail on
it's
the
not
head a
the
little
goths
too
have
hard.
disappeared. They've just gone digital.
Yeah, we've evolved.
I hate all of you.
Detroit
I fucking,
become shit poster.
I actively like I may as well be like Homer strangling Bart, but it's Ninja and myself just like God damn it. Why is my fucking play?
But yeah, it's like I find that like the nerd culture of the 90s, as it transitioned into the 2000s and everything went mainstream, you saw a lot of what nowadays we call the typical soy boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's where that came from. It's like these people who had like this very strong identity in their kids' years to their teen years, and they just carried it forward without ever thinking, hey, why am I so into this? Why does buying these things just affirm my sense of self? Why don't I question that more? And I just see it more in the nerd sphere than I do in others. Though maybe that's just an exposure thing.
Could be.
Yeah, I'd imagine like if we were all big like sports people, like we'd go to like those memorabilia shops with like that sell like baseball cards or something.
God, that's fucking.
Buy jerseys and shit.
Well, jerseys are comfy.
I mean, if
Fantasy
you buy a
football.
jersey with like an actual player's name on it, are you basically trying to cosplay as that fucking sports player?
I
Basically.
mean, essentially.
That's a good question.
It's
Most of the time.
that's a like you just hit.
I
some
mean,
sort of nail
even
on
if
the
you
head.
want to go one step further, the people that go to the stadiums and dress up in all kinds of crazy shit, that's absolutely comparable to cosplaying.
You ever heard people talk
With their
about
fucking war paint and shit.
Oh
ever
yeah,
talk
those
about-
guys who are wearing nothing but cargo shorts and war paint.
You ever fucking hear people
Yeah.
talk about fucking fantasy football leagues, dude? They're literally talking about stats.
And
Yeah, it's D&D for jocks.
They're literally talking about like D&D fucking like stats. It's kind of crazy.
And they're also gambling.
No, true.
Yep.
Yep.
Comic books were still deeply uncool. Nerd shit had not taken over Hollywood. It was lame and it was shameful. I had no one in school I could even talk to about this stuff, and I had to hide my interests for fear of relentless mockery. like swirlies and wedgies and the dreaded noogies. Actually, none of those things.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, he kind of put those in the wrong order. He's swirlies, they're normal, but a noogie, now there's fucking terrible.
Yeah, somebody
Like,
rubbing
bruh,
their
what?
knuckle against your head. Yeah, that's well, considering he's bald, that's probably why the noogies eroded his hair away.
Why, he's afraid of getting a fucking friction burn? No, don't touch it. You'll rub off my last 3 hairs on that quadrant of my skull.
Now River won't think I'm nice looking.
Oh no. I'm sorry, River. I failed you.
Patrick Willems just looking at a picture of River, just like, I'm sorry, I lost my remaining hair. You'll never find me attractive again.
Well, there was never a chance of that.
I don't know, you like his hair.
Is it just the hair? So you separate you just see a hairline?
I don't know.
Just put that hair on a mannequin and she's good. She's halfway there.
What?
No.
Don't speak for me.
Oh, are you a strong, independent woman who don't need no man?
Yes,
I mean,
that's
one would
right.
like to assume.
Won't help.
Never happened, but movies and TV taught me that they would. Now back.
Okay, so I've never experienced that. I've been thrown into lockers, but
It's just odd. Like, I know he's trying to be kind of self-deprecating, but it's like he kind of took the air out of his own. Like, he was having kind of a serious moment where he's questions for being a nerd, and then he's like, "Well, none of this stuff actually happened to me, though." Then what was your fucking issue?
Why is he
Patrick?
talking about it like it's a thing?
Yeah.
Then, most of us comic book nerds were straight white males from middle-class backgrounds. But we felt...
Oh, he said it.
Why?
He said the thing.
Whoa. Back it up a little bit. Like,
hold.
What did he say? Is that all straight? As a
Now back
brownie,
then, most of us comic book nerds were straight white males from middle-class backgrounds. But we felt...
That's so, like, disingenuous.
What does that mean?
Well, it's also racist as fuck and sexist as fuck.
Well, it's also it's juxtaposed against the clips he showed of Comic-Con, which very much showed like a mixed crowd of like people of all walks of life.
He showed a black Superman.
Yeah.
And a Batman. Like the mecha Batman guy was black as well. There's and then there's like well, I'm not going to assign a nationality, but like darker skinned Catwoman there as well. It's like, yeah, a mix of people. But now he's talking about like his own background, and he said, I didn't have anybody to talk about with like nerd shit at school, so he actually didn't have a crowd. But now he's saying we were all middle class white guys. It's like it feels like he's just filled in a blank with what he thinks is the correct answer, even though it doesn't line up with the evidence he's just shown.
Yeah. Doesn't match shit.
Felt like
Also,
a
meme
person.
in chat.
Hmm?
I posted a meme in chat.
No, hold on, is it worth putting up or?
Probably not.
Okay.
Persecuted group. And so Kevin Smith became a kind of hero. Years before Seth Cohen made nerds cool, Smith was at least making them moderately respectable. If you wanted to watch that acclaimed new film you read about in The Times, it meant that you had to deal with a bunch of hyper-specific comic book information. And outside of the movies, Smith was the perfect representative for nerd culture. He was intelligent and eloquent while also...
Did you, though? He keeps pointing to Chasing Amy and being like, in film, you have to be immersed in comic book culture. And I would argue that you don't.
No, you really don't. In fact, even if you haven't been immersed in comic book culture at all, really, you can still get a lot of it. Even in the
Yeah.
movies that do reference, like in Mallrats, you don't need to be immersed in comic book culture to know what's going on. You know who these guys are. Like, you
Yeah.
get their vibe. Clerks, I'd say, is probably the most extreme example because you kind of need to know what those movies are to even know what conversation they're having.
Right. Which they kind of bring up during the conversation when the contractor guy kind of inserts himself into the conversation. Because he would basically be the equivalent of a Norm.
Yeah, he has like no idea about the movie or anything.
Yeah, he's like, "Excuse me, what are you guys talking about?" And but then even him, because films, is like, "Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about now that I like the ending to this movie." He's like, "Oh yeah, exactly, I know what you're talking
about."
Also being profane and crude, and above all else, funny. I would rent and gladly watch the entirety of the 3-hour and 45-minute DVD, An Evening with Kevin Smith, which was just a collection of filmed speaking engagements where he told stories about being hired to write a Superman movie that never got made. And even today, I can acknowledge, it's a good story. Before the first X-Men movie and the first Spider-Man movie, there was Kevin Smith, making this uncool, nerdy shit that I loved seem actually socially acceptable, and showing that sure, comic book fans might be weirdos in basements, but they were fun weirdos in basements. And in a move that...
What?
Okay, so he's just pointing at that, like, he felt represented by the movies, and that just made Kevin Smith his hero? Is that kind of the general angle here?
It feels like Kevin Smith did a thing. Patrick Williams would just go, "I do that."
Yeah, so?
I think the generalization he's trying to make is that before Kevin Smith, you wouldn't even get this level of acknowledgement.
Yeah, nerd shit just wasn't in pop culture at all.
Okay.
That obviously
not on the
set
big
our
screen, at least.
Yeah, that's what I'll pre that.
Yeah, not in movies that everybody was seeing and talking about.
Right. And so for him to not only represent nerd culture on the big screen, but to represent them in a positive light was like, holy shit.
Yeah, because you had nerds in movies prior to this, obviously, but they would always be like the archetype and kind of laughed at for it.
Yeah.
Nerd brains on fire, he put all of his movies in a shared cinematic universe. Just like the MCU would decades later, he rewarded those of us who paid close attention, who caught that Allison's friend that she mentions in Chasing Amy is also Dante's ex-girlfriend from Clerks. Sure, these might just seem like goofy comedies, but there was lore, man. Continuity. It's all connected. Snoochie boochies. Walking through my parents' old barn, I'm thinking back to when Clerks 2 was released, just weeks before I left for my freshman year of college. An accidental moment of beautiful symbolism. It was the last Kevin Smith movie I would see in theaters, and the last time I would ever care that much. I watched it, I enjoyed it, and I haven't seen it since. In college, I majored in cinema studies. It's not like I immediately bought a beret and started worshiping Godard, although there was that one semester I started wearing bucket hats and got way too into Nancy Meyers' The Holiday. But the point is, I was introduced to a ton of new...
does own a beret. I'm calling that right now.
Yeah, he totally does.
Would that just add on to the hair?
Actually, no, yeah, we need kind of like the running tally of this. Beret, would they put him up or down? I'm gonna go with down, but like, you know, your rating's different.
I think it would make it better.
Oh no. Well, actually, at least that would cover up the balding.
Yes, that's the point.
Yeah, but you're covering it up with a fucking beret. That's worse.
Eesh. Yeah, that's not good.
new movies, I spent a ton of time studying film, and the result was that I broadened my taste. And I did have to watch a lot of Godard movies for class, but honestly, I was kinda lukewarm on them. It's not that I stopped liking Kevin Smith movies, it's that I stopped thinking about them. I don't think I revisited any of them in that 4-year span. I saw Zack and Miri make a porno when it came out on DVD, and I enjoyed it, even if it kind of felt like a lesser version of a Judd Apatow movie. And then came the Sundance Film Festival in
Ninja, you've seen Zack and Miri. Is that comparison apt at all?
No.
I'm not familiar with Judd Apatow movies.
It's actually Judd Apatow movies are like Super Bad, 40-Year-Old Virgin, Knocked Up, those kind of things.
I don't know if it's a lesser one of those, because I think it's at least on par, if not better than most of them.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's actually a very don't get me wrong, it's raunchy and it's crass, but it actually is very like heartwarming, and it has a very genuine love story in it. It's pretty fucking touching.
It's actually a pretty nice movie.
Yeah. That's the thing. Most people are put off by the time. Oh my god, this filth. And don't get me wrong, there's some filth in it for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But if you pick through that, there is actually a really touching romance in that movie.
I guess like the stuff in terms of like it's coming from like Red Letter Media, from how they described Judd Apatow, is that basically turn on the camera and just improvise. But the great thing about it was that he had actors and comedians that were actually decent at it, not like Paul Feig, where it's just throw SNL alumni in a camera and then just film.
I would say Judd Apatow writes a lot from like his past.
Yeah, it seems
and
like.
Go ahead.
The formula for a Judd Apatow movie seems to be like nerdy guy pines after a good-looking girl, and over the course of the movie wins her heart. And I like that. I like the idea that the nerdy person can get the girl, and that love wins out.
Yeah, Zack and Miri is definitely fucking not that though.
What do you mean?
Well, it's not the idea of a nerdy guy getting the girl. I mean, it is a cute story, but it's not that at all.
It kind of is.
I don't want to go too far into it because we still kind of do want to watch it with everybody. But yeah,
okay.
I mean, if you oversimplified it down to the skeleton, it kind of is that, but there is a lot of extra context you're taking out to get to that oversimplification.
Exactly, and I feel like the context you're taking out is disingenuous to what the actual story is, because that's not the point. Because what I'm described as like a Judd Apatow film is like he's trying to get the girl. Like it's not about trying to get the girl in that movie. It just happens to be what happens, because what they do.
Yeah. They make a porno.
Well, yeah.
As you do.
As you do. And, you have to do stuff to make a porno. Otherwise, it's just a movie.
Incident of 2011. I wasn't there, but I read about it. Here, clearly worked up over the poor box office performance of his recent movies and the negative critical reaction to his latest film, Cop Out, Smith pulled a weird publicity stunt. He held an auction for the distribution rights to his new movie, Red State, and then sold it to himself for $20. He announced that he would host screenings for his fans and charge $100 for tickets. He started a feud with the entire idea of movie critics and refused to let them see the movie, which seemed wildly hypocritical for a guy who used to talk about how much he valued critics, whose career launched because critics championed Clerks, who publicly thanked Matt Zoller Seitz for his reviews that inspired him to evolve as an artist and make Chasing Amy. On stage, in his
Wasn't it because at this point fucking critics panned fucking Jersey Girl and Cop Out? Like, so he was kind of just done with Hollywood in general?
I think it was more of like a build thing, and that was just kind of the wave that crumbled it all. But up until that point, he found that a lot of critics were kind of just vapid, or they were dealing in too much meta shit and not talking about the movie. I remember that being a big sticking point for him. They were talking about Hollywood drama bullshit instead of how good the movie was. I can't remember what movie he was talking about that in reference to, because I know it was kind of like specifically the reception to one of his movies. But I think that was just kind of one of the things on his list of just reasons to not give a shit about critical reception in Hollywood. And boy,
and there were several of his movies where like the critics didn't really get it or they didn't really like it, but the fans loved it. And he was somebody that always had a bigger,
the biggest one of those.
Yeah, and it's always he. At least back then, he had a big emphasis on he made movies for the fans. He didn't give a shit what the critics thought. If the fans loved it, he was happy with that. Now it feels like he's done kind of a 180. Definitely. He literally doesn't give a shit what the fans think as long as the critics love it.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's mad.
Yeah, it's why his whole thing about review bombing, like, it was just like, oh, Captain Marvel and the boys are in this camp, I'm in good company, and it's just like, it could be that those things are just shit.
Also, yeah, nobody makes a distinction between review bombing and just getting bad reviews.
Yeah.
Well, you have to understand why Kevin Smith has a high standard when it comes to Captain Marvel.
Yes, it's because of, like, especially with the Stan Lee cameo, like...
It's the Stan Lee thing, and it's he was featured in a Marvel movie. A lot of tied up in that movie for him, subjectively.
I get that. It's why I'm not gonna... As much as we make fun of the crying Kevin Smith meme, for Captain Marvel, like, he totally has, like, every right to kind of bawl his eyes out, because, yeah, there's a lot of emotional weight behind that. Just like how at the end of Jersey Girl, there was the tribute to his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what was his not Rise of Skywalker, that was just him kind of balling out with a trailer. But what was something that triggered the same reaction, but he was thinking about his dad? There was something related to that. I might just be talking out of my ass for a moment.
There was the time, I think it was for The Force Awakens, when he got to actually go and, like, go on the Millennium Falcon. And he kind of cried about that. I don't remember if there was a specific tie-in to that with his dad, but it was kind of a surreal experience for him, to think that he had made it, essentially, because, like, Star Wars kind of helped jumpstart his career in a lot of ways. And so for him to kind of come full circle and it's like, holy shit, I'm there. Like, I'm on set. He was in The Rise of Skywalker. So for him, that's like, fuck, man, that's dream come true, Like, he's not the joke director that he used to be back in the 90s, where nobody really going to ever be super successful. His movies didn't pull in bank at the box office, he had a cult following, but he was not... Nobody would have been like, oh, he's going to be the next, really big guy. It's like, no.
Yeah, we were surprised when we were looking at Mallrats that it just barely make its money back.
No.
It didn't.
Box office wise, it didn't even.
Oh,
it
wow.
lost hella money.
Yeah, I think it was like a 50% like loss or whatever.
Yeah.
Custom hockey jersey, having gradually transformed physically into a cartoon version of himself, Kevin Smith was announcing that he would now refuse to engage with anyone outside of his cult-like legion of die-hard fans. And here I realized that I was no longer a member of that group. There was a time when I might have paid $100 to see his new movie and hear him talk, but that time had passed. With his podcast empire and speaking engagements and reality TV show, he had built a bubble for himself where he never had to be challenged and no longer had to appeal to a wider audience. Over the years, his constant self-deprecating...
Can you imagine doing that, Patrick Willems? Can you imagine?
Yeah. Can you imagine just specifically building your own bubble and not really listening to outside influences?
Dismissing them outright and saying that they're useless.
Kidding.
Also, I as much as it kind of is painful, at the same time, it is kind of just part of moving on as an adult to realize when you're not part of like a fan group anymore. That's normally when you find the new thing that you like we talk about with the Last Jedi being so divisive. It's when pretty much most of us decided like we were no longer quote Star Wars fans.
I don't know, because I still enjoy the things about Star Wars that I enjoy. Like I don't know if I agree with that. Sure, all the new shit's garbage, but like I could still enjoy like Republic Commando, KOTOR, and all that shit.
I guess you have to make the distinction between, do I still enjoy some Star Wars shit that I used to love, or do I consider myself like a Star Wars fan as an identity marker? And that's just never been me.
Right.
It's like, but I'm like almost unusually hardcore about not trying to do that thing I did as a teenager. It's like I try to catch myself identifying with like brands or using them as like a source of like my sense of identity. It's like it's a big old thing for me. I don't like it.
Yeah, once you got out of that, you're like trying your damnedest not to fall back in.
Well, yeah, it's very much just a teenager mindset, and a lot of it just happens naturally. I hit my 20s, I was in college, I had like other shit going on that wasn't tied to media I was consuming. It was more just the kinds of people I was talking to, the kind of girls I was dating, that kind of shit. It's like, I've got life things that are changing how I identify or the way I think or the way I describe things. So it's not like when I was 15 and my only point of reference was whatever random bullshit I was watching on the early internet.
Fair enough.
Like, even I feel like, as someone who is totally has identified myself with, these groups and fandoms and stuff, over time, I've kind of moved away from that, like, as it may just be the product of these things kind of ending, like Harry Potter and Game of Thrones and those fandoms not being as prominent as they once were. But I feel like I've moved on to, trying to find other things that make me happy.
Comments about how bad he was at directing and visual storytelling.
I'm not a good director and blah, blah, blah.
Had stopped being charming and become kind of pathetic. When he told a story about how Bruce Willis blew up at him on set for not knowing what the different lenses did, sure, Willis does seem like kind of an asshole, but he has a point. If you've been directing movies professionally for 15 years and still don't know the difference between different lenses, dude, that's just lazy and incompetent. It's crazy to think.
Or he might not have needed to fucking know the difference because he never used any different lenses, Patrick.
Okay, so his hot take is that Bruce Willis was right on the set of Cop Out. That's oh boy.
Yeah, that's a position to defend, I guess.
So is that literally all it was? Because I don't trust Patrick.
No, let's give context.
What is the actual? I have no clue what happened on this thing, Cop Out. I just thought Cop Out was a shit movie.
Yeah, Ninja,
What
could you
happened?
please provide context for the audience?
Okay, so Kevin Smith had always really wanted to work with Bruce Willis. I mean, he grew up watching movies like Die Hard and stuff like that. So he had briefly gotten a chance to work on one of the Die Hard movies, but that was like Kevin Smith doing a very, very small part in a Bruce Willis movie. Cop Out was the first time that Kevin Smith was going to get a chance to professionally direct Bruce Willis in a Kevin Smith movie. So I don't know if there was something going on with Bruce personally, but apparently from day one, when he shows up on set, he continually showed up late, made everybody else wait for his ass to show up. And then basically when Kevin tried to call him on it, he's like, I show up when I show up and you guys kind of all work around me. He would demean Kevin or, contradict Kevin in front of cast and crew. He kind of like actor try to cut instead of the fucking director calling cut, like that kind of shit. He would argue with Kevin constantly about the character or the choices of the character or the choices of what the character was supposed to do in a scene, just constantly giving him hell, if he even bothered to turn up at all. So it got to the point where they would have to do the same scene multiple fucking times just to get a decent take. And there are certain scenes in Cop Out where Kevin would argue they never got a decent take. They literally just went with the best one they had. But Bruce would refuse to do another shot, refuse to do another take or whatever. Fuck it. Bruce was an absolute asshole to him the entire time.
It's why when he had Ryan Johnson on his podcast, he was actually praising Ryan, but it's like, oh, for once you actually got Bruce to cooperate.
That sucks.
It does.
And
he was really down about it.
And like, I can kind of understand the whole thing about the camera thing, but like I said, I don't trust Patrick to like give the full context of what it was. And clearly, there was a lot more shit going on. So
well, if you take out the specifics of giving Kevin shit because he's saying, okay, you've been a director, say 15 years, and let's say there's 3 different types of lenses. If you've been a director 15 years and you don't know the different 3 types of lenses, does that make you a bad director? And it's like, no, not necessarily. No. It depends on the context. Like, if you're constantly using the wrong lens for argument there, but he doesn't. Like, he uses the one lens and he knows how to use the lens. So, what the problem is?
Yeah, it's like if, like, say, I just started using Premiere while editing one of Ninja's videos, and I make like some basic editing bug, and then Ninja would start giving me shit. It's like, how do you not know the difference? Like with this program, it's like, I'm better with fucking Vegas. It's fucking weird.
That this was the guy who Roger Ebert had once called one of the most talented writers in the movies today. And then, as the years went on, he kept making movies and kept recording podcasts and hosting TV specials, but it all seemed to be aimed at that hardcore group of fans. Kevin Smith, the filmmaker, had faded away and been replaced by Kevin Smith, the personality. In 2016,
that's disingenuous as fuck.
Yeah, that seems disingenuous.
I would also argue that happened later on, not at this exact moment that Patrick is saying.
Well, yeah, the reason that Smith was catering to his fans is because they're the ones who got him is. Like Chasing Amy, or not Chasing Amy, Mallrats is a perfect example. That film, but because of its success on DVD sales, why would you not cater to that base?
Yeah. That's
And
kinda
even
just
the way
it.
I described earlier, how a lot of the jokes and how Yoga Hosers and Tusk, a lot of things in those movies, it's references to the podcast. It's in jokes from the podcast. So he's making movies with his friends for the audience he already has. He's not really trying to do the Hollywood thing.
Yeah. And those are the people that pay him consistently enough to keep. So, again, why would you be mad at an artist or a director or whatever for making things for their fans?
Or for the people who actually like buy their product.
This is especially weird when especially from a new viewer perspective of Patrick Willems, they're not gonna want to see any of his other shit. Like what's the name of the fucking coconut?
Charles.
Yeah, no new viewer is gonna fucking buy a Charles plushie. Like his diehard, like his fans that were
did
already
you not
watching.
hear? It's really popular with like women from 18 to 35.
No.
Apparently.
No.
Did you not hear him say that? Because he definitely said that.
Yeah, that
which
was
means
said.
it must be true.
No.
Why would he say it if it wasn't true?
Because he's a fucking liar.
What? Patrick
You can't just
Willems
call someone a liar.
would never lie.
I will say it to his
You're
fucking
insulting
face.
movie critics wrong.
You're insulting.
I will say it to his goddamn face. I will walk up to Patrick Willems' bald fucking face and tell him that he's a goddamn liar.
Dude, he doesn't have a bald face. Do you see them fucking eyebrows?
He's got hair.
And a beard.
Yeah, he's a fuzzy looking man.
That's a beard like with an asterisk after the end of it.
He's got more on his face than he does on his head.
Got him, Your Honor.
Is that what is
Your
that?
Honor, I just witnessed a murder.
Hold on, River. Does that add to the equation? Does the beard do anything for you?
Oh my god.
No, she needs the beret, and then whatever the equivalent of.
Oh no! You cut out. You cut out just at the fucking right timing.
Oh god damn it!
Is it the turtleneck?
Yeah, the turtleneck is the equivalent of a beard beret.
No turtleneck is acceptable unless it's a tactile neck.
That doesn't look very tactical.
Yeah.
Nor does he look like.
What he really needs is the elbow pads. That would do it.
God, the suede pads. Yeah.
Wait, is that shirt black or slightly darker black?
I don't fucking know. Does it have a logo I care about? No. Fuck off.
Wow, what a consumer.
Well, this is actually fair enough on that call out.
Yeah, all of his shirts are superhero shirts.
Well, it's either they're blank shirts that are just planning to be as inconspicuous as possible, or it's just superhero or movie. I don't even think I have any movie shirts left. Moving on. Come on, play button.
At San Diego Comic-Con, one day at the Hilton Bayfront Hotel, I ended up in the same elevator as Kevin Smith. Every other person in the elevator got a selfie with him, and I thought about how much I would be freaking out about this a decade earlier, but now I just didn't really care. Had I moved on? Had I lost the part of me that once cared about whether Ben Grimm's penis was made of rocks? I guess so. I will admit, though,
that you just calm down as a human being. I look back to my teenage years where I actively looked to Will Wheaton and told him like I didn't mind Wesley Crusher to his face at Comic-Con. Yeah, that's not like learning how to properly talk to other human beings and act. That's part of growing up. Jesus Christ, Patrick.
I mean, why pass up the opportunity for a free?
No, like, dude, it's like.
Yeah.
This is a really weird thing, and it's like, oh, I'm so cool, I rejected it. It's like, dude, what? Like, you think Kevin Smith is a worthless person now? Like, you don't have any value in like who he is? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I wouldn't want to selfie with
cunt.
Kevin Smith, even if he was at like peak Mallrats. I'd be like, oh, he's in the room. Moving on.
Wow.
You're just weird like that.
Yeah, you're really weird.
Dude, I would take a picture with him if he was f***ing sobbing like a bitch.
Like, yeah,
I'd take a picture with fucking Jen or Harley.
Yeah.
I'd take a picture with Harley and her boyfriend, and then later face over face.
I would especially take a picture with Kevin Smith if he was crying like a bitch. I think that'd be great.
Exactly.
Hold on. You'd use it for shit posting purposes, not because you actually want to take a picture with Kevin Smith.
It's still inherently valuing the opportunity to take a picture.
Yeah, it's like I don't actually value taking a picture with any celebrity. Like I don't do that. Like I don't have that mindset where, oh my god, this person is in a movie. They're super important. I'm like super honored to be in their presence. Like that's just not me. I don't think that way.
Yeah,
Instead, you're like, God, this is shit posting ammo.
Yeah, just loading the shit posting magazine.
No, like, am I the one that gives a shit about shit posting anymore?
No, there's like a really dickish way to do it, where it's like, oh hey, fucking Kevin Smith, I'm a huge fan. Hey, can I get a picture? And he's like, oh yeah, sure, man. I was like, I put my arm around, and I was like, and I see that he's smiling as I hold the phone. I was like, oh, no. Could you cry like a bitch for me? Cool, thanks.
Thanks, man. Just remind him his dog died.
I was gonna say, remind him of his dad.
No, sell it. Like, be like, oh yeah, like my dog.
Oh yeah, it's like, yeah, man, your movie's got me through a really hard time because my dad's dog died. And like,
the tears instantly just start filling the elevator.
Too fucking manipulative. It's too fucking insidious. I wouldn't do
sounds,
that.
yeah. Like even now, I'm like, that might be too much. Actually, fuck that. It's horrible.
I just start backing.
Sorry,
away.
hypothetical Kevin Smith.
Sorry, hypothetical Kevin Smith.
I'm not sorry.
Wow, what a tosser.
No, I'm just not a. I'm not a selfie guy. So if everyone was like just
I'm not
losing
either.
them.
Okay, Patrick. You're in the elevator. Everyone's already taking. Why would you say no? That kind of makes you the weird guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just good.
Yeah, like it's like like that actually is very fucking weird. It's like, wait, yeah, like and they're in the elevator. Everybody took a selfie, but me, and it's like,
but
did you go like?
It's not a big
does
deal.
That mean you were like, it's like I know, but like, does that mean you were like, oh, who's this guy? But you're no.
No, I'm just like, I'm good.
No, but like I'm saying,
think
about think about the context of that fucking thing. Like, oh, he was just like, oh yeah, these people are taking selfies with this guy, and it's like, oh, I know who Kevin Smith is, but I don't want to take a selfie. It's like, all right.
Yeah, because he probably wants to be left alone.
He's literally taking selfies with everyone else in the elevator for free.
Yeah, they're bothering him.
Dude,
it's Kevin Smith at fucking Comic-Con.
Really think Kevin
Yeah,
Smith
it's literally why he's fucking there.
I was about to say, like, he actually, like, really, dude?
No, sorry, that might be me applying my.
Patrick Williams is probably not the only disingenuous person in this thing, I guess.
Hold on, that might be.
He'd be more offended by you, like, rejecting.
But yeah, it would just be the things like everyone gets a fucking selfie, and he's like, "Oh, all right, hey man, you want one too?" And he's like, "You're the only one who's like, yeah, no thanks." He's like, "Oh, yeah."
I wouldn't say it like that. I'd be like, you're probably really tired. You've been doing stuff all day. Like, oh no, you can. I'm good. Like, I'm good. You can.
Dude, you're literally locked in an elevator. You're already there. Everyone else is already taking a picture. You are literally the weird person for not.
I was also going to admit that. Hold on. I was also going to say I think I'm accidentally putting my own antisocial like tendencies onto other people as well, assuming that they would also want to be.
But you realize this is what creates the awkward moment. Is like you're literally dragging out the situation by saying, like, it takes you longer to refuse and try to be polite.
Oh no! Than
it would for just to take the fucking picture.
Sorry, I would not go to. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Let me recontextualize that. No, hold on. No, let me recontextualize it because I didn't think about that. No, if he comes up to me, like, I won't refuse, but I will not go to him because he probably wants to be left alone.
Okay, stop. You are in a fucking elevator. The biggest elevator I have ever been in was like 10 feet by 10 feet. Okay, this is not a large space. Let's assume there is somewhere between 6 to 10 people in this elevator. 2 of those people are you and Kevin fucking Smith. Okay? So everyone else has recognized, oh my God, this is Kevin Smith. Let's get a picture. So everybody's taking turns doing a selfie with Kevin Smith. You are now the one person in the elevator that has gone up to him and taken a selfie. So how are you going to turn that down in a way that's not awkward?
Assuming I'm in the elevator in the first place, because you just said insinuated crowded elevator.
That's his story! That's his story!
Yeah,
that's what Patrick just
premise.
fucking said!
Fair enough. That's the problem when you switch the person, because I flat out wouldn't be in an elevator with another person. I ride the elevator alone.
What the fuck? What does that mean?
At a crowded convention, you would be an asshole to do that.
Oh no,
those things are
just waiting
no,
in the elevator
no.
for an exceedingly long time, waiting to get into it.
No,
by
then
yourself.
I'll just take the stairs, so because I don't want to bother anyone.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Stairs are healthy for you, I guess.
So hold on, you're so determined not to share an elevator with another human being that you will take the stairs because you think your very presence in the elevator will bother other people.
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I've been told
But,
my
dude,
very presence bothers
what if your presence
people
bothers
around me?
people on the stairs?
That's
actually more troublesome.
Yeah,
because
like
if you
ass.
pass someone on the stairs, that's like.
Well, that's why I tried
You're gonna have to put your hand on the railing, and other people have touched that.
Or like imagine a couple people trying to have like a romantic moment together, and they're like in the stairwell because nobody's taking.
Okay,
go
to
because no one ever takes the stairs.
Interrupted them.
Stairs.
You son of a bitch!
And it's like you've actively cockblocked somebody. Like so there.
Go get a room then, you fucking animals.
Comic-Con.
Do you know how hard it is to get a room at Comic-Con? Shit is sold out, son.
Dude, it's sold out like years in advance. Like
yeah.
Also, Comic-Con audiences are horny as fuck.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's mostly fucking.
Hey, what happens at Comic-Con stays at Comic-Con.
Hey man.
Allegedly, unless it gets on camera.
Hey.
Oh. So
Also,
anyway,
if
Patrick
we go
Williams
to
is a
Comic-
disrespectful asshole.
To concede the argument of the super antisocial asshole, yes, if he walked up, if like we're in the elevator, I would not refuse the selfie.
That's all we want.
See, we just wanted you to be normal. That's all we wanted.
No.
We just wanted you to be Ant-Man. Just take the picture.
Take the damn phone.
Like, dude, that's literally what it was. Like, you don't realize it's exactly what this was. It's like, do you not want a picture?
Remember, I have basically been told my very presence bothers almost everyone around me.
Kevin Smith.
Well, in theory, it does. Like literally, by definition.
Yeah, that's true. Like, it's.
So in order to minimize that, I always try to get myself out of the equation.
That's a healthy coping mechanism.
Just slightly.
Yay. Hooray for my
Yay.
hooray for my absolute poor mental health that will take years to actually even get somewhat better.
Hooray, a celebration of being losers.
So, he seemed like a perfectly nice guy, and of course, he smelled like weed. But now I was curious. Do these movies hold up at all in 2020?
Yes.
Is there still a part of me that feels any connection to them? Are Jay and Silent Bob still funny? Well, I think it's time to find out. I rummaged through the attic until I found the box with all my old DVDs.
Fuck off, no you didn't. You just found them on streaming services like everyone else. You just want the imagery. Even though, look, you can see that he has like a fucking room light propped into the corner of the attic that just makes it look more cinematic. And this is kind of the pretentious shit that we all talk about with
He's
this
a
guy,
filmmaker, don't you fucking know?
Yeah, he keeps doing this shit because he wants to capture the vibe of like going back to the house where he's all these memories and going through the act, find the old DVDs and so that. So we know you didn't do this, motherfucker. Just talk like a normal person. Just say what you actually did. You went back to some movies that you have nostalgic feelings for to see if they held up. It's fine. You're allowed. You don't have to have a fucking song and dance about it.
I went back to my parents' place, cut to two middle-aged people. Who are you? Seems about right.
What are you doing in our house?
Who?
Get out of our DVD collection. What the fuck?
I'm calling the cops.
Why did you put a light there?
Please stop sending coconuts to our house. We don't know you.
Why'd you give us a
please
painting
stop
of
sending us stuffed animal coconuts? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, you're not even sending actual coconuts that we could at least use for like cooking or at least drinking.
Yeah, they're all
out of.
hollowed out and they've got googly eyes on them.
What's all things to the library?
Not yet, Mum. Not yet. And for the full experience, I dug out the machine that I watched every one of these on back in high school.
Again, Slur and I are gonna press X out. You just turned on your PS5 and
yeah, there's fucking no way.
You just went on to Amazon Prime, paid X amount of dollars for a rental.
Even if he did, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Even if he did, why? What about that would make the viewing experience different or better in any way?
If anything,
I mean, okay,
he's kind of setting
if
himself...
we're going to give him that benefit of the doubt, it's like busting out the old PS2, like if I still had it in the attic somewhere. It's like going up, finding the old PS2, and I still had like a couple of my games up there, and I have a bunch of my old DVDs, and I'm having like a big fucking nostalgic baby fest where I'm just going to wallow in my feelings for a while. Yeah, I completely get that vibe. I've been there. I've done shit like that. But it's more of a private thing. And it's always more genuine. Like, you don't do that and then, like, okay, I found my fucking PlayStation 2 up in the attic. I'm going to set up a floodlight. I'm going to have one of, like, those, the reflective white umbrella things that photographers have. I'm going to put one of those over there. I'm not going to touch the thing because I want the dust on the PS2 to be pristine for when I get the camera. It's the production. The production makes it all feel so very fake.
Also, I just realized this, he's kind of setting it up so that when he says they don't hold up, it's because, like, I set it up exactly how it was when I was a kid, but I'm not a kid anymore. It's like...
Well, here's the thing. If he said that exact line, but instead of all of this, he just clearly had a handheld camera, and he's shown us how his... like a PS2 with some old DVDs beside it was hooked up to his like new TV, that would immediately just be more honest. Because if that was the shot he used, like just on a visual language basis, I would read that as so much more likely that he actually just got his PS2 and some DVDs.
Yeah, if it honestly was just whoop, there it is.
Yeah, it's like, here it is. Here's my PS2, and it's actually hooked up to my fucking TV. Look at that.
Or hell, even fucking do the cool thing of like not even showing it, but like listening to the startup noise when he fucking turns it on.
I just want to know how far he's going to go. It's like, I went up to the attic and I got like all these DVDs out of a box and I fucking dusted off my PS2 and I went and I bought a CRT TV and I fucking like, I took a bunch of drugs to make myself depressed just like I was when I was 17. And
no,
like,
I bought a metric shit ton of weed.
I mean, you can do that in your 30s. I mean, it's actually easier to do when you're older. Weed was fucking difficult to find as a teenager.
I wouldn't know.
You had to know. It's like, as an adult, everybody knows someone who can get them weed. As a teenager, you had to know someone who knew someone. It was a whole extra step in the process.
No, I remember I still resisted it despite the fact I lived in California, a state where it was legal for recreational use, and I was just like, no thanks. I am not...
No way, friend.
Not for me. I'm straight edge, and immediately becomes a fucking alcoholic. It's like, nice job, man.
Actually, you're actually not wrong, because that's how I was.
Oh, that's the joke.
It's like, oh, I'm not 21. I can't have that alcoholic beverage just yet. Turns 21, slams the bottle of Jack down, and drinks like an entire
did you
six-pack.
actually wait until you were 20 fucking one?
Yes, you did.
Oh my god. Okay, well, it's common everywhere to drink underage, but it's like really common here. It's like I was drinking underage, and then when I turned 18, I went to my uncle's wedding in New York and I drank underage again.
It's really common here too. Don't let fucking Wyatt tell you it's different.
No, I'll admit I was the square. Because it was illegal.
What do you mean was?
Hey. I drank.
Yeah, because you're just so fucking cool now.
Yeah, he's round now. No more square.
Hey, he's very cool to me.
Ew.
That was both
Did you
sweet.
just do romantic stuff on the air? Gross.
That was sweet, but I had to almost fling something back, but I was like, nah, for once I'll actually be a human being and accept this compliment.
Are happy together too. Ugh.
Ugh. God, functional relationships? Ugh.
Other people's joy sickens me.
God. So 2014.
So current here.
Oh, you're happy? Fucking cringe.
You actually enjoy the other person you live with's company? How fucking
You're not
cringe,
miserable
bro.
and depressed? Ugh.
Well, hold on. I am. I just have somebody to share that with.
Yes, that's right. we're miserable together.
There you go.
That just makes it sound like we just sit in the dark room being depressed, but at least we hold hands.
Wait, do you not?
No, we'll just chow down on whatever junk food we can get our hands on.
That's
a difference without a distinction.
Yeah. That's too close to home.
Distinction
You know
without a
it.
difference. My bad. Whatever.
Like, hey babe, you want to sit in the dark and eat ice cream?
She's like,
No,
shit, you
Taco
bet your
Bell.
ass. Yeah, it's like,
I actually was just
Son of
eating
a
ice
bitch,
cream.
I'm in.
yeah, it's like, hey, do you want to spend like $8 and get a mountain of fucking Taco Bell? And she's just like, you bet your ass I do. Proceed.
That's right. And this is why we're together.
Hey.
Hey guys, we did it.
Hooray for metaphor.
Hooray for
The
health,
cringe
I guess.
has been defeated.
Oh no. It's never ogre.
So PS2.
So speaking of cringe,
yeah,
Patrick Williams.
Yes, perfect example.
Hey, I didn't do it this time! Now you get to yell at Ninja later.
You didn't segue me properly. Just like fucking slap her out.
You didn't say God bless you.
You didn't say God bless you. Okay.
Old PlayStation 2. Then I popped in disc 1 of my Clerks 10th Anniversary Edition DVD and pressed play.
He's standing it wrong.
Also, I hate those people that fucking put it vertically. No, it's horizontal.
You can't do that without the mount. If you don't have the mount,
Oh yeah, it'll burn up.
Okay, so let's look at his list. Clerks, Mars, Cheese Gaming Dog is pretty much the same as us, minus the reboot.
Mm-hmm.
So
he'll talk about it later, though.
Oh, he does talk about it. Okay, well, I'll say, well, if he doesn't talk about it, that's fine. But it's like, oh no, he does. Great.
So yeah, these
You know
are all
what
the
that
films
is?
we watched.
That's
Honestly,
fucking
in terms of sheer just the most fun out of those viewings, it definitely was a tie between Mallrats and Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. That was like Jay and Silent
I don't
Bob
know,
Strike
Doc.
Back. I was having such a fun fucking time.
Dogman was pretty up there.
I really like Clerks too.
Yeah, Clerks 2
Hey.
is real fucking good.
Hey, faggot. They're not gay. They're hobbits.
Habits.
This is how movie 1 goes.
No, it's cool. I'm taking it back.
This is
Oh my
this is
God.
movie 2. Oh, he is so wrong. This is movie 3. Fucking
I was about to launch into Randall's tirade about racial slurs, but then I was like, I probably should.
Yeah, probably just kind of leave that alone.
Yeah, you accidentally would have
Hey,
just said,
Although I can't
Ed.
imagine Patrick Williams will be able to leave it alone. He has to say something about it, right?
Oh, this would be
We
interesting.
shall see.
actually. Yeah, somebody on
Yeah.
this side of the fence. Let's see how he has to fucking react to, like, I don't know. Let's see. I'm curious if he calls that out or not.
let's see.
It's like, this is such a bad one.
Okay, I changed into some more thematically appropriate clothes.
Asshole! Asshole! Just at the end of the day, he's a fucking asshole.
Those are his exact same clothes, though. It's like we've seen him wear that stripy shirt in another video. What the
Except
fuck
now
is he
he's
talking
wearing
about?
except now he's wearing that I don't know what they're called. The combination of like a blazer, but also like it's got a hoodie like sewn underneath it.
Oh, that's weird. Actually, yeah,
That's
I didn't notice it was a
douchey
fucking
as fuck.
blazer.
Just
That's
wear a
fucking
hoodie.
douchey.
Yeah,
Just
they're
wear a
not.
hoodie.
They're called like smart jackets, and that always pisses me off because it's like there's no like that immediately
I
makes me
didn't
think of
know
like
that was a
smart.
thing.
That
No,
immediately
yes,
makes me think of smart
in
homes.
reference to clothes generally means formal. So if you took all the hoodie shit away and he was just wearing that jacket, that would be a smart fucking jacket. That'd be an almost pretty nice coat.
I guess that's I guess I've antiquated the phrasing too much with like smart homes. So I immediately think like there's no tech in it.
Well, that's the smart technology and smart clothing are very different.
Yeah, that's why I was meaning like I brought them too close together.
So, do these movies hold up?
Yes.
For the most part, no, they don't.
Oh.
Well, we've got our first hot take.
Yeah,
ladies and
there's
gentlemen.
like actually just saying in general that these movies don't hold up. I think that's probably the nuclear take because
That is pretty
overall, yeah, they do. The comedy still
hold up
lands, the
fantastic.
jokes still hit. It's like
The writing's
there's a
fine.
lot of references and cultural shit for the time period they're in, but a lot of it ages really well.
Mm-hmm.
In
see
fact,
where
the
it
whole Randall tirade is probably more funny now than it ever was, just because of how over the line it is.
Ah.
And that's kind of the whole premise of the joke, is that he's going way over the line without even really realizing it.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to be as blind as Anne Frank to fucking
Kevin
think these movies aren't good.
Kevin Smith's reaction to hearing that.
I love that.
Just confusing who Anne Frank and
Oh,
Helen
yeah.
Keller were is just fucking great.
Fucking legendary, dude. I love that fucking scene so much.
That's Kevin Smith's reaction to hearing that apparently his films don't hold up.
Yeah, no.
He's like, what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would argue because they put so much emphasis on the characters and the story. Like, yeah, there's tons of 90s references and stuff in the films, but even if you don't get those references, the characters and the story hold up really well and are pretty much timeless because it's just about the characters. So yeah, you might miss the occasional joke because it makes some kind of outdated reference, but I mean, I'd say overall the story holds up.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's enough context for the fucking jokes, so it's like...
Yeah.
Especially Chasing Amy. I think like Chasing Amy, it's got a lot of flack from today's perspective, like not being progressive enough. And it's like,
Well,
That's the
it got
point.
some meta flack from it even back then.
Like, yeah,
Oh,
it's like
yeah,
everything
that's what
Randall
we-
says is not like uniquely controversial in the modern age. That shit was fucking horrendous when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean in Chasing Amy,
Chasing Amy.
it's a story about the gay community written by a hetero guy.
Oh.
So like but that's the whole thing, is it that's trying to bridge the gap. It's somebody who's trying to understand. They're making an effort. And that should be celebrated, but it's some people like it, some people don't. Because even goes from being very kind of, homophobic, doesn't understand a lot of this stuff, to, kind of like, hey, they prefer to be called this, and hey, talk about her like this, don't say
Or
stuff
fucking
like that.
George Carlin in fucking Chasing Amy. It's like, yeah. I don't think they like being called queers. I think they're more into being oh no, that's fucking Seven Psychopaths.
That's
yeah, it's fucking got it caught up in my head. I think they like being called homos now. It's like, bruh.
So good. It's so good. Well,
No, it's
hey,
poofs.
we watched a couple of very good movies recently, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might be an Irish arc coming soon.
No, hey.
Oh God.
Boondock Saints. Yes.
Well, hold on. Yeah, Seven Psychopaths and In Bruges are both made by an Irish director, so I mean, they count along with The Guard. It's like we've kind of done an Irish arc on the side already.
Well, just like how we accidentally have done like 2/3 of a Punisher arc.
No, that's not happening.
That's just for fun, dude.
Yeah.
Stop ruining things!
We're not
We
gonna
can
watch.
just
We're not gonna watch the
just-
TV show. I already know.
But we can just enjoy things. It doesn't have to be an arc.
Mm-hmm.
We're not Twitch streamers. We don't react to literally everything.
These
Why
all
does it?
again was such a weird experience. Not bad, occasionally fun, but mostly weird. It still feels justified to call Clerks a significant moment in the history of American independent film. It captures a very real feeling of being directionless in your early 20s and watching your peers move past you into real adulthood. There's that cynical Gen X vibe of not giving a shit, but here it's not cool, it's mostly just sad. The convenience store is a kind of purgatory, and by the end of the movie, the protagonists have cost themselves any chance of escape. Even the name of the store Dante works at, the Quick Stop, is the perfect subtext. For him, this job is supposed
It's not
to be
subtext, you asshole!
It's explicit as all fuck.
I also
It's literally the name of the store
No, it's subtle.
that Kevin Smith fucking worked at in Leonardo.
But no, he's saying it's like, as like, on top of just being the name of the store he worked at, it's like, it's called the Quick Stop, but his stop there wasn't quick. Oh my god, do you get it? Massive mind moment.
Fucking idiot.
Is this when I was about to? I almost.
Do you realize most gas stations are a very...
Or what?
Most gas stations or convenience stores are some variation of that name. Quick Stop, Come and Go, Quick Shop, Quick Trip.
There's literally a Quick Stop fucking like an hour away from me. I thought that was like the coolest shit ever.
Yeah.
I was like, it's just like Jersey.
It's literally just a selling point of get in, get out.
Yeah. Hell, there's a fucking there's a convenience store near me called El Cheapo.
El Cheapo. Oh my god, that's fucking great.
It's so good. It's so
Well,
cool.
nothing
I love
feels.
it.
I always it always felt a little weird. I was watching Bill and Ted, and they were talking like, "Oh man, this happened at the Circle K," and it's like being near one. I didn't realize how much of actual like gas stations were used in movies. Like I didn't know. Like yeah, I realized the Quick Stop must have been an actual convenience store because yeah, Kevin Smith didn't change much for his set. In fact, he was filming it at night, like when the store was closed. I don't want to say Patrick is putting too close of a magnifying glass where it doesn't need to be there. It's probably just the fact that this isn't subtext. As you guys have both said,
Are you
it's
saying
very
he's watching movies wrong?
Feels a little pretentious.
Yeah, it's Patrick Williams? Pretentious? Say it isn't so.
exactly that. A quick stop in life to figure things out before moving forward. But he ends up stuck there for years. This is the one movie where Smith's lack of filmmaking ability is a feature, not a bug. Without any of the glossy artifice we're used to from Hollywood movies, it feels almost like a documentary. Look, I know this is a cliche.
Because he focused on the writing!
Why? What?
That's such a weird
I don't
thing to
get
use.
documentary vibes from Clerks.
Yeah, it's because it's not. What the fuck?
I think what he means is it feels very grounded. It's like there's no CGI, there's no fantastical element. It's all literally just these guys who work in the shop.
Yeah, it's
But that's not a
very
lack
raw.
of filmmaking ability. Why even chalk it up to that? In fact, if anything, you need good filmmaking ability to take such a milquetoast premise and then make something out of it that's actually very entertaining.
And I would argue, you do that by focusing on the writing.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what he did. This is so...
Or filming a very mundane thing in an interesting way. How the way he uses very, like, he uses key shots. Like, you know that one opening shot we see of, like, Jay and Silent Bob? Like, that angle of the quick stop? He kind of uses that as a staple establishing shot, and using it repetitively, we get, like, a very clear visual identity of what the quick stop is, what it looks like, that kind of thing. and what its geography is with like the other things around it. So when he does cut to a different set, like the video store, we know where we are in relation to everything else. Like that's just, I don't even want to say it's good because it's kind of bog standard, but it's blocking skill. It's filmmaking skill applied to a very simple fucking set.
This is why we normally kind of dismiss the visual argument when it comes to most Disney stuff. Because of course it's gonna look halfway decent. It's got an endless fucking budget. It's got Disney fucking
Or just because
money.
it has good visual effects doesn't mean it actually looks good.
Yeah.
It's like having a visual of like the Cinderella live action remake. The ballroom scene, it looks fucking great. It actually looks like a historical ballroom, just like with the volume turned up to 11 to like really capture a fantasy vibe. And it looks fucking great. The writing in that movie's kind of bland as all fuck. I maintain it's actually one of the more tightly written of the live action ones, but you know, low bar.
That's a very low bar.
Yeah.
Cliche, but it does feel like we're just there hanging out with these characters. In all of his movies, Smith tends to shoot dialogue scenes in wide two-shots, mostly because he's bad at framing and blocking scenes, but this actually...
No, he's not.
What
In fact, I just gave a specific example of how he's actually quite good at it.
Jesus
Wait,
Christ!
Is he about to contradict himself, though? What he's about to say?
No, it's because Patrick Williams went to fucking film school and Kevin didn't.
But, like, is he about? No, I'm saying, is he about to like say something about like how he's?
Excuse you. Yes, he did.
Didn't he dropped out though? Didn't he?
Yes, but it was a very important part of his journey because that's where he met Scott Mosier.
Okay, fair enough. One of them
basically
completed.
he did like his first year of film school, and then decided that the kinds of things that film school was part to him weren't important to tell the kind of stories he wanted to tell. So he's like, why waste the time and the money doing this when I've got the basics, I've got what I need myself, and do it my way.
Right. And
yeah, basically he stuck around to learn shot composition and blocking and narrative structure and all that kind of shit. And at a certain point he's like, well, I think I kind of get the gist of how to make a movie. I think I'd rather go make a movie than sit around in fucking class. Just paying through the nose for this shit.
And I bet Patrick thinks he's also high and mighty because he's like, oh, I understand shot composition and blocking. Or like when you look at the shot of me getting the movies out of the box, and it's like, I guess, but at the same time, we can tell how artificial that is.
Yeah, but I feel like he's about to contradict what he's saying in like literally the next frame.
All right,
back it up a second.
Yeah, I did.
See what he says. Hear him out.
See what he says. Yeah, let me hear what he says.
Two shots, mostly because he's bad at framing and blocking scenes, but this actually serves the material here and makes the comedy play better. This changes once he starts making movies with real budgets that look like, you know, movies. From here on, one of the biggest...
What does that mean?
Well, we gotta see what he means. He's gonna go with an example, but like I said, he kind of like, sure, he might not know blocking that well, but what he does do with what he knows is pretty well done. And
yes,
his problems with Kevin Smith movies is Kevin Smith, the director. He seems to have no idea what to do with the camera, so he just drops it there while people speak. And it tends to feel artificial and stagey and makes his heightened verbose dialogue feel kind of fake. It feels like actors rehearsing a scene.
That chasing Amy, that chasing Amy scene, it's like that's kind of kills his point.
His dialogue is the realest I've ever fucking seen.
No. He's talking about, okay, sure, but he's talking about camera shots here and how it didn't feel organic. But like the third example he shows, well, and it's also weird because the second example is them like looking at a fucking like dead demon. So they're of course they're standing around, and then they're literally in a fucking stadium. Like, what's inorganic about that?
Yeah, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah,
what's he literally supposed to do? Is he supposed to like put them on pedestals to make it like more grandiose or whatever? No, they're literally
his argument makes His argument makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, and like the point of that scene is like to show the absurdity of like what the fuck Holden's saying and shit like that.
Also,
and that's why the crowd slowly starts to realize what the fuck is going on, and then she finally bursts out and screams at him.
It's why I didn't notice it. I didn't notice the fucking camera thing that Patrick is pointing out because I was too like engrossed with the dialogue.
Yeah, but even this point is weak. That's what I'm saying. Like it's and like I said with the whole thing of chasing Amy, it's like like now they're the center of attention because that's what's happening in that scene. She's screaming at him that I fucked him, and like you know what I mean. That's huge to just yell in the middle of a fucking hockey thing. So it's like, oh, there's some shit going down between these two. So now they're literally the center of attention as they are in the fucking camera shot. So like I said, his example's shit.
Instead of an actual scene. There are plenty of movies consisting mostly of people talking in rooms that use the camera to add to the story. Smith's are not those movies. The script for Dogma is actually pretty good, and a real director could give it some real pacing and a sense of scale.
A real director?
What does that mean?
That's fucked. That's literally disingenuous as shit. Like, what a cunt. What an actual piece of shit. I fucking hate this guy so much. I fucking hate this dude. He's such a fucking bitch. I hate him so much. But yeah, like that.
That little joke.
I think what he meant to say is a more. I would even.
More experience?
Damn it.
Yeah,
more experience maybe?
Mm-hmm.
But like, what would Cameron do with the script of Dogma? Probably ruin it.
So yeah, I'm saying he's using the wrong words, but that's because he's a cunty person. So.
Yeah, because he's trying to basically poison the well as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, he's literally poisoning the well, but it's like an actual director, so that implies that fucking Kevin Smith's not an actual director, which is a fucking super dumb term because it's like, well, he's directed about 10 movies, so what the fuck constitutes an actual director?
So, depending on the type of movie you're making, sometimes, like, your shot composition does not need to be picture perfect depending on what you're making. Like
I feel like this is just a weak point, to be honest.
In the case of Chasing Amy, them in the park, it's a conversation between two people that's supposed to be like a private moment, hence why they're so secluded and why the camera's so close to show how close they are to each other. Like, it's...
Yeah, like... And, like, just go back to his other example of the Dogma thing. It's like, yeah, he's, like, saying it's, like, you know, a flat fucking thing. But, like, that's kind of the point. Like, it's supposed to be, like, a mundane thing, except for the two people talking are fucking angels, who are literally talking about overthrowing heaven. Or not overthrowing heaven, but,
getting back into
like,
heaven.
Fucking over God and, like, undoing her rule. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they're literally just in a fucking... I don't even know. Where are they at? An airport? Yeah, they're at an airport.
Yeah, they're in an airport because...
and they're literally just riding an escalator.
Jesus. Like, that thing I do where, like, as a writing exercise for fun, like, how would somebody do this kind of script? I mainly do it as a joke because I'm clearly inserting the wrong choice. What would Rian Johnson do with Indiana Jones? He'd kill Indy with the boulder. Like, I do that as a joke. Patrick is doing it seriously.
Smith's hands, it's fine. Snoogans. Of all Kevin Smith movies, Chasing Amy is the weirdest one to revisit in 2020. In 1997, this was a huge leap forward for him as a filmmaker. Mallrats, his first movie produced by a real studio, was just a goofy teen comedy, but Chasing Amy was a film. It's in the god.
What does that fucking mean?
What is the distinction he's making there?
Yeah, it's like, oh, so wait, Mallrats wasn't a film?
Doth
my eyes deceive what I have seen? Like, bitch, what are you talking about?
It sounds like he's talking about genre.
Guess?
Because it was Mallrats was more of a comedy and Chasing Amy is more of a drama, so he's making it seem like Chasing Amy has more gravitas.
Yeah, but like the idea that having comedy makes it less of a of a film as if that's like some term of prestige. Like In Bruges is a film, like capital F film. It's also funny as fuck. It's like he's making a distinction that just doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, and where's his line? Is like Ready Player One a film? Is Star Wars a film? Like, what is it? Like, you know what I mean? Both are sci-fi.
Well, it is well, no, Star Wars is a movie about space children intended for wizards.
Yeah, it's that dumb distinction of the fucking like, oh, you're trying to be more than what you are, so therefore you are a film. It's that fucking Oscar Academy bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is because it won Oscars. He's exactly that type of person.
Something about the concept of children intended for wizards makes me think of altar boys and priests.
I mean, yeah, it does kind of have that vibe, doesn't it?
It does, a little bit. Children intended for wizards.
I'm losing my fucking mind over here. I might just fucking tally up how many times all of us have said, "What do you mean?"
Yeah.
Goddamn Criterion.
Back it up a sec. So because we all fucking reacted to that absolute fucking idiotic take. But let's hear his full context for it.
Chasing Amy was a film. It's in the goddamn Criterion collection. To refresh your memory...
Okay, you say that it improves your point, but like,
no,
why is that
totally
a thing?
You're totally right. Yeah, it's literally...
It's like, this is these were all just movies, but this is a film because these guys said so.
And it's
like,
accomplished. It's like,
okay.
All right, well...
This is why...
These guys I've never heard of and don't really give a shit about what they have to say. They
I was going to say...
film.
It's a film.
It's why, for the most part, our crowd kind of doesn't give any sort of shit about, like, the Oscars or, like, just the Academy in general.
Would we?
Yeah, we don't give a shit because we'd rather form our own opinions, and also, like, why would we rely upon opinions of people we've never even met and just exist in this one room
it's also
once in a
even
while?
deeper than that because, okay, if something gets an Oscar, that means the Academy says it's good, but we never actually get to hear the Academy give reviews.
Yeah.
We never get to hear the Academy actually talk about the movies. So we have no idea what they think, why they choose the things they choose, or why, or what even their criteria even is.
That's why when we deal with like YouTubers and shit like that, because we actually get the chance to like listen to.
Yeah, because we can actually just fucking sit down and listen to them talk about the movie.
Yeah.
So when they say that something is good or bad, we actually get a full fucking discourse as to how or why.
Exactly, and then if disagreements happen, conversation can then happen.
Yeah, and this is why we appreciate people like EFAP and shit like that, because they give like a full fucking breakdown of it. They don't just say vague things. And if they do say something vague and weird, they fucking elaborate on it. When I say EFAP crew, I mean like everybody, like Critical Drinker, fucking Shadiversity, like all these people. The entire fucking like cast and crew.
I finished the Black Widow breakdown. It is that bad. From start to fucking finish.
Yeah.
Whew.
Hell, I watched fucking Pitch Meeting on Loki, and that shit was fucking awesome. This shit was great.
Oh, it's in the Criterion Collection.
In the Criterion Collection, so yeah, what you said was like it's an accomplished film, therefore it film.
Yes, because that's who Patrick is. Remember, his go-to reviewer is Bob fucking Chipman.
I feel like those are like fucking contradicting, but okay.
Because, well, in his own words, if he writes like an old school reviewer.
That's gay.
Because he prefers like newspaper style reviews, or he basically only trusts people who have a name for themselves, such as only like Roger Ebert or somebody. It's fucking dumb. Even though, actually, he contradicts himself like 2 minutes later in that video by saying he'll look on Twitter and see what his friends think. It's like, oh, you like, good luck sticking to those standards.
In the goddamn Criterion collection. To refresh your memory, Chasing Amy is about a straight man named Holden McNeil who falls in love with a queer woman and, spoilers, ends up destroying their relationship because he cannot reconcile with her sexual history. It has not aged well. The sexual politics feel so dated now.
Oh, hold on. Let's hear what he has to say before I fucking start screaming.
I'm tempted to call him out for being.
Fuck. What did you say?
The way he phrased that was that he can't reconcile with her past of her being a lesbian, which is not the case.
Yeah, not the problem in that movie.
It's the fact that he lied about her being straight a lesbian.
All right.
Right. He has an issue that she slept with other men and neglected to tell him.
Yeah, if she had just been truthful, I bet like this wouldn't have gone down the way that it did.
It would have.
Don't blame the woman. I mean, it's an issue on both.
Well, sorry. Like this is an issue on both ends, but honesty helps. Being honest will be the best way forward.
Well, there's even a line of dialogue that she straight up says, "I'm sorry, I let you this thing, but it seemed to make you feel special."
And like I understand, like I definitely understand that. It's just one of those things of like, thank you for apologizing, but the action still happened. So then the actual healing process can begin.
Okay, Tila. It's sometimes people lie to each other.
Yeah, and I was about to say,
I'm not.
Of the story is like they eventually evolve over it. Like that's.
Well, hold on. I was more of making the whole like, yes, you apologize. Now let's move past that and talk about it so we can move past it properly. Because I was very much raised on sorry ain't good enough. So then, like, now let's move forward from the like you've apologized. Now let's figure out how to fix it.
Of the movie is just uncomfortable to watch. It's mostly about a dude who can't seem to understand how lesbians work, while his best friend just sits there yelling homophobic slurs. But also, this was the 90s.
Okay, so, like, before Heath just starts basically going, it's a time period.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, hang on, but that's also disingenuous, because it's like, yeah, he doesn't understand how lesbians work, yeah, but he learns. Like, that's his arc.
Yeah, and he even goes to the point of correcting his friend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, he goes in the fucking arc, so he's, like, making it seem like he doesn't do anything. He's just like, how gay work. But it's like, literally, that's what their conversations are about. And that's why, like, they become closer, is because they're talking about personal shit like this. So it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, but if he implies that the guy got better over the course of the movie, then he can't make out that the movie was bad for the way it portrayed this shit.
And also, like, he's making it seem like it's all Holden's fault, when it's like, it's both of them. It's both, I almost said Amy. It's Holden and Alyssa's, both of their faults.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Which is why they both acknowledge it in the movie.
When this movie was made, Ellen DeGeneres hadn't even come out yet. It was rare to see a mainstream movie, especially one
Ellen
made...
DeGeneres.
I was like, what the fuck
saint of gay?
What a fucking non sequitur! Jesus Christ!
What do you mean? She's the gay.
The staff abuser known as Ellen.
She was the gay Jesus Christ. I didn't realize.
She's the gay Jesus.
Yeah, the staff abuser known as Ellen had not come out yet.
Man.
Oh, I'm sure she abused plenty of staff in her day.
Oh yeah, like especially the pandemic kind of showed her like true colors, especially since like in terms of the differences in late night talk show or versus daytime, whatever. Like Jimmy Kimmel, who like paid like everybody's salary like what, like 2 months ahead. I'm trying to remember specifically, but then Ellen just fired everybody.
Did the joke go over your head, Drax?
I think I might have missed a joke, yeah, because I was more trying to make my point.
I don't think your 1 word is in.
Yeah, it's alright. Carry on.
My wayward son.
By a 20-something straight male director.
Oh, Mike, hold on.
Rare to see a mainstream movie, especially one made by a 20-something straight male director, that actually took gay characters seriously and didn't just make them into broad stereotypes, that actually tried to accurately portray queer culture. But also, the main queer character doesn't actually have an arc in the movie.
Alyssa does have an arc, you asshole!
Wow.
She literally goes from being gay to being bi. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, she's been bi the whole time.
No.
Finger
Well, like,
cuffs.
well,
No.
Yeah, finger cuffs, but like, it's the whole thing. This like, I feel like I'm.
She doesn't have an
like,
arc, guys.
I feel like I'm like baffled by like what the fuck he just said, so I can't even like fucking follow my own.
Alyssa doesn't go through an arc. Thrall is a meme character. Arthas deserved everything. Moving on. Fuck.
I mean, Arthas does deserve everything, but
Yeah, he's an irredeemable piece of shit.
Yeah, he is
he's not
bloodthirsty.
He is a piece of shit. Let's be fair.
Yeah, like, well, yeah, he did do these things, but it's more complicated than that.
Yeah, it's almost like that's what war is, but whatever.
It's almost as if like that thing that called nuance.
No. They don't craft war. They craft other things like stars.
Wait, hang on. Are you saying that things aren't always black and white? What the fuck is wrong with you? There's
You
no
fucking racist.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just outed myself as a racist. I hate women too.
Even the Vietnamese, okay? Alright.
What about the black and the white
The Viet Cong.
The Vietnamese.
Don't do this, brother.
Listen, that was the cocaine talking, alright?
She's there to help a straight guy learn a lesson. This is a movie that...
What? No, hold up, sorry. I was still
It's not like
giggling
she
about,
learns anything.
I was giggling about the fucking racist midget. Can you go back?
Okay.
Movie. She's there to help a straight guy learn a lesson. This is a...
That's literally not it. They were in love. like that's literally not it at all. Like, what the
In
fuck
love with a straight guy? That sounds fake.
Oh, cringe.
Clearly, she's just there to serve him because misogyny.
Yeah, she's just a rung in the patriarchy.
Patrick,
She's a fucking prop.
Patrick, how has no one punched you? Ever?
I mean, because he's a fucking... He stays inside and only sticks in...
It looks like his face would hurt. Like, he looks very angular.
His nose would hurt my knuckles. Just like, ah, damn it.
Yeah, it's just...
And like I said,
he doesn't look comfy to punch, you know what I mean?
Also, he'd fall over and then just shatter into 1,000 pieces.
You're punching people wrong.
I don't want to say you're punching me wrong. You're punching me wrong.
That would just get you any normal person, that gets you another punch.
Alright, so...
It's about... she's there to help a straight white man learn a lesson.
That's all she does. She doesn't fall in love. She doesn't ostracize herself from all of her fucking friends and peers.
It's almost like he's doing this thing where he's taking a female character, reducing her to the role she plays in the male character's life, and then just erasing anything about her that makes her a person in her own right. I wonder if there's a word for that.
Sexist, actually.
Wow. Funny how that works.
But that's only what we do, our side of the coin. His side of the coin is accepting and tolerant, unity and peace and love.
Certainly seems it.
Okay.
In the movie. She's there to help a straight guy learn a lesson. This is a movie that was absolutely well-intentioned and represented a real effort by Smith to evolve as a filmmaker. Should we celebrate an artist for trying to be better even if they don't really succeed? I wouldn't say...
It depends. I would honestly...
Fail at?
He apparently failed at showing gay stuff.
Yeah, he failed at gay.
No, but see, that's what makes them the sexist. He failed because he was... So he failed before he ever began.
Goddamn optics game, it's so fucking gay.
No, he can't even... He's not allowed to...
Yeah, he's not allowed to fucking give voices to the unheard. That's fucked.
Oh, fucking...
Yeah.
What's my favorite fucking thing? It's prejudice of lower expectations or whatever. I can't fucking remember the exact phrase off the top of my head. Brain's kind of fried right now. It's been hot this week.
You mean the prejudice of lowered expectations?
Prejudice of lowered expectations, yeah. Thank you. only gay people can be gay people. We can't have they can't have anybody represent them.
River, you're a woman. Did what Patrick say piss you off too?
Wow, there's a hot take.
Oh no.
Damn.
Did you just did you just assume her gender?
Yes.
Well, initially I thought that he was taking things from the standpoint of like this is what the movie was trying to do, like just putting her in a place where she was just there to educate a straight man. And so I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
What does it though?
No.
Does it make sense in the context of the movie?
It's
Well,
like,
I mean,
okay, you hear that and you're like, okay, that sounds like something that could happen, and that's a perfectly fine reaction. But does that line up with what actually happened in
it's
the movie?
it's an oversimplification, of course, yeah.
Is it?
But is it?
That doesn't feel
Like,
like an oversimplification.
An oversimplification is still usually fairly accurate, though. It's just
Yeah.
simplified.
So
Yeah,
you're
he's
saying
flat
that's
out
all
wrong.
she
Whereas
does?
I don't think that's accurate in the first place. I don't think that's actually a representation at all as to what actually goes on in the movie.
Yeah, to be
Because
clear,
she's a character in her own right.
Well,
to be clear, his fucking point is that she does nothing but tell straight guy how gay. Like that's it. That's literally all he's saying. All she does. Like that's all her character serves. That's what we have a problem with because it's like that's not what she does. She falls in love with him, and that's the whole fucking thing of the movie.
In fact, even painting it as she's only there to teach him how to gay, it undersells what she has to add to the movie as a character in her own right. It removes everything about her that actually is her as a character and reduces her down to this thing just because we just hear, oh, this gay character was just there to educate the straight character. Pfft, yeah, fucking typical. Without really questioning, wait, no, hang on. In that movie, this gay character was actually a character. They had their own shit going on. Reducing them down to just an educational thing, that's not something the movie did. That's something you did about the movie.
Yeah.
Patrick,
we're just kind of catching between those two things. Because we all know that there are plenty of gay characters and female characters and black characters who literally just exist in a movie to be a fucking archetype or to educate the white characters, the straight characters, whatever. It happens. It happens a lot. But assigning it to characters where that is not what happened, that's disingenuous. It's misrepresentation and it ain't good.
He almost boils Alyssa down to a prop.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. In fact, yeah, boiling her down to a prop. You mean objectifying her?
It's a double entendre. So yeah, that's our point of contention: is that he's a fucking lying piece of shit, and and the whole point is that he's doing this on purpose to make the movie seem worse than what it is.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
specifically saying it's like, oh, she does nothing, and blah blah blah, and it's it represents gay people poorly. It's like, no, and no. Why are you saying these things? Are you saying this to prove your point, or are you saying this to tell us what the movie's about?
Patrick, throughout this whole...
Seems like you're just trying to say shit at this point. That
throughout
works
this
for you.
whole video has been doing nothing but poisoning the well.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't even want to take a picture with him. River, would you take a picture of Kevin Smith if you're in an elevator?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Boom. Suck it, Patrick. Destroyed.
Of course, I've paid hundreds of dollars to take pictures with celebrities, so that's me.
See, see, that's the weird thing.
To be fair, I was too nervous to ask Johnny Young Bosch for a picture, so I mean, I can't say shit.
And to be fair, I've never actually met a celebrity. Not
Yeah,
really.
and,
Like I've found there's a YouTube channel called Artifactian, which is run by an Irish guy, and I was just waiting for a bus once, and I heard him talking to his girlfriend behind me, and I recognized his voice. I fucking turned around and called him his username. It was a little awkward, mostly just kind of charming. I was like, "Oh, hey, wow, you recognize my thing?" I was like, "Yeah," but then we got on the bus, and there was nobody made a scene out of it.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, there wasn't autographs being handed out or anything.
Well, no, but also it's like a smallish YouTube channel by an Irish creator. The autographs aren't really the thing that come to mind.
Fair enough. Yeah.
We don't do fame well.
Yeah, I've noticed. And like when it was at a con too, so it wasn't like I just ran into Johnny Young Bosch. But like when I heard him speak to me, it's like, oh, I just heard literally every single one of like my childhood like characters and shit when I was growing up. It's like, oh, I was a little starstruck.
Yeah,
It was
it's
weird
like
fucking hearing this guy talk to me, and it's like, oh, you're Ichigo. Oh, you're fucking you from Persona. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck? It was like a overload thing.
yeah, it's like when I met Matt Smith and all I could get out was hi.
I mean, that's not a bad thing to get out. You know, you got your message across.
I said hi. I said hi and
is-
like I shook his hand, and like my buddy like made fun of me because I couldn't say literally anything else.
I think he asked how I was doing, and all I could say was hi.
Hey.
He's gonna be a Targaryen now.
I know. I'm so excited.
Ow.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
Fair enough. Enjoy it, I guess. Anyway, speaking of enjoying things, let's get back to not enjoying this fucking asshole.
this fucking
This fucking piece of shit. This absolute fucking waste of space. This fucking anyway.
Celebrate, but you know, maybe give a supportive, respectful nod. None of these first 5 movies that make up the Viewisk universe, as it's called, are as good as I remember. Actually, only one of them is what I would call good. And yet, I don't dislike them.
Imagine if it was Clerks 2.
Oh
God, what if it was Mallrats?
But that's the thing about fucking Patrick Williams. It's like, we cannot, for the life of us, actually predict what it will be because the standards are so fucking inconsistent.
What if it turns out to just be a picture of Kevin Smith crying and that's his favorite film?
This is my favorite film, and it's objectively great. It's a picture of a man crying.
I don't think he would ever use the word objectively in any context. I think he's allergic to it.
No, he's said it before. As to like there is him on record saying that objectively The Last Jedi is the greatest, while Revenge of the Sith is the worst.
Oof.
I don't want to say he's reviewing movies wrong, but he's reviewing movies wrong.
I don't want to say Patrick is a piece of shit.
But however, ipso facto.
However, if he was actually in the room with me, I think I'd have to stop.
You're just mad because he refused to come on Yarp.
I know. Oh God, hops on Yarp. Like my first instinct is to just immediately call him a piece of shit.
No, my first thing just is to go, why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Who's gay? You
are gay.
Oh my God.
Really, what that comes down to is the characters.
Fictional characters. Fictional characters.
Rewatching all of these movies, the characters do feel like old friends. Friends who make way too many gay jokes, but who I still think are kind of charming despite everything. I still think Jay and Silent Bob
I know it's weird because he probably doesn't
actually have friends.
Yeah, but like people do that. Have you ever interacted with human beings?
But also, he's making it out like that's a retrospective thing. It's like back in the day, these guys weren't seen as assholes when being charming assholes is literally the entire premise of their characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's also really strange because it's like, yeah, these aren't old friends. These are fictional characters, as the fucking joke goes. Like, if a friend of yours is constantly making like fucking racial slurs and fucking homophobic slurs, it's like, all right, dude, can you fucking stop? Like, you can say that to friend. You can't say that to fucking your PS2 and your TV screen. So it's like,
yeah,
you
this
can't
is
judge
really weird.
these characters like this. That's what I'm saying. It's fucking bizarre. Like, I get it judging the characters as like characters on a screen, but he's like judging them as if they're people. And it's like, yeah, most of these people are actual scumbags, so what do you want?
I think even though I've already seen this, yeah, it's kind of boiling down to exactly what I was talking about. He viewed this in like this super nostalgic way, and he's realizing that he is not a kid anymore. So his decision is basically to poison the well as much as possible because he's an adult.
He's trying to distance himself from these films because he wants to be taken seriously.
Yeah. And take it seriously by his side, too, because obviously he has to fucking do that. He has to. Well, I'm curious if he acknowledges any of that. Because he's already kind of acknowledged that these guys are kind of assholes. They kind of say some fucked up shit. But, like, there's some straight fucking holy shit level material in these movies. So it's like, is he going to cover that at all?
Are pretty funny, especially in Dogma, where they spend the movie side by side with immortal beings and thus come off as dumber and more ineffectual than ever before. So there's a brief post-credit scene at the end of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, where Alanis Morissette reprises her role as God from Dogma and literally closes the book on the Askewniverse. That was it. One last victory lap, and now Smith was gonna move on. He was done with the dumb stoner movies and dick jokes. He was going to leave behind all those crutches, all the stuff his fans expected, and he was going to make real movies now.
Why? Fucking stop it! Stop it with this fucking distinction between real and fake. It's the fucking...
It's not even real and fake. It's like he's going to stop making like stoner comedies with like witty dialogue and he's going to make real movies about like depression. He's making the same distinction where anything with comedy in it can't be a real film. And yeah, the Academy definitely has that kind of vibe. Yeah. Where things that are lighthearted or comedic just don't count as real art. And you get this in so much fucking academia, where anything you read that's quote real is sad. Anything that's real art is sadness or depression or rage or horror. And that is so antithetical to how art works. If you're going to study an art form and you're going to get good at it, like really good at it, you need, just as like a base premise, to utilize the entire spectrum of the human experience. All the emotions. Every joy, every sadness, every loss, every gain, every high. Because without low points, a hero's high points mean nothing. Without any high points, your depressing story is just a fucking miserable slog with nothing going for it. It doesn't matter that it was shot well. It doesn't matter that it's logically coherent. If you write nothing but misery, you are still emotionally shallow because you've only explored one fucking emotion. And this was something that annoyed me so much about doing any kind of syllabus material for like, you know, reading lists you get for like college classes or anything like that. I actually looked into things you read for English lit courses because, you know, I like writing and my vocation was in science, so I never actually got to see any of this stuff. And yeah, some of it's okay. Like a lot of it is good stories, but that problem of misery is the only valid emotion permeates the entire mentality, and it's people like Patrick Willems who help to fucking perpetuate it, and it annoys me so much.
And like I can understand like the thing that's like, you know, comedies can't really be like viewed quote unquote objectively because of their comedies and it's subjective, but it's like even still as a film you could still regard it if it's like well shot, well put together and shit like that, and if it's consistent with what it is.
Even if you don't laugh, you can view comedy objectively. You can at least look at the structure of it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sorry. I guess I guess I thought you were going the other way. That's why, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. No, it's fine. But like, that's just what it is. Like, you can still look at it as a movie. It doesn't make it less than a movie. And this is why this is important to define your fucking terms. But honestly, I don't really buy what he's fucking defining as his terms.
In all honesty, this is why when it came to the film classes I have taken, it mainly was talking about things like shot composition and editing. One, because that's exactly what I wanted to learn. And because one would argue that, like, writing scripts and doing all that kind of stuff, it's it's almost its own separate subject. Like, I feel like if you're going to film school, you almost should take not storytelling classes, that's the wrong word. I almost wanted to say English classes.
Well, yeah, you kind of need know how to write.
Yes. I'm glad that none of the stuff I had ever taken was not going over those more it focused more on the technical side, which is why I was glad they did that, because I'm a very technical person. That's why I can look at this shot with Holden just talking to Jay and Silent Bob. You can see exactly where his blocking works with the focus of the camera. You can see how this shit works from angle to angle. And for the most part, it may be basic, but it works. Just because he's not constantly J.J. Abramsing it up by fucking throwing the camera across the fucking room. Does not mean it's bad.
That's a weird thing too. It's what does he want? Does he want that? And it's that's ridiculous though.
In fact, I would argue, this is just a personal preference, keeping your camera still is, I personally view that as way better than constantly moving the camera in general. That's honestly because I grew up watching the classic Hong Kong martial arts movies, and Every Frame of Painting was bringing up how in terms of how the shots are composed, it's a wide angle and also sets up the next thing. I believe it was Drunken Master 2. You see the stairs, because it sets up most of the frame, and then the next shot is then somebody being kicked down those stairs.
Why in God's name would I want to keep writing about characters whose central preoccupation is weed and dick and fart jokes? I mean, you gotta grow, man.
I think I'll probably wind up doing stuff like Chasing Amy, which is a mixture of comedic and the serious or the dramatic. Because that's the kind of stuff I'm really interested in. That's the kind of stuff I really dug.
In 2004, a sentimental comedic drama starring Ben Affleck, George Carlin, and Liv Tyler was released. It was Smith's 6th movie, and it was called Jersey Girl. Until today, I had never seen Jersey Girl. I remember wanting to see it in theaters because I was a Kevin Smith fan, but none of my friends would go with me, and then the reviews weren't great, so I just let it pass by. And then it became this punching bag, this movie Smith would make fun of as the low point of his career. So here is my big hot take. Jersey Girl?
This is it. This is the hot take.
Pretty good.
Oh, damn.
In fact, it might be the best movie Kevin Smith has ever made.
Okay, he had me in that first half, not gonna lie. Because even on review, we all decide that even if we didn't end up thinking it was that great, none of us came away thinking it was actually fucking abysmal.
We weren't angry.
In fact,
we weren't fucking
I came away with a much higher opinion of it than I went in.
Yeah, it's funny because same thing too. Because I was expecting
I'll be right
shit
back.
here, and I was kind of disappointed that it wasn't shit too. You know, it's I was expecting horrible shit, and this movie is not horrible shit. So it's it's just so strange that he says it's better than literally all of the other movies, but it's well, I mean, we've already established that he doesn't view comedies as movies.
Well, no, he doesn't see them as films. And he makes this weird distinction between movies and films, where films are art and movies are products. It's everything about the way the industry works, the way these things get made, it blurs that line too much for that distinction to be meaningful in any way.
Mm-hmm. What was that? Somebody's getting abducted. Abducted? Whatever. You will take me at my stroke level intelligence right now.
Will I?
Apple.
Apple.
Apple. What was
Is that
point
the
of
girl's
Apple?
name?
No, it's supposed to say Affleck, but he paused.
Oh.
You know, as the letters.
That is what that is.
Apple. No, I just want to see like pictures of like Batfleck, but it's just Apple.
Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, Apple.
Batfleck becomes Baffle.
Baffle. Oh my god.
No, I like to imagine that's the girl's name. What's your instead of
I know,
Gertie,
like that's what the
it's
frame
Apple.
looked like.
That's Apple.
His superhero power is he doesn't understand what's happening. They call him Baffle.
From the first minute of the movie, it's kind of shocking how much it feels like a real movie. There are actual shots. There are visual choices that enhance the story.
What the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean?
See, this is when Patrick just comes across film snob.
There are good things.
Yeah, it's like if you look at this movie, it almost looks as a movie because, like, look, there are actual shots.
Yeah, he moves the
As
camera.
opposed to fucking what?
As I can't believe.
He's literally saying the camera moves instead of standing steady on a scene.
But
there are
that's
moving
not
shots.
the thing that makes that distinction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So his definition of film is shit.
A little bit.
Telling. The movie feels like it actually has a director. Now, I think most.
Okay, that's just fucking condescending.
Yeah, like so.
Really?
So,
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, Ninja. You said like I want to see how you act, but it's like everything he's saying is just stupid. Move on. Like you know what I mean? It's just everything he just said. Dumb. Fuck. What a fucking idiot. Yeah. Like this guy's a complete fucking word.
Patrick,
I have a feeling. I have a feeling by the time this video is, Max is going to exercise his first vault pick.
What do you mean?
Oh my!
Locking up the Patrick Willems, never to be touched again.
How is Patrick Willems not already in the vault? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
The thing is, his content is bad in the very specific way that it gives us a lot to talk about. That's kind of the fucking double-edged sword of this douche.
It's also like headache-inducing and just flat out wrong. Like that's the thing. Like it feels like you said, we're saying disingenuous a lot because it feels like he just doesn't like really give a shit. Like he's doing all of this shit to like just make it seem bad. Like he's doing everything he can to like be disingenuous about it, and
because that hurts his narrative. If he were to actually give a shit, it hurts his narrative.
Yeah. Even things like saying it's like, oh, this movie looks like it was made, or is like it looks like there was an actual director. It's like that's just fucking insulting. It's like imagine you go to a gallery, you look at a painting, it's like, wow, it looks like this person used an actual brush. It's like, motherfucker, go fuck yourself.
Or like, what are those like all white paintings? Too?
Well, no. It's in right now to take shots at Kevin Smith. So,
I mean, right now it is.
Well, yeah.
But not at the time.
He's just trying to be topical. That's all.
So
this was made months ago.
It's shot like a movie. It has a director. Or his 2 fucking points.
No. Look, it has a cinematographer.
Oh, that's another point. It has thing in it.
Kevin,
it has Vilmos Sigma.
This movie's gonna make House Party 1 look like House Party 2. An actual.
Maybe House Party 3.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry, your copy. This one has no boogers in it.
Shaka Luther King is one of the greatest fucking characters ever put on the fucking screen.
He is, but no one would ever actually work for him.
Yeah, because he's literally smacking people around and shit.
Yeah, he's like...
He's like Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh my god.
This is because of cinematographer Vilmos Zsigmond, the same guy who shot The Deer Hunter, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and Blowout. But even if he's the one responsible for all of these choices, Smith at least had the intelligence to hire him. Now, I don't want to make too big a deal out of this because Jersey Girl is...
You don't want to make a big deal out of this! This is the whole point of your fucking video!
No. Shut up, hang on. There's something really important that he said here. So, Who is the cinematographer? Can somebody refresh that? So I can make my point?
He did Deer Hunter. He did
Close Encounters of the
Third Kind.
And The Blowout.
Be it from me to talk about a resume, but it sounds like this guy is kind of expensive.
I mean, I would argue, yeah.
It sounds like this guy is kind of exclusive. He works on really big movies. Do you think Kevin Smith would have been able to afford that in his other fucking movies? It's like, yeah, he hired this guy. Smart on him. It's like, yeah, because he couldn't fucking hire him before. He had to make 6 not movies before he can make this one.
Also,
it's so fucking like. See, this is more points to the fact that he's fucking elitist. Like everything, like it's not a movie until this guy who has like these credits is in the fucking movie.
Oh my
God!
God!
It's only a movie if these people are fucking awarded and shit. Like he can't fucking make a movie with just a guy with a fucking camera. Fuck this dude, man.
No,
what a fucking
hold on.
piece of shit, dude.
I just
what
realized
a fucking absolute F word.
Of all fucking things that disprove his argument, of all fucking movies that he would probably say is the worst, Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back not only has awesome shot composition, it also has decent editing because it's very well comedically timed. What the fuck is the internet? So the internet is like...
Yeah, it's... No, but like... But you're kind of taking away from the point he's just made.
I know.
He's saying that because he has a good cinematographer, that now makes him good movie. Because
Yeah,
now
that's
Kevin
dumb.
Smith afforded him. It's dumb. It's fucking super elitist. It's so fucking fuck this dude, dude.
The reason
Jesus
why
Christ.
the reason why I made that point is because it's all built around the building blocks of like cinematography and editing and like apparently pacing. Like it fundamentally destroys that building block that this argument even stands on, because his argument is that building block is fucking weak. Along with this fucking argument right here, just because he had an accredited guy, it suddenly becomes a fucking film. And that face, this is the face of Patrick while we're just yelling at him. Don't stop yelling at me.
Yeah, but he wouldn't fucking take it because we're not fucking accredited YouTubers, so he wouldn't even fucking...
Well, yeah, he does the argument from authority a lot.
Yes.
And he relies on it a lot.
And it's fucking annoying because it literally has no merit whatsoever. Because Kevin Smith can, afford the fucking cinematographer, but how did he do that? Because he did a lot of fucking successful movies.
Because he made
almost
fucking...
like a real director of some kind.
Almost like a fucking real director. And yeah, right. Like, yeah, it's... Fuck, it's all building.
Well, no, those were movies. Those were...
Is that like the same thing for like someone like Peter Jackson? Peter Jackson didn't make a film until Lord of the Rings. Instead, he was just making crappy slasher films. I'm not even saying that.
Well, yeah,
like,
I mean,
crappy.
if you look at Lord of the Rings, it actually has shots. It looks like it was made by an actual director.
It's an actual director.
As opposed to...
But is it a movie or a film?
It has a cinematographer.
Well, it did win all those Oscars.
Yeah, it's a movie about wizard children for space.
What?
It's a movie about directors intended for cinematographers.
And it won Oscars, so clearly it's a film.
So it's clearly a film.
It's a movie about insert dial tone here.
To hire him. Now, I don't want to make too big a deal out of this because Jersey Girl is not some kind of secret masterpiece. It's just a pretty good movie. In a lot of ways, it's the kind of formulaic thing that Hollywood has cranked out a million times. Spoilers, in the end, Ben Affleck decides not to go to the big fancy job interview so that he can rush home to make it to his daughter's school recital. There are plenty of hacky, dull versions of that trope, but this is a pretty good one.
No, in fact, I honestly think like a month later we're not gonna fucking remember it.
So it's so weird that he like acknowledges that this is such a fucking like it's basically a trope of a genre, and it's like he's got away from making these stoner movies like that. Well, it's like, but these stoner movies are what gave him his thing. It's what made him like Kevin Smith as a name.
Every real director has to start somewhere.
Yeah, it's like that's why I made the Peter Jackson comparison. He
Yeah,
had to make
as
a shit
opposed to
ton
the
of
fake
movies.
directors, they start wherever they want.
But like,
Well, no, yeah, they're just like spawned, fully successful in Hollywood.
Hell,
but like, I think you're missing my point. Is that like his real quote unquote film is so fucking like basically safe and like been produced a million times, whereas his quote unquote fake films had a cultural impact that like put him on the map.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well,
they
yeah,
were
but
so
only with his
unique.
cult fans, they don't matter. They're not elites.
Yeah, but like that made him, you know what I mean? Like his unique style of like fucking movie thing. So it's like, it's so.
I'm
fucking,
sorry.
It's so
I'm sorry, Max. Do you have the check mark?
What do you mean?
You're not
Twitter.
a blue check mark, so you don't matter.
Oh yeah, so you're true.
Yeah.
I'm not even on Twitter. What the fuck? I don't
Because
even
in
exist apparently.
This school recital, every single other kid in school performs Memory from Cats.
And now we have something not from Cats. Thank God.
And then Ben Affleck and his daughter perform God That's Good from Sweeney Todd, complete with onstage throat slitting, and honestly, this scene kind of rules.
Exactly.
Jersey Girl felt like a good step forward, proof that Kevin Smith could make a solid Hollywood movie and write stories about real human beings that dealt with some real shit.
What the fuck?
Why? Clerks wasn't about real people?
What is it? Because somebody died in the
Excuse
bathroom?
me?
Is it because somebody died in the bathroom and fucked the corpse?
But they were talking about fake shit. They were talking about Star Wars shit. That's not real shit.
Yeah,
Real
they just work in retail and shit like that and have to deal with like real world problems like fucking like exes and shit like that. They don't fucking know. They're not real people.
And being
Well,
fucking...
Patrick wouldn't know about an ex.
That would require somebody to date him.
He's never had a girlfriend. Therefore, he wouldn't know about the concept of an ex.
True. Like this, like literally, what did you all say about Clerks is how like real it felt because it was like real people dealing with like real shit. Like,
Because
dude,
we've all been in those
like,
jobs.
I don't want to say you have fucking white privilege, but like this is a very privileged opinion. And once again,
Well, he's probably someone who's never worked retail or customer service in his life.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
because
and this
even-
once again goes into his fucking stupid ass fucking elitism.
Because we've
Like,
all been...
it's just
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna bring up how we've always been at the fucking... the inciting incident. If you've ever worked retail, you've always been at the one end of that inciting incident. Somebody didn't show. Come in on your day off. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Like, everybody can relate
Yeah, there's
to
a
those
reason
fucking
that line
things.
became so fucking quotable.
Okay? Stop it.
So most of that came out as garbled, so all I heard
Yeah,
was
that
just
was
you
like-
saying stop it in
You
my ear.
sound like an asshole. Grow up. Remember? That's what he said.
better. Yeah.
Do better.
Yeah, we need to do better.
Oh,
with
you
all
were
the fucking
okay.
movies.
You were fucking with me there for a second. I was just like,
I was
wait.
making a reference to Clerks.
Yes, yes, I got you now.
You sound like such an asshole.
If we're so fucking masters of our destiny, what
Well,
the fuck are we even doing here?
The
like,
problem-
I love that shit, dude. Like, his
The
last
problem with
one-
Dante's thing is that he if he just said it once and then just dropped it, like I feel like Randall would not have snapped at him. But like, not only was he
That's
not
not
getting
the
his
point.
shit together, like
That's not the point at all. Even if he just said it once, it wouldn't make a difference. The point
Yeah,
is he's
it's
wrong.
mainly the fact that he said it in front of customers and everything.
well, yeah,
And
that.
everything in that very rushed scene just ground to an immediate halt, and everybody looked at him and went, Randall!
Wait, what?
Right.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The scene in Clerks 2 when he first says the thing, when they're in front
No,
of,
we're
like,
talking
the
about
black
Clerks
customers.
1.
No, we were talking about the I'm not supposed to be here today. No, if he didn't say that in front of customers and just said that to Randall and that was the end of it, that wouldn't have been the straw that broke the camel's back at the end of the movie. That's what I was That's
Well,
what
no,
I
the
was
That's
straw
not
was-
the straw
no,
that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, it was the fucking fact that he like fought him because Dante's a fucking idiot. Like, remember, like this whole fucking thing is because Dante doesn't know how to shit or get off the pot.
Right.
So Randall was thinking he was doing the right thing because he just heard his best friend talk about how happy he was. So he's like, okay, he's not going to be able to break it to her. Let me do it.
Yeah, in his own way, he's trying to.
Yes.
He's trying to help, and like in that situation, it makes sense. Like
So you
fucking
thi-
Dante's, like I said, he's kind of a fucking piece of shit. Like he's like literally, it's like I'm so excited I'm about to fucking go on a date with my fucking girl, me, like my ex girl. Sorry,
No,
that I
yeah,
haven't even
that-
told my current girl.
No, yeah, that's a piece of shit move. I was
Yes. So
sorry.
Randall,
I was gonna.
so Randall was like going, okay, let me tell her instead of him because he can't fucking do it.
Right. No, sorry. I was. How do you think? As I just lost my complete train of thought. Do you think the conversation would have ended the same way if, while they're laying on the floor, if like the conversation ended just before he had said it one last time?
Well, no,
It's not. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Go ahead, Joe.
okay. So the reason that Randall throws that back in his face, it's not about the fact that he's here today. It's about the fact that he keeps blaming everyone else for his shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you are here of your own volition. You made these choices. You have to deal with the consequences.
Yeah. He literally verbatim says, nobody fucking forced you to be here.
This is true.
Mm-hmm. You sound like a fucking asshole.
Mm-hmm.
There is actual drama in this movie. It gets dark sometimes, and it works. But then Jersey Girl flopped at the box office, so Kevin Smith turned right around and made Clerks 2. I'm not saying this is some great tragedy. I don't think we missed out on a bunch of Kevin Smith masterpieces, but I do think that he wanted to grow as a filmmaker and do different things. And the lesson that he took from this was to shut up and play the hits. And looking back, I think the failure of Jersey Girl is mostly because at that time, people were really sick of Ben Affleck, who was in that period of his career in the early 2000s where he was making like 3 bad movies a year. Like, this came right after Gigli. Kevin Smith has called Clerks 2 his best movie. But honestly, I think it's his worst.
Wow.
Based
all right,
on what?
so we
The
all
hot takes
said
keep on coming.
one more time. What was everybody's least favorite movies? Mine was Chasing Amy. Wyatt, what was yours?
Jersey Girl.
Jersey Girl. Ninja, what was yours?
Jersey Girl.
And Slur, what was yours?
Probably Jersey Girl.
Yeah. So like,
hold
none
on.
of us even mentioned Clerks 2 as like anywhere near the worst movie.
Hold on. I'm curious. So, unfortunately, River, you didn't get to watch Jersey Girl with us. But what would you say was Kevin's worst film?
Worst or my least favorite?
Least favorite.
Least favorite.
Go
Yeah.
with-
Give
us
Just to
both.
see what
Give us
the-
both.
Yeah.
My least favorite, honestly, you're gonna shoot me, but Clerks, the first one.
Can you elaborate?
Well, it just didn't do much for me.
All right.
It was
Then
hard
what's-
to kind of.
Can
I don't.
was there? Was it because there was no explosions?
No, I don't give a shit
Don't-
about that.
Hang on, don't condescend her. Like she literally can't put it into words. It just didn't grab her, which is fine. Like you could say that about a whole genre.
Yeah, and
But-
honestly, you guys talk about how organic the dialogue was. To me, it didn't feel like it didn't feel like
Real?
this is how people would talk.
What makes you say that? Can you point to an example?
Like, what was so unnatural
Like
about
there was
30
there was
Quiet, shut up!
Yeah, Wyatt, you're.
Well, I remember specifically the way the ex-girlfriend, Caitlin, was talking to Randall, I think. Some of the words she was using and the way she put them together, it
Can
didn't
you
feel natural to me.
Can you see how shallow that is?
I don't know.
Like,
well, okay, so the only scene that Caitlin interacts with is when she comes back to try to meet Dante for the date, and Dante's not there, and he's watching the hermaphrodite porn.
mm-hmm.
Is that the scene you're talking about?
Is that the one?
Okay, are you talking about where they're in the video store? Okay, so I think you might have. Are you think you might have the names mixed up? When they're in the video store talking after when she admits that she doesn't want to get married.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay,
it.
so you're talking about Dante and fuck, I don't even remember her fucking name. What's her name?
Caitlin.
Caitlin. So you're talking about when Caitlin and Dante are talking. That to you felt unnatural. That a college student was using big words.
Well, I guess
Like that's what I'm trying to see. That's what I'm trying to
okay.
say. Like you're like the interpret. So like this is, and like I said, I'm trying to save you from like somebody screaming at you because I know he's right there. But the reason why I like wanted to bring that to like its natural conclusion is because you have to see that like, yeah, you don't think it's natural because that's not how you talk, or that's not how you heard people.
No, I think it's because it's in such contrast to everyone else in the movie.
What are you talking about?
Wouldn't it be unnatural if everybody spoke the exact same way?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, and like I would argue that like even like the scene where Dante and his current girlfriend are doing the are like he's painting her fingernails and they're sitting there talking and they're just talking about sex, but they're talking about it very casually, but they are using higher vocabulary. Like it is what these is what these people talk about and is what they do. And even going to the Dante and Randall thing when they're talking about Star Wars and they're talking about the contractors who were part of the Death Star construction. Like that's all like that's like legit. I feel like I've had that conversation before I even watched the movie. So
Or yeah, talking about sex with someone you're in a long-term relationship with, it becomes a much more casual, semi-formal affair than trying to talk about sex with someone you're just dating.
Yeah.
Like it's a very different vibe.
So it can be a little out there for if you're not familiar with what these two characters have been through, but that's what it establishes is that these characters are very comfortable with each other and they've been together for a minute, and that's what the whole thing is. Because he's casually just fucking remember the setup for that scene. He's casually just painting her fingernails while he's working behind a retail and he's just laying down.
To the point that he's not even actually manning the register. There's just a sign where it's just like pay the amount, hopefully.
It was like be honest or whatever.
Yeah, it was the honor system of paying your amount.
It wasn't even the honor system. It was like he was preying on people's paranoia.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's a kind of honor system.
Yeah, in a way. Is there any other thing that you could say that like was quote unquote bad about Clerks besides the dialogue feeling unnatural?
Well, I wouldn't say bad. It was just there was something. Some of the.
I don't mean to say it that way. I mean like what you don't like about it. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Like,
yeah.
What you consider bad, or what you consider not grabbing or good.
Well, some of the sexual stuff, like talking about the blowjobs and all that stuff, was kind of off-putting to me. It's not that I can't take some of that. It's just that it was all very male-centric, and it was, I don't know, it was just kind of not my vibe.
Yeah, it's mainly
hang
guys
on.
having the conversations in that movie.
Hang on, are you talking
Well,
about
but it's not.
Well, hang on. Are you talking about when he freaks out when she admits that she sucked 36 dicks?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about what
Okay,
I thought of,
37.
where it's like Randall and Dante and they're talking to each other? Because that's what I thought you meant.
That may have been both.
Okay,
Well,
so
the thing that I picked up on.
hang on. Well, in the scene of the 37 dicks, he found out that her body count was only 3, right?
That's what she said.
Right.
Yeah. She only had penetration with 3 people, but she didn't mention that she had oral sex with 36 other dudes. That's where it got like heated because it felt like she was lying to him, and that's why he got upset.
I
So
got
like
that.
So I'm saying, so him getting upset is not natural to you?
No, I didn't say that. I was just saying that all of that kind of talk made me a little uncomfortable. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair.
What were you gonna say, Ninja?
Well, I was just saying one of the things that you had mentioned was that a lot of that sort of talk was guys, but I really feel like a lot of it wasn't.
No, I
The
mean,
conversation you just mentioned was Veronica.
well, I don't by male centric. I don't mean it's just guys having the conversation. I mean it's talking about sex that involves men. That it's about men.
It's not about men.
For
It's about
men.
it's about the high body count. That's the issue. It has nothing to do with men. It's the fact that she was sexually active with 36 other people.
In fact, if anything, it's more about the dishonesty,
shocking.
which is, genderless.
It's not even dishonesty. It's her it's them that's what we call defining our terms.
Yeah, it's just a difference in the way they each categorize their experiences.
Yeah, it's a different set of standards. Like, because
Well, absolutely.
all of us,
it's a double standard.
I would assume all of us would definitely count the oral sessions as part of the amount of people you've slept with. Correct?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know that I would.
No, I don't.
It's like if I get a blowjob off someone or I eat them out, I don't necessarily count it as having had sex with them.
It is oral sex by definition.
Yeah, it's oral. Yeah, but it's not like.
Yeah, but like if the next day you fucking knew I went to bed with that person and you're like, hey, fucking, did you two have sex? And I say yes, but all we had was oral sex. Like that wouldn't really count as an honest answer, would it?
Yeah,
I mean,
I would say that's actually very fucking.
That's why this kind of conversation is in the movie in the first place.
Fair enough. I would like personally, I would say, oh yeah, you did, because that's the definition. The very technical aspect.
It's not though, like sex.
Well,
like
but
sexual
everyone has
sexual-
different definitions. That's the point.
Yes.
And that's what a lot of Chasing Amy was about, is what defines sex.
Well,
hold on.
Fingercuffs was kind of
yeah. She.
Well, let's save that. Let's save that for let's shelf that. But yeah.
Well, but just the whole concept of girlfriend and a boyfriend discussing their, that's something that a lot of young relationships have to do. You know, that conversation comes up eventually.
Yeah, because you're not dating a fresh person. This person that you are dating has lived a life.
Person.
I don't know how you would word
I
it.
believe they're called
brand new fresh person right out of the factory.
Yeah.
I believe
Is that what Will Smith is, the
person
freshest
smell.
person?
That's what Will Smith was when he was in Bel Air.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
The
not
pussy's
every
still vacuum sealed, baby.
not every human being you're ever gonna date is gonna be a virgin.
In fact,
Somebody
if you're
who's
like
some-
in your late 20s to early 30s and you're dating a virgin, there's something going on there.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But hang on, it's not necessarily a
but you're missing the thing. It's about that sort of nervous or awkward feeling you being honest with them about what your body count is, or being afraid of what their body would be. It's the anxiety, it's the build up to that answer. Because until you ask the question, you don't know. You're operating off of assumptions, and most people tend to assume it's
Tend to assume it's a what?
a low
It's a
number.
low.
Like you tend to assume that it's
Okay.
or maybe they've only been with as many people because everybody thinks their number is essentially kind of normal or average.
Yeah.
Most people do. So if their number is a lot smaller than you, awkward, or if their number is a lot
Yeah.
so
Hell, and sometimes this doesn't even pertain to like sex. Just the fact that somebody's lived a different life to some people.
Yeah. And this is more of a thing when you get like past your mid 20s or so. It's like the idea that somebody's life has just been so much more full before you were in it. That can make you feel certain kinds of ways. It's like, oh my
Yeah.
god, this person's like traveled to like a bunch of other countries, or they've had all these different jobs, and I've only ever been in this one job. Or it's like you get all this kind of shit. It's not
Or they have a
strictly
career and I
related
have
to
a job.
sex. Well, yeah, it's even shit like that. But yeah, the sex thing, there is like a certain aspect of gender politics in it, because having a high body count as a guy,
It's
the way that
rewarded.
happens is that you're like charming and charismatic or rich or anything like that. Whereas having a high body count as a girl, it either means you have a very active social life or really low standards. It's just by the mechanics of how these things come to be. It's a different thing. And on both sides of that, you're afraid of judgment. Because if you're a guy with a high body count, the idea that there's no stigma or you're only ever getting fucking back slaps and people cheering for you, that's just fucking not the case.
Yeah,
Yeah,
In
it's not.
fact,
It's
even amongst other guys, if you have like a super high body count, it makes you look unstable as fuck. It's like you're
really does.
using like whatever charm you have, you've refined it to like a no, I was about to say socialist, sociopathic edge, and you're using it to fucking cope with whatever bullshit you've got going on. That ain't healthy.
It's true.
So yeah, there is like this whole extra aspect of it as well, but in the movie, that doesn't really come up. In the movie, what you get is more just that kind of relatable place that most people have been in their, their first few serious relationships, where we've both reconciled that we want to be together for a long time, but we've never really talked about who we were before we met. And that's like a big hurdle everybody has to get over.
So my point was more that the sex talk in Clerks has more of a male perspective versus the sex talk in Chasing Amy tends to have more of a female perspective. Would you say that that kind of makes sense?
I could
I
see
would
that.
say that. I would say that, but because the main characters of either movies are varied. So obviously the main characters of Clerks is Dante and Randall, whereas the main characters in Chasing Amy is
Holden, Alyssa,
Banky,
and
Alyssa.
Banky.
Yeah.
So yeah, in both movies you've got a lot of sex talk, but in one movie you've got like a more prominent female character to contribute.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just saying that and if you look at it that way, in contrast, the sex talk in Chasing Amy, I was a lot more comfortable with, as opposed to the talk in Clerks.
Yeah, all right.
Fair enough.
I mean, once you get into like things like personal comfort level, then there's not much to really argue against. It's not even really an argument. It's just,
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
it better when people more like me are having this talk.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's the worst of those first 7. I haven't seen Yoga.
Hang on. That was what you perceived as your least favorite. What do you consider the worst movie?
Can I say Reboot?
You can.
If that's what you feel.
Yeah.
There is
I mean,
precedence.
that movie relies a lot on member berries. A lot.
Yeah, that's fine.
It does also have like good things I'd say it has going for it, but yeah, it's very member berriesy.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's fair.
So, I still feel like he hasn't, but he's coming off of the statement Clerks 2 was the worst of the first 7, I think he said.
Oh yeah, that sent us on a whole fucking tangent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's saying that Clerks 2 is the worst Kevin Smith movie.
Yeah.
So, and
that's his take.
The reason why I kept asking is like, oh, when did this video come out? Because like, did it come out after Cop Out? All right.
Yes, it did.
Bold strategy, Cotton. See how it pays off.
Hosers, and I probably never will. When I was 18 and dumber, I was impressed because it seemed like Smith was maturing. dragging these characters into adulthood and making them reckon with real issues. But watching it now, I kind of had the opposite reaction. It's about these characters who have been stuck in the same place for over a decade, and instead of moving on, they just accept their fate and become the bosses of this small world that they can never seem to leave. Look, I know I'm the guy who loves finding subtext in movies that reflects the filmmaker's own lives, and I do it in like every video, but sometimes...
is that not growth?
Yeah, that's literally growth. It's going from like the idealism of youth where you have all these dreams that have very little to do with your actual lived circumstance. And then as an adult, they realize that, you know, a part of making your way in the world as a fucking grown-up is just making the best of what you've got.
Yeah.
Well, he even showed the fucking prison scene. That whole conversation is them talking about how those were the happiest days of.
Yeah.
Stop trying to be something you're not. Having a good job. You know, let's do what we want to fucking do.
Randall Graves, the master of his destiny. You got your shit so figured.
Yeah, he's like, I would buy the Quick Stop and reopen it myself.
And it's like, yeah, that's a very, very mature thing. Like, I mean, oh, fuck, wait. We're dealing with Patrick Willems, who doesn't have any idea what the fuck it costs to do anything. So, like, the idea of owning a business is probably, like, a super privileged and immature thing.
Oh, yeah, because he probably just hired somebody to do it for him. Like, his entire brand is probably built off the back of some accountant that he's underpaying.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like, yeah, he's, once again, speaking from privilege, from his elite-ass fucking cracker ideals.
Okay, so from an objective, not even objective, I'm sorry, from a subjective view, I kind of get Dante's view on that, though. Because it's safe and it's better. Always strive for better, because where you are always at is shit. It will always be shit. You have to move past that. Only then will you be a better person. Only then will you be worth
What are you talking
existing.
about?
It's like, because he wants to go...
What specifically are you talking about?
Like, of him moving to Florida. It's like, it is technically a step up because then he'd be married.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Did you miss the whole point of the fucking movie? That would have been his greatest mistake. Moving to Florida would have been him sacrificing everything that made him Dante Hicks.
I agree with you. It is technically the safe pick, but
Yeah.
that's why he was lamenting it, because of all the actual downsides to it.
Right, and that's why subjectively I got it, because that's kind of actually just how I was raised. Safe is the best one, because wherever you are at in life is not good enough. And like, that's actually kind of why I've enjoyed doing like YARP so much, because this is actually like my own decision.
Yeah, but it's also safe as well. It's like, we're not really putting anything on the line here.
Yeah.
I mean, my sanity.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's that. But that doesn't count for shit anyway. If sanity counted for anything, none of us would have fucking started.
Alright, so let's see what else.
Whereas, like, if we got to a point where some of us were, like, leaving jobs to do shit like this full time, that's a much more, like, serious conversation to have. But
yeah,
that's either, like, way in the future or not even on the cards, depending on how optimistic / pessimistic you are. So it's not even really worth having the conversation.
What is worth having conversation, however, is listening to this fucking elitist prick keep talking about.
Is
how
it worth
Clerks 2
it
is
though?
bad.
Or
No,
are we just already in the middle of it?
Yeah, we're kind of...
We'll call him A, we'll call him B. It's worth it to get through it so we can finish this thing. But I feel like we've completely destroyed all of his arguments. But let's see if he says anything else.
It's just right there. Kevin Smith tried to move on from the View Askew universe movies. Jersey Girl was for him what moving to Florida is for Dante. And this movie is him accepting that he can never leave, that he'll just stay in his lane and be the ruler of this insular world, only playing to his adoring fans.
Okay, hold on. No. Fucking idiot. They may be staying in their current like set apparently, like with reopening the Quick Stop, but at least like as we were saying earlier, at least they're fucking happy.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the maturity in that scene, is that they're choosing happiness over like the appearance of success. It's like they're choosing what actually works for them as people rather than what they think they're supposed to do, which is characteristically a fucking immature thing to choose. It's like they've come into their own as adults and not relying on what like fucking they think they're supposed to do according to other adults.
Yeah, which is a very key point of growing up, is kind of when you form your own identity and figure out the thing that will make you happy instead of just following the line.
Clerks 2 is like an ode to mediocrity and a lack of ambition.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
They own a fucking
Jesus
business.
Christ.
One more time, back that up so I can actually
Not
hear that.
only are they like business owners, but that movie is fucking hilarious. And it deals with like the exceptionality in a lot of their lives and just the exceptional shit you can find in everyday life. It's like calling it an ode to mediocrity is like, he came up with that line, thought it was like really clever and scathing, and was looking for a place to put it.
Okay. Max, this is what he said.
Insular world only playing to his adoring fans. Clerks 2 is like an ode to mediocrity and a lack of ambition, and I just found it depressing. Plus,
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the full context, so I can rest assuredly say this guy's a fucking asshole. But I mean, we already knew that. So anyway, moving on.
Plus, it's just uglier and meaner than his other movies, and not in a good way. And at this point, the gay jokes just become so fucking boring.
That very
subjective. First off, also, also one of the greatest fucking scenes of Clerks 2, where where Randall talks shit on Lord of the Rings.
And like he's not doing it to like fucking bash gay people. He's doing it to fuck with this guy.
Yeah,
like,
that's people that are talking about Lord of the Rings.
And that's the problem with fucking taking jokes out of context. It's like, dude, he's literally doing this to fuck with this person. He's not doing it to spite gay people. He's doing it to spite this guy. It's like, if you can't see that, then you're literally you're watching movies wrong.
It's like when they're talking to Pickle Fucker. At least, like, they're specifically bringing up that nickname and that story to upset him.
Fucking gay look.
And for some reason, it's all shot with this bleach bypass, so it looks like Three Kings or Syriana. Like, hey, he's actually making a visual choice, but why?
Hold on.
This visual choice. But there
He's
is
actually making a visual choice as opposed to those other times.
And it's almost like in that one scene where they're fucking screaming in the drive-thru. It's like it's almost if it keeps the focus on them and not the shit in the background. Who would have fucking thought? This is literally the most important part of the fucking movie, where he just found out that he fucked the boss he fucked is pregnant with his child.
Or also for the fact it could just be natural fucking lighting. It could just be cloudy that day.
Well, like I said, once again, it serves the purpose of highlighting the characters. And like drowning out the other fucking shit in the scene.
It works.
I can't even tell you what's behind the movies because of the lighting. But that's not the important part, because the only scene that takes place behind the movies is when he's screaming at Randall.
Right, but I would argue even then I don't even think he considered the lighting. I think he just shot it. Like, and then that's just what ended up looking like. Yeah,
either or, that's what it did, and it fucking serves the scene. So.
Fucking asshole.
Yep, we knew this.
Is one piece of Kevin Smith media that does hold up, and it is Clerks, the animated series, which premiered on ABC in 2000.
So we didn't. It's like
I
6
have,
episodes.
It's all right. It's fine. Yeah.
I don't
So hang on,
remember.
I don't know why it would ever be the greatest of anything. I felt it
Yeah,
was
so
all
he's-
right.
yeah,
He's
considered
saying
it
it's
a
the
little
only piece that held up.
Yeah, held up, yeah.
Well, that's just
Does,
fucking bullshit.
It's
Does
just wrong.
so I've only seen like 2 episodes of it. Does it take place after Clerks 2?
I think it takes place after Clerks 1.
Yeah, I think it's before Clerks 2.
Okay.
And was canceled after only 2 of its 6 episodes had aired. This show feels like a precursor to stuff like Community, that played with and commented on their form and the tropes of the genre. Like, the 2nd episode of Clerks is a clip show, but since it's only the 2nd episode, every flashback is just to the 1st episode, so they just keep flashing back to the same moments multiple times, and it gets funnier every time.
Yeah, I'll admit, like, he's kind of raising a good point. Like, that whole flashback thing is amazing. Especially when they ask Silent Bob about it, who literally just chuckles, and then it's once again them climbing, the pot falls, and they've been horizontal this whole time.
And thanks to it being in animation and having actual animation directors, the show has well-executed visual comedy. Smith co-wrote the whole
I would
thing with...
love to be able to delete the word actual from this motherfucker's like internal dictionary.
Just like how you guys would do
This
like
would, that
for
would
me.
make this man like completely. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would welcome it actually. If
let that happen, yeah.
If the word like was kind of erased from my brain, because then it wouldn't have to rely on like a few sets of words.
Well, here's the thing. It's not that like isn't defining like your like isn't defining your statements. It's just punctuating it. He's using actual like as like a point of like reference. This is an actual movie. These are
right.
Actual This is
no,
an
sorry,
actual
my
director. Yeah, that's the thing.
The reason why I would want like removed from my brain is just the repetition of it. I can't seem to remove it from my senses.
But the problem isn't that. It's the problem this guy's a fucking disingenuous asshole.
He
doesn't
is.
know what the fuck he's saying. Like, you saying like is one thing. Him saying like actual director is actually fucking disingenuous.
Yeah, he's being a fucking piece of shit every time he said actual. It's an actual movie. It's actual film. It's like, fuck off.
Well, yeah, it's because every time he does it, there's a silent question of as opposed to what?
Yeah. Well, not even silent. We've been saying it every time.
Yeah.
Like, no, yeah, it's like it's in the implication. It's like when he says actual director, he's like silently making a distinction between this and like other directors who are obviously better.
Yeah. He's dismissing Kevin Smith because he tried to make a good movie, quote unquote. No, sorry. I decided to put my own words in it because that makes more sense. Let me put it in his words. An actual film with Jersey Girl, and he failed, so we went back to making whatever the fuck movie with Clerks 2. So he's saying that he failed as a director, basically. As an actual director.
With David Mandel, who worked on Seinfeld and would go on to be a showrunner on Veep, and the whole thing is funnier, tighter, and more formally inventive than anything else Kevin Smith has ever made. So the lesson here is...
What's the lesson? What the thing?
Did you like the argument from Authority? Like, oh, these people went on to work on the...
Yeah.
Clearly, it's a superior product.
The argument of authority. Also, that look he's making is just our look towards his video.
Yeah.
Like,
Kevin Smith, maybe just write cartoons. Snooch to the nooch.
Hi, I'm Jay.
And I'm Silent Bob.
And I'm Charles Barkley.
What the hell are you doing here?
So I thought I was done. I had revisited all these movies I loved in high school. I finally caught up with Jersey Girl, which I'd always been kinda curious about. And overall, this had been a mostly disappointing but still pretty interesting experience. But the thing is, Last year, Kevin Smith returned to the View Askew universe. He got everyone back together for a movie called Jay and Silent Bob Reboot. And I had to find out what this thing was.
Here we go.
So yesterday, I watched this long interview with Kevin Smith about this movie, where he talked about how each actor in it got involved.
Oh, fuck off! Kevin, put on some pants. You're an adult.
Elitists don't wear shorts.
Hey.
I want to remove turtlenecks and fucking
shorts.
blazers
They're
from Patrick
shorts.
Willems. Like, I want to eliminate from his wardrobe. He can no longer wear those. He has to be stuck wearing hoodies and t-shirts and jeans.
Involved. It was actually really sweet. He talked about reconnecting with Ben Affleck for the first time in years, how much he apparently loves working with Justin Long. The way he talked, there was so much love for the actors and for the process. He seemed to really care about this, and I actually got kind of excited to see it.
Actually.
Now that I've seen it, he didn't seem to care at all. The entire thing is just callbacks to moments from his other movies, which, as we've established, were not all that good in the first place. Like, half the jokes are—
Oh, did we? Did we establish that?
Did we establish that, or did you establish this very false fucking premise?
Well, no, he just kind of said it. He said a bunch of things that didn't really line up, and then
Well,
just
no,
acted like that proved his point.
He established that they weren't actually movies. Clearly, you guys
Oh
were
yeah,
thinking-
that's what it was.
Wow, what a fucking asshole! What a fucking asshole! Like, I don't have anything else to say. Like, he's just feels like he's being malicious on purpose, and it's like, I don't fucking care what you have to say anymore.
are just people saying lines they said 20 years ago.
And on that note, we cue the music. And on that note, we cue the music.
Matt. Matt. Kneel before Sod! Kneel before
I'm gonna pause for copyright.
Oh shit, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, be careful.
Well, it's because he's fucking playing clip after clip after clip.
He is playing fucking different clips from different movies, but yeah, be careful.
But no, yeah, this is kind of what I meant when I said that reboot relies a lot on member berries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It's fun, which it's
So does Endgame.
Yeah.
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 Zod!
Smells like somebody shit in their cereal.
Smells like somebody shit in their cereal.
I'll fuck anything that moves! I'll fuck anything that moves!
Gotta fucking pause again. Jesus Christ, guy. We get your point like 20 seconds ago.
Well, he is making that there are a lot of callbacks in the reboot movie. He's not wrong. There are.
Yeah, he's
definitely going to get a lot more out of it.
It's like Ready Player One, but only for Kevin Smith's filmography. Every scene is just...
Okay, hold on. So that comparison actually doesn't work. Because... Well, at least from the movies...
Even if it did... No. Even if it did, would that really be a bad thing?
You're right. Callbacks and member berries are not inherently bad. You're right.
No,
it's how they're
that's
used.
the whole thing. It's a celebration and a bunch of emotional payoff for all of his other movies.
Yes.
That's the whole fucking point.
Yes, thank you for reminding me on that, because I almost went like on a whole tangent against member berries. And it's like, no, wait, they're not inherently bad.
Just remember Brody? Remember movie Poop Shoot? Remember Moobies? Remember how this is Kevin Smith's wife? Remember how Kevin Smith once got removed from a flight for being overweight? Remember how he made a movie called Mallrats?
You gotta watch out for all the mall rats.
Well,
yeah,
hang on,
Kevin
hang on,
Smith.
Hang on. That had nothing to do with what that fucking scene was. He got removed from the flight list because he was a fucking terrorist.
What?
Wait,
No, they did make a joke about him.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, remember it was the.
Oh, yeah.
He was on the wait list, and they're like, "Wait, he lost all the weight."
Yeah,
I thought
that
was just fucking. I didn't. So here's the thing: I had no context for that thing. I thought Jay was just being an idiot.
Yeah, me too.
And it's like, oh yeah, it's because Jay was on a fucking camera admitting that he's a fucking terrorist leader. That's what. See, that's what I thought was happening, and that's what happened in the movie. Because I had no.
Well, that is technically what happened in the movie. Yes, he's on the no-fly list because they're fucking registered terrorists.
Yeah.
But they assumed it was a reference to his fat shit because that's what happened to Kevin Smith in real life. It is a very meta joke.
Right.
Gotcha. But like I said, it flew over my head because it's like, oh well, I didn't know about that.
Well, it's like even if it flew over your head, the joke still kind of works because, like, regardless of his weight thing, and also because, yeah, at the end of the day, they were registered terrorists under the clip, which isn't real.
Under the clip, which isn't real.
Wyatt doesn't believe in the clip.
Confirmed.
Shaking my head.
See, I told
Damn!
you.
Blown up live on stream!
Hold on. I told you guys. I fucking tell them, like, almost every day.
Alright. I feel like this is not appropriate for our Christian podcast, so let's chill.
Yeah. Fucking...
I don't want you to fucking throw your goddamn dirty laundry all over the fucking place. Let's fucking continue this shit. That's why I was just like, alright, stop. We're not going down this fucking tangent. Like,
Still needs to be edited out of the alien video.
Oh God.
Anyway. No. Alright. Play the fucking clip.
This is like the film equivalent of a former high school football player who's now middle-aged, who still wears his old jersey and falls asleep every night watching videos of his old games. If Clerks...
How is it that?
Fuck off.
I was gonna say, that sounds very fucking sad, but that does not sound any way analogous to what the fucking movies are about.
Well, and what's wrong with celebrating the journey that you've taken along the way?
Yeah, but like he's making it. So I'm saying he's purposely making it disingenuous and making it seem like.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, he's tackling the negative.
But it's not like Smith did this alone. He's literally everyone who he shared his success with.
Yeah, it's he's banking on the negative. He's banking on the negative aspect of they've peaked and they will do nothing better.
I would I would argue that there's a lot of conversations in the fucking film that address that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The film is a victory lap, basically. They're all getting together, they're having a celebration, they're just gonna wallow in some member berries, talk about the good times, and like that's it. And that's fine. It's like it made for a freaking good movie because, we get all the callbacks, we get the references, and we know what it is they're talking about, and we're like, oh yeah, that was really fucking cool.
It also was a great...
That doesn't take away from the fact that it is a victory lap. It's him making a movie with his friends about the other movies he made with his friends. That's kind of part of the charm. I just don't know exactly what criticism he's actually making here. Because he's made this other story about like how they're all over the hill and they're just wallowing in the good times. Like they just can't get over how they made a semi-successful movie once and then they won't shut up about it, but like that's literally not what's happening right now.
It's not the fucking case.
They have to rely on that. Like it's like, oh, this is the only thing we're good at. Oh. It's like no. Yeah.
Was a sad look at people who can't move forward. This movie is like a celebration of refusing to grow up or improve at all. Every character is exactly where they were 20 years ago, but now they look even older than they actually are because the ugly digital cinematography and garish lighting makes every actor look like a gaunt corpse. There is one...
No, dude, they're just old. And even we said that after the fact. It's like seeing Jay and Silent Bob from a Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes who are as old as they are, it reads as kind of weird.
Yeah, it was kind of sad.
Yeah, at the back, like, it's just that fact you have to acknowledge, like, time has passed. That's just it.
Oh yeah, both of these guys have been through fucking a lifetime since that movie was made.
Yeah, and
Jason
imagine
Hughes
like,
especially.
yeah, well, and think about like he says that they end up in they're in the back then. Maybe they start out that way, but they have a hell of an arc in the film.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys cannot like reboot all you like. Jay accepts the fact that he's a fucking dad.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that was gonna fucking happen?
Yeah, there is, like, Jay does go through an arc to accept being a parent. Hell, he, like, is like, Justice telling him not to tell their kid. Like, I think Jay almost wanted to tell almost immediately. Like, he had to be held back from that. He's actually held back from that multiple times. Until he just
even
says,
when he
fuck
finally
it.
reveals it to her, your mom told me not to tell you.
Scene I enjoyed. It's the one where Jay and Silent Bob run into Holden McNeil, Ben Affleck's character from Chasing Amy. It functions as a nice epilogue to that movie, and Smith has the characters admit that that story always should have been told from a queer woman's perspective instead of a cishet white guy.
No, that's
I don't
that's
remember
a
that
joke.
line from the movie. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
it's
no,
said.
she said that.
It is a joke. It's set up like, yeah.
Like,
it's
what
like
they
it's a
tell
joke
us
of how
from
the
the
fucking
woman's
film is.
perspective.
So it's so funny that this fucking F word, like, sees that it's like, oh yes, we need representation. It's like, no, like he's making fun of you. Like,
I
he's
love how
pointing and laughing at you.
I love how Max is so angry he's censoring himself.
I have to because I'm like about to fucking snap because this guy's a fucking idiot.
You almost said something else, but I won't
almost
tell.
said something else. He's made me that fucking angry. Leave my boy alone. Leave my favorite movies alone. You piece of shit. They're not meant for you. Anyway.
I don't want to say you're watching Kevin Smith wrong, but
You're watching Kevin Smith wrong. You're watching Kevin.
I think this was the target audience for He-Man.
unironically, I agree with you.
Oh no.
Yeah,
oh no.
a pretty fucking solid.
I'm calling it now. Patrick gives that shit.
So that's actually pretty cool. And Affleck gets the one truly funny joke in the entire movie.
You're not Bruce Wayne anymore. You're Thomas Wayne. Or Bruce Wayne's mom, whose name escapes me.
But he still has to add one of those many
I mean, yeah,
annoying...
that was a fucking good joke.
That was a good scene.
Wait. What's his criticism? He's trying to say.
Hold on.
Looks into the camera as if we're too dumb to get what he's doing. There's...
Oh, fuck off!
Not the fucking
That's
point.
Literally not what's happening.
He's just, it's a fucking, like a wink at the fucking audience. That's
Yeah,
literally what that
it's
is.
literally
It's
a tongue-in
literally a
moment.
fucking...
Like, did he literally have to close one of his eyes for Patrick to get that?
Oh, now see, it's an actual wink at the audience. Like, man,
Oh, fuck off.
You're winking at the audience wrong.
I didn't want to say it, but, you know.
Everybody... Do you think when he orders, like...
so much. Like he actually makes me angry.
You think when he orders, like, his soy burger at whatever fucking bullshit New York eatery, that he then looks at the waiter or waitress and goes, "You're taking my order wrong." I don't want to say you're taking my order wrong, but you're taking my order wrong.
I asked for not that decaffeinated latte, okay?
There's
not soy.
Oh, I'll remake it for you. Then there's definitely spit in that drink.
No, let's be honest. He doesn't have the self-awareness to fucking acknowledge that there was spit in there.
Hold on. You're arguing the idea that fucking Patrick Williams would even have the gall to say that his order was wrong. I don't think he has the balls.
Yeah, that requires
It depends.
spine.
Who made the
True.
drink? Was it a cis white guy? Because I think then they're definitely in for calling
Oh,
out.
true. If it was a black person, he literally couldn't say anything about it. That's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, his order's wrong. He's like, I mean, I don't mean to like put my toe in some like disfavorable sexual politics, but you fucked up my order, you cunt.
What is
Just
your,
the day that
what is
Patrick
your-
Willems goes nuclear.
But it's over a latte, not having not having his weekly dose of soy.
Get like another. Well, I have a feeling whenever the skit begins, we can just fucking yeet the fuck out of here.
I would like to think so, but knowing the way Patrick is, he's going to make the skit and then he's going to like talk about the point that was made in the skit just in case we didn't get it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see.
Some emotional talk here about being a parent that works fairly well, but here's the thing. Smith already did this better in Jersey Girl. He had Ben Affleck learning this same lesson better.
Apples to oranges, to be honest. They're completely different situations, different contexts, different angles from which to approach the topic of parenthood.
Yeah, because in all honesty,
Go
ahead.
Sorry, I had somebody walk in. What was that?
He basically, like, I could just rewind it if you want.
He was trying to make a joke about reboot and say that the parenting thing was good, but it was done better in Jersey Girl. So it didn't need to be done here.
And Slur kind of said it best, and that's actually why it didn't just snap there. It's like it was an apples and oranges comparison. That's why I was just like, yeah, you're right.
Well, I don't even know because I feel like Jersey Girl Affleck is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I would make that argument.
Which is Jay had no context that he was going to be a father. Once he found out, he's doing everything possible to watch out for his daughter.
Yes. Without even
detriment.
Without even saying that she's his daughter.
To his own pride too. He was trying to fucking tank the movie, but he didn't give a shit because she loved the movie. So he's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do what she wants."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like that shit in the reboot.
Jay is a better father than Affle.
You mean Baffle?
Baffle.
Well, no, we gotta go by the credit, and it was Affle.
Well,
it was
B Affle for Ben Affle.
I didn't see the
Baffle.
B.
Baffle.
Shit, was there a B?
Well, no, but that came in later.
A banafle pie.
The banapple.
Ooh.
How dare you disrespect the noble platypi?
We're sorry for.
I thought you were going to say, "How dare you disrespect Banoffee?"
Oh.
You're disrespecting Patrick Willems wrong.
No.
Although I actually love that
I
sentence
think-
because it means
I
that there
think-
actually is a correct way to disrespect Patrick Willems.
Yeah, it's while he's on the ground and you kick him.
No, and it's like, no, Ninja, I don't think I'm doing it wrong at all.
I don't think there is a wrong way.
I don't think.
No, actually, there is a wrong way, and that's giving him compliments.
Exactly. That's the worst way you can do it. Truly the worst fate.
Oh, no, unless they're backhanded compliments.
Exactly. So let's round this bitch out.
We can do this.
In Jersey Girl. He did a wacky Jay and Silent Bob victory lap better in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, and it wasn't even all that good the first time. He even did Star Wars references better in Jersey Girl. In that movie, when Gertie climbs into
Hold on. Let's hear Patrick.
Hang on. The Star Wars references in Jay and Silent Bob where he actually had Luke Skywalker in the fucking movie.
Yeah, I was about to don't fuck with the Jedi. Don't fuck with the Jedi Master.
Fuck with the Jedi Master.
Cuts off the hand. Not again.
George Lucas is gonna sue somebody.
I think George Lucas is gonna sue somebody. So I guess you could say it's on the nose, but it is a reference. I would argue that's one of the best Star Wars references you can possibly fucking make.
I would argue
your characters have a lightsaber fight with Luke fucking Skywalker.
Yes.
So let's fucking hear how Jersey Girl did it better. Also, he went down on Princess Leia. That is also a great Star Wars reference.
Also, the greatest Star Wars,
He
like
did
I
do
would,
that.
I would argue, like, and also a great Star Wars reference is the fucking Death Star conversation. Not even in like we don't even have to look.
No, we're
Just
talking
Jay
about,
and Silent.
no. He's doing the direct comparison, saying that Jersey Girl did a better Star Wars reference than Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. He's completely fucking wrong.
Yeah, he's
Let's hear
wrong.
what his argument is. Let's hear what it says.
Of the street sweeper and says, it tells us that this is a shared pop culture reference that she and her dad bonded over. But in Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, when Justice starts talking about a galaxy far, far away,
In a galaxy far, far away.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
That's how people talk, motherfucker.
All right, hang on.
So his direct comparison is between not Strikes Back.
Yeah, actually, did he contradict himself, or was I like in a fucking?
No, I think it was just weird.
Go back. Let's go back to the beginning of this. Let's see.
Okay.
back, and it wasn't even all that good the first time. He even did Star Wars references better in Jersey Girl. In that movie, when Gertie climbs into the passenger seat of the street sweeper and says, "Punch it, Chewie," it tells us that this is a shared pop culture reference that she and her dad bonded over. But in Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, when Justice starts talking about a galaxy far, far away,
In a galaxy far, far away.
You will never find a more wretched
I gotta pause for copyright. So he's saying his entire filmography that this one reference was better than like all the dialogue Kevin Smith's ever written.
Yeah, no,
he's talking about Reboot versus Jersey Girl.
Yeah, and like once again,
he's wrong
like,
even on that account.
He's like they're saying direct. Like, hang on, what is he gonna say? Wait, yeah, let it play.
hive of scum and villainy.
it doesn't do anything. It's not even a joke. It's just there because Kevin Smith apparently has a quota of Star Wars references he has to meet in every movie.
Stop.
Nerds using Star Wars references in their fucking...
literally, these are fucking nerds, like, talking about a fucking Star Wars, like, they're just fucking referencing Star Wars, like, fucking hell, we're all fucking nerds and we reference Star Wars.
So,
I feel like I made a fucking quote about fucking Blizzard being a fucking hive of scum and
You
villainy
did.
on fucking Facebook not too long
To
ago.
steelman his argument, he's saying that it doesn't add any sort of context to the character or to the plot, whereas his argument is that in Jersey, it tells us something about the two characters. I would argue that it doesn't because it's very quick. It's like blink and you'll fucking miss it.
It's
in the
surface
scene.
level.
It's very surface level. Like, and even if you take it at that, it's like, okay, so clearly her and her dad have bonded over the Star Wars movies. What does that actually tell us about them as characters? Not much.
Nothing, because Star Wars is never mentioned again.
Yeah, it literally never comes up again.
If they were in the fucking video store and she and Gertie just went, "Can we rent Phantom Menace?" and then Ben Affleck goes, "No, that's not so good."
Well, yeah, so here's the thing, like, he's actually kind of wrong in, like, his fucking little shitty example he's trying to give here. Because it's supposed to be, that this father and daughter share a thing of a love of movies. It's like, well, it's clearly fucking false, because they have a very different taste in movies. Because one person wants to keep watching fucking, what the fuck is it called? Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing, yeah.
So, like, he's, like, the thing he's talking about is contradicted by the fucking movie. Patrick Willems, I don't want to tell you you're watching movies wrong.
You cut off. You cut off.
Be used again. Yeah, I mean, it almost works better. It's like, I don't want to tell you you're watching movies wrong, but, and then you just leave it there.
I actually whispered it, but fuck it, that works better.
Well, it's because your mic didn't pick it up.
I know, my mic is too fucking good. I hate it. I want a fucking shitty Xbox Live mic now.
No, please.
I mean, you could always go with one of my fucking 30 quid jobs.
Yeah.
But you're right. That line is going to be used again.
Because it's stupid. Like, literally, here's
That,
the thing.
and it's
like,
a blah, blah, blah intended for children. That, he's never living that shit down.
Are you familiar with the concept of montage? And then what was the other one that literally got thrown in his fucking face?
In Alien, they never explain the acid.
No. he made a fucking thing about how bad episode 9 was. What was the quote? It was actually him holding a plasterboard with the quote on it. What did it say? That the movies are intended for it's a movie about space races intended for children.
And people just took that straight up screenshot and sent it
threw
to
it
him
at
when
him.
he like criticizes a movie now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, it was when he was criticizing Star Wars, which was fucking amazing.
Yeah, when he fucking
it's fucking stupid.
Rise of
and then it's like,
Skywalker
oh,
came
whoops.
out.
Yeah.
And it's like, oops.
When he said he didn't like Rise of Skywalker, he like that quote was thrown right back in his fucking face for good
that's what I
fucking
said.
reason. Yeah. Jesus.
I don't want to say he's a piece of shit, but he's a piece of shit.
Dude, like Star Wars. Now, I know this project came about after Smith himself almost died of a heart attack and wanted to have one more ride with his old friends. And it was a personal reward to his friend Jason Mewes for finally getting sober and sorting his life out. So the story behind it is very sweet and endearing, and I respect
Okay, the way he phrased that actually rubbed me the wrong way, just like really briefly. Jason Mewes has been sober for quite a fucking long time now. It's like, it was a difficult road to get there. Fucking absolutely, it pretty much always is. But he's kind of pulled his shit together for more than a few years now. So it's not like he just got sober and Kevin Smith threw him a bone. That's very much not what happened.
No, if anything, it's more of a. He actually is a dad now. His daughter was in the movie.
Yeah.
Wasn't she the little girl that Athel was with?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, that's what they were celebrating. Yes.
So it's a shame that the actual movie is just so fucking lazy and seems to be made by someone who doesn't really care. It's appropriate that the film ends with a dedication to the late Stan Lee, who Smith refers to as his mentor. After the 1960s, Lee's important work writing comics was behind him, and so he moved on, transforming himself into a kind of figurehead, a catchphrase spouting cartoon version of himself.
Trust me, boy, hold
Go
up.
fuck
I just felt my fucking blood boil. Is he really about to talk about Stan Lee? Like, Jesus Christ, like, fucking my hair's standing up. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Strap
Holy
in, boys.
Shit, man.
And especially, hold on. He's making this point from the pivotal.
In the vault, by the way.
Hold on.
He's in the
hold
vault.
on.
Fuck this guy.
He's going away.
Oh my god.
He's saying
like,
this
legit. Like I actually felt like chills, and then it got hot for a second. Like, man.
He's saying this while the pivotal moment from fucking Mallrats is on scene, where he's not just spouting lines, he's telling him a fucking story.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I requested the pause because I was like literally getting fucking infuriated. I think back it up. I'm gonna grit my teeth here, and I want to actually hear what the fuck he's about to say about Stan Lee. So, fucking back it up and let it play.
His mentor. After the 1960s, Lee's important work writing comics was behind him, and so he moved on, transforming himself into a kind of figurehead, a catchphrase spouting cartoon version of himself.
Trust me, true believer.
And that's essentially what.
Do not use that.
Hang on.
Version of himself.
If I'm gonna bite my lip here and fucking wait for him to finish,
you
let him
alright?
finish.
You're
I want the fucking full context of what he's gonna fucking say so we can destroy it. Let him talk.
What Kevin Smith has done, but no offense, Chasing Amy is no Fantastic Four. In 2020, these movies no.
What?
Okay, I guess.
So what he's saying is he's comparing this. Made multiple statements about Kevin being like.
You keep cutting out, dude.
Yeah, but I think
Fucking damn it, man.
I know, but I feel like I fucking got what you're saying. He's trying to say that like Kevin Smith isn't Stan Lee.
Right, he's saying Kevin Smith is trying to emulate Stan Lee, and he's.
He's never gonna be Stanley, and it's like
Like he's never gonna be Stanley. You're not that.
That's just fucking. That's just like I know we've been fucking mean and fucking disingenuous, or not disingenuous. We've been pretty fucking genuous. Like that's just like mean spirited from fucking Patrick Willems. Like that's literally like saying, "Ha, you're never gonna be as good as your hero, you fucking piece of shit," kind of deal. It's like, really? That's what you're gonna say?
Basically, that's what he's kind of summing up the video with. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Fucking great. Yeah, it's great. Fucking good. Like, I'm glad you're sealing the fact that you're like well secured in the fucking vault of never fucking look at this shit ever again. And you accidentally ended the fucking video. God damn it, Wyatt.
What did I hit? I didn't. Hold on.
I don't fucking know, but this is the end of the video.
What?
The longer.
Okay, there we go. That was weird. Wait, why did the thumbnail pop up? That's bizarre.
I don't remember. Did I? I literally was not touching my fucking keyboard.
Oh no, it was the ghost of Patrick Willems.
I don't want to say you're watching my video wrong. It's like, shut up! Shut up, Patrick! He heard.
Let him go.
The ghost of Patrick Willems, because I want him.
Oh wow, Susan, he didn't mean it.
I don't want him. What are you talking about?
Much to me outside of some vague, lingering nostalgia. And I'm really curious if any current teenagers are discovering them and connecting with them the way I did. These movies used to feel special because no one else was doing what Kevin Smith was. I used to love the moment in Dogma where Silent Bob recreates the no ticket scene from Last Crusade.
No ticket.
But watching it now, there isn't even a joke there. He's just doing a scene from a better movie.
No ticket.
What?
He just threw Loki out of the fucking train!
No. He threw 2 people out of the back of a train.
It's literally called a reference.
But like, he's saying it's like just a fucking thing, but like it's a joke because it's absurd. He just threw 2 fucking people.
Yeah, he threw 2 people off the train, and that guy looks
like terrified, and like even fucking Silent Bob is like, oh fuck.
No ticket.
Can you believe it? As
And
if he's on the guy's side.
That
Like,
made
I don't
me-
give a fuck if it's reference. I don't know the reference. I'm sorry, I didn't watch all the Indiana Jones movies. That fucking part alone is fine because it's what it is.
Yeah.
Context matters.
It kind of made me laugh how
damn
I laughed at that moment specifically because they used Silent Bob's one talking moment to make that reference.
Well, this is why these things used to be called Easter eggs. Because if you find them, it makes the scene more rewarding, but you don't have to find them in order for the film to work or the joke to work.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I had no context for I didn't know idea it was an Indiana Jones reference. I just thought it was a very fucking funny line.
I've seen Indiana Jones, but I didn't know that was a reference to it.
Mm-hmm. Once again, like, I don't want to tell Patrick Willems he's watching movies wrong.
You do.
Yeah, I do. I really do. I really want to tell him that thing to his face.
You just meet him in you just meet him in an elevator, and you're just like, do I throw the line back at him or do I just punch him in the face? Once considered a
you
crime.
just stand there in the elevator silently the entire time, and as soon as it opens, you just fucking turn to him. You're watching movies wrong, and you run. And you leave him no context, no opportunity to ask what you mean.
I want to be no, but the thing is, okay, so scenarios I meet him in an elevator. I want to so we both get in an elevator, we're both getting off at different stops. I'm going to stand uncomfortably close to him. And kind of stare at him the entire time. Like, I will miss my elevator spot. And when he gets off, be like, hey, you're watching movies wrong.
No, I would probably just look at him and be like, hey.
I'm not going to say a single thing. I'm going to be like fucking Silent Bill.
No, what I would do is I'd hit all the elevator buttons and be like, I don't want to say you're riding elevators wrong, but you're riding elevators wrong. And as soon as he tries to go out at any floor, just hit the closed door button.
I'm saying, like, you can't hit people, Wyatt. I can't believe I have to explain that to you. But
Well, I was about to make a
Passive
joke of like one's a snide remark, the other one's a crime, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, so don't do the crim.
That's.
I don't like that you added technically to the end of that.
No,
Well, it's because in certain U.S. cities there actually is the settle it yourself defense. Like in Seattle, you straight up like the cops will like hold people back.
Yeah, but if
so
you
the two people
strike
can
'em,
just fight it out.
Yeah, but if you strike a man without provocation, which, I mean, there is provocation in our fucking defense, but if you strike a man
Well,
without
I don't
provocation...
know if, like, he's Patrick Willems would hold up as provocation in a court of law.
What? No, what
Unless
if
they've
no,
watched his videos.
You tell the cop that, the cop just goes, I understand, they arrest him on the spot.
Excuse me, Exhibit A.
Judge watches the video.
It's one of his videos, yeah.
Judge watches the video, goes, I fucking love Kevin Smith. Fuck this guy.
No, hold on.
He assaulted Stan Lee? Fuck this dude.
Exhibit A.
I love Reboot.
Exhibit A. This is a movie about space wizards intended for children.
The judge
fuck
actually
off.
turns to him in the middle of evidence presentation, and he just goes, "So what exactly did you mean by actual film director?"
Kevin Smith is
You know what my minor was when I studied law?
Gritted teeth.
Film.
Push play, please. Let's finish this up.
These kinds of references used to feel special. Like if you got it, you were part of a secret club. But now, they just feel empty. The thing is, as time went on, we could get better versions of what Kevin Smith had been doing. Judd Apatow's movies seemed to pick up where Smith left off. Edgar Wright's whole career, starting with the television show Spaced, seemed to take the baton from Smith and just run with it. He had the nerdy references, but with actual filmmaking skill and something more to say.
Oh, actual filmmaking skill, not like what was in those other films. I'm glad he made that distinction so I understand what the fuck he means.
Yeah, actual.
Have you figured it out yet, Slur?
No!
No! I don't think any of us have figured it out because he's not saying anything!
You're actually watching...
You're actually watching actual wrong. Actually. You're actually actualizing, actually.
Wright also made movies about slackers in their 20s, but they were always about learning to accept responsibility and grow up. Something Smith's
But that's literally what Clerks 2 does. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally what the fuck... Did you watch the movie?
No.
Also,
or he did, but, you know, he did it incorrectly somehow.
Also, don't point at Scott Pilgrim when the fucking ending is almost completely fucking different. I don't care if that's the adaptation argument.
Well, no.
It's not really even about growing, it's about respect.
Oh my god.
It's about stop defining yourself by your relationships.
Yeah, that's why he's like, I'm doing this for myself. Scott gained the power of self-respect.
Yeah, it's literally in the fucking movie.
Plus 2 balls.
Plus 2 balls.
Yeah, what does he get? He gets like plus. He gets like plus.
Yeah, go back. You could freeze frame on it.
Yeah,
the clip of it.
Like, fuck off with this. Also, here's the thing.
No, just let him go. That's fine.
I'll bring up like the Scott Pilgrim thing later.
Smith himself refused to do. Plus, these filmmakers were pulling from a much deeper well of cinematic references. After rewatching all of these, I'm still not sure Kevin Smith has ever watched a movie that wasn't made by George Lucas.
This is my daughter.
Fuck you.
Millennium.
Hang on. Pause.
Yeah, I hit the pause button.
Okay. Sorry, like I feel like my nose is about to bleed.
Oh fuck, he's getting
Are you
out of the
watching
Matrix.
movies too wrong?
Apparently. So, I feel like I don't need to ask this because you guys are all, you know, genuine and like truthful. Does Kevin Smith reference any other movie that's not Star Wars?
In Tusk?
In anything.
Well, funny you
he's
should
saying-
mention Tusk of all things because Tusk itself is a reference to another movie besides Star Wars or Indiana Jones. As is the as yet unmade Jaws with a moose. I don't
Who's
know what
Jaws?
the fuck Yoga Hosers is a reference to, but you know.
Was Indiana Jones directed by George Lucas?
Yeah.
Lucas had a hand in it, but it was a Spielberg.
Yeah, I think he was like a
fronted-
producer or something on it. It's part of it.
Was George Lucas the director of Indiana
No,
Jones?
it was Spielberg.
No.
Okay, so he just fucking contradicted himself.
Well, it's
He
because
said the fucking reference to the fucking no ticket thing was a reference to fucking Indiana Jones. And now
It's
he's
'cause,
saying that he feels like he hasn't Kevin Smith hasn't seen any movie not directed by George Lucas. So it's like
'cause it's a
you're phrasing movies wrong.
It's because it's a
my
common
whole-
misconception that Lucas and Spielberg basically co-directed it, and that may be a behind the scenes thing. But in terms of the credits, it is Spielberg's movie.
Yes.
I believe
I'm not a
Slur
smart
was
man, but I can fucking read credits.
I believe Slur said it right that Lucas was like executive producer. He may have been extremely helping Spielberg, but the end of the day it was his film.
It's a Spielberg movie.
Exactly.
There's no question that it's a George Lucas movie. No, it's Spielberg's movie.
No.
Exactly.
In fact,
Like I said, he's literally contradicting himself because he's a fucking moron.
Yeah, it's because he's let the misconception basically taint his reality.
Well, I mean, did George Lucas have a hand in
Have a hand in what? Cut out.
Lord of the Rings?
No.
Because remember, they had several references to Lord of the Rings in Clerks 2.
did.
There you go. All right, fuck it, let it play.
We're almost
Or,
there.
like, don't let it play. Don't let it play because this is like a copyright thing, so you gotta be careful.
Snoogans. I put Kevin Smith in with the group that I call gateway filmmakers. These are the directors you discover in high school when you're first getting into movies and starting to recognize
before you grow up and discover real film directors?
Hang on.
filmmakers with distinct styles and voices. Maybe you're interested in making movies yourself, so you're drawn to the ones who started out with self-funded indie movies made on tiny budgets. For me, this was Smith, but also people like Robert Rodriguez or Guy Ritchie.
So when we first watched this, like when Ninja and I watched this, that was not from fucking, what was Rodriguez's first movie? Like, I completely forgot. It was Once Upon a Time in Mexico, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Or, what was, either way, that wasn't from that movie. That was from Desperado, which had a budget of like $2 million.
Yeah, so wait a second.
No, that's wrong.
Are you telling me that Patrick Williams is disingenuous? And
Yeah.
a liar?
Would you dare
Yeah.
imply such a thing?
How fucking dare you?
Imply nothing, I'm
The
outright
fact
saying.
that you're greasy. It's got nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
There's a fucking reference for you.
It's just, my god, if you want to fucking show Robert Rodriguez when he was at his, like, absolute minimum, like, budget film, you show his first fucking film. Not the one where he actually had a decent budget.
For me, Kevin Smith was a gateway to that generation of indie cinema, and an inspiration when I was getting into filmmaking myself. So even if the movies don't hold up, Smith still has a place in film history. Or at least my own personal film history. Okay, wait, I've been too harsh to a filmmaker who used to mean a lot to me. I want to end this video on a
used
positive
to mean
note.
a lot to you. Okay.
God damn it.
Well, I mean, he did fucking admit that at the beginning where he didn't want to fucking take a selfie with somebody who used to be his hero for some arbitrary reason is not anymore, so...
Right.
It's technically consistent.
No,
It's
so
annoying as
here,
fuck, but it's consistent.
in no particular order, are 5 things from Kevin Smith's movies that I still love. Hooper X, the black gay comic book writer who pretends to be a militant black rights activist to sell comics. He is the best part of Chasing Amy, and the What's a Nubian scene is still really funny. The Death Star conversation in Clerks is still the best pop culture reference in Smith's entire filmography. Jason Lee, whose acting career was launched by Smith's movies, is a joy to watch in all of them, even when he's playing a total piece of shit and like the avatar of toxic male nerd culture.
Huh.
The scene of Jay and
yeah,
Silent
those are all good things. I agree. I mean,
Well,
not much
the thing
in
is,
there
what he
that's
said
actually
was
contentious.
wrong because he was saying it was like the best fucking reference. I feel like it was again a point to Jay and Silent Bob.
Also-
being the fact that he literally fights fucking Luke Skywalker.
Hold on. So he's giving Kevin Smith shit for references, and yet what is he pointing out in this list?
That's a fucking great thing. It's a
Yeah,
reference.
one of the best things about his movies were the references. Go figure.
Look at that. I don't want to say you're making a video essay wrong.
Yeah, you
Silent-
do.
Yeah, I was just calling me. I was like, yeah, you fucking are.
I just want to
Bob.
point out, like, whenever Slur says, like, whenever I say something and you go, yeah, you do, I'm doing the Kevin Smith thing where he's like, you were totally going to suck my dick, weren't you? I'm just like, no. Slur walks away. Yeah.
Yeah.
The tracking down all the internet commenters and beating them up.
That was pretty fucking great, not gonna lie.
We made a joke about that, actually. Like, we
I'm
thought...
not sure how
so
comfortable
good.
I am with how it's Patrick Williams' favorite part, but you know.
Oh
Top
my
5.
god! Hold on, it's one of his top 5, which means... I don't know if that means that he would love to do that, but my god, does that fucking say something.
It doesn't, but like...
I'm not saying
it sets the
that's true.
imagination going.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying you're analyzing motive wrong, but you're nailing it right fucking here. So I'm not gonna say it. Oh man.
Still perfect. And finally, the real lesson from this whole experience is that Ben Affleck has always been great, and that he and Kevin Smith bring out the best in each other.
Oh, Jesus, again, Ben?
No bullshit, because I wasn't with a hooker today.
Again, that's another reference.
He's not gonna show Moonraper.
No, that's the thing.
No one escapes the Moonraper.
Even this was a reference because this is the set of Good Will Hunting 2. Like,
Yeah.
Applesauce, bitch.
Yeah,
Yes, Ninja.
Good Will Hunting 2.
The one time you come in perfectly clear.
Hunting
right when I
season.
need you.
The one time, like, I love the idea. Good Will Hunting 2. Will fucking snaps.
Also, he was the bomb in Phantoms. Now, as we've talked
Get
about
it?
on
That's
this,
a reference.
That's another fucking reference.
I thought you weren't supposed to do those. Patrick Williams said no.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
he
not
didn't.
supposed to do them, but also they're the best parts of the Kevin Smith movies, and also they're fun when he does them.
Snoogans.
Snoochie Boochie.
I wanna put a personal thing on there. Every time he says Snoogans, I kind of want to fucking.
Come on.
That's my word! We're
Come on,
taking it
say
back.
it. I'm one of the devils on your shoulder. Come on, admit you just want to punch him.
He's a massive.
Right about now is when the angel will pop up and tell you not to say the bad word. But we bitch slap that motherfucker and send him packing. So it's smooth sailing.
So
That is legit one of the best fucking things. I remember even as a kid going, why the fuck does Jay have 2 devils? That's great.
I loved the implication.
That's subversion. That's subversion, by the way. It's done really fucking well.
I loved how, like, moment by moment, the implication of that is like, oh, does that mean he has no moral center? And then the fucking angel does come and he's got a fucking black eye.
I also like that they acknowledge that time is real.
Yeah!
While he's, like, having this conversation with himself.
Hold on. Every time he's had a hallucination or just thought about something, it is still going in real time.
Yeah.
Look at Lunchbox and tell me what he thinks if you should pull your dick out or not. Exactly. Put the dick down.
The show before.
Now I gotta go
Nostalgia-
beat the fuck out of 2 sucker punching little bitches.
Oh my god.
Kevin Smith
love the
wrote
fact-
that.
And I just love the fact that his fucking eye is like completely fucked up. Oh, sorry, I'm late.
No,
It's
yeah,
just 'cause
that-
his whole half of his face is blood.
No, yeah, that actually killed me. He's just like, don't take your dick. It's just like he's got a black eye.
What are you thinking about whipping your dick out in front of this fine
Fucking piece of woman. Smack. And like, I even love the
That
fact
can
that it's
be
like
a
really
very-
shitty CGI too, because like when he's like moving his shoulders, like the fucking angel doesn't track well.
Yeah, it's cheap.
Powerful thing. But sometimes nostalgia can only go so far. Sometimes it's better to leave those things we used to love in the past and not take them with us into adulthood.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, you know, I can think of many things from my teenage years that I've, gone back to check up on, and it's still fabulous. Take, for example, the Quicksilver Messenger service. Quicksilver had a record called Happy Trails, and it featured a one album side performance of Who Do You Love? It was recorded live, and rumor has it that they
Oh, asshole! Your dad was trying to make a fucking point and you fucking skip him.
were tripping when they did this.
I love
Which
how
he-
we all shut up the second that someone in the video was arguing against fucking Patrick
Yeah.
Williams.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what the dad had to say. And
Yeah,
cut
he
him
sounds
off.
like he's
I was
about to
like,
make some great points.
Yeah, he cut him
sounds like
right
he's
the
about to fuck over his entire video because he's gonna about drop some fucking
Yeah,
hard
and then
facts
truth
logic.
bombs.
And then Patrick fucking edited him to make it sound like he was saying something boring. It's like, fuck you, Patrick.
even puts it to example when the new Riders of the Purple Sage started to play with the Grateful Dead around the time of Working Man's Dead. Some of them appeared on.
What a shitty fucking kid.
Yeah, what a shitty piece of shit. Like, it's like, hey, Dad, can you drop some fucking hard facts and logic against my fucking F-wordy video, please? And it's like, just kidding, I'm gonna fucking show my fucking coconut fucking plushie.
Yeah, wait, that's the plushie?
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
the
Is anyone paying money for that?
Apparently.
According to him, they are. We have yet
And-
to see evidence to support this.
And to be
Well,
honest,
that's because none of us have looked.
And here's the thing, to be honest, probably, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
How many fucking,
there's
like-
somebody out there. Somebody.
How many, like, let's do the, like, I'm pretty sure the baseline is like 5% people who view, like, are fans would actually buy shit. Can you tell me the fucking view count on this video?
Let me throw the screen up for a second.
I would buy the
Cover.
poop emoji before I would buy that.
This was. Oh, it's only got 100,000. Wow, that's a. I thought this video was had a lot more views than it actually does.
But out of 161,000,
That's still 161 people who would fucking buy this piece of shit, fucking toy from this.
What's the
subpar
percentage? Like
piece of-
only like 5,000 would actually spend money. Like you said, only 5%. I don't know what 5% of.
Yeah, but I'm just fucking
160
generalizing. Let's just say,
Okay.
but like, let's just leave it super low ball it, and there's still 100
Yes.
people who bought this.
And assuming it's $20 per plushie, that's
$20 for that.
YouTuber
I
merchandising
think it
is
might be
fucking
overestimated.
weird.
I don't know that it actually costs that much.
Let's.
But that
I-
then raises
I
the
have
unfortunate thing where you actually have to now see how much it actually does cost.
Yeah, hold on. Come on, merch. Open up a second. Window.
like,
Come on,
I'll
load.
perfectly admit
load.
that
it was
that
right
plot-
there. There was a direct link to the plush.
$25.
25 bucks.
$5.
Oh my
okay, so
god.
it's like the size of a football.
I was still lowballing it.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like, I bought a fucking
Still.
plushie.
Oh, you're
from,
right.
I bought a plushie from fucking Carbot because it was a fucking thing referencing his animation. This fucking douchebag, like, just made a joke about a coconut and now he's gonna try to sell it to people. And the sad part is, like, people are
People are buying it.
when it's just a sad joke and not a reference to anything like actual fucking meaningful to his content.
Yeah, and I bet it's the normal.
Best you could say is a good analogy for his fucking entire channel, but.
Thanks, guys. I got everything I need. Another video in the can. Enjoy the plush, Charles. If you want another one,
in the can.
I can get you a 10% family discount.
Asshole!
What is
Just
that?
give it
What
to your
is that?
parents.
What is that?
$2.50.
Is that $2.50? So it's still over fucking $20, not counting shipping, by the way.
Yep.
Just give it to them. They're your fucking parents.
I think,
Nope,
no, I think
that's
that was
the
like,
friends and family discount, man.
No, I feel like that's like a fucking thing. Like if you check the video, there's probably a fucking discount code for this fucking thing, and I would guess the fucking actual description says family discount. I put money on it actually.
I think we ought to move away and just not tell him.
Oh, stop.
No, we could go to New Zealand, get some sheep. He'll never find us.
But wait, there is.
Get it? His parents hate him. That's the joke. It's definitely a joke, guys.
It's definitely
His parents.
a joke. Har, har,
His
har,
parents
har,
totally
har.
don't regret like raising him.
There's one more thing I learned from
His
watching
mother
all
never
of these
looks at him and thinks, "Man, I should have fucking swallowed you."
Kevin Smith movies, the art of self-promotion. No one is better at self-promotion than Kevin Smith.
I think sponsor, and therefore we're done.
He's still talking about
we
Kevin
need,
Smith.
Yeah,
Let
we
him
need to
play
be
out.
confirmed that
Alright.
it's a sponsor before it can be done.
He
Unfortunately.
even plugs his own comic book store in the end credits of all his movies. So now,
That is a
it's
shitty
the end of
sponsor. That
my
is a shitty way to
video.
sponsor stuff, by the way.
So I'm going to plug
Now he's hitting
my
the
streaming
sponsors.
platform. It's
Yeah,
called...
now here we go.
Yeah.
You're done. It was just one last stab at Kevin being like,
Yeah, look how good he is at shilling himself when he puts his fucking name at the end of the fucking credits. It's like, bitch, what? That is... I'm not a fucking statistician or anything, but I feel like that's very poor marketing for your...
I'm curious. By this point, who's harder in the vault? Like we've put Lily Orchard in a
why
box
does it
and
matter?
then thrown
That's
in
literally a distinction with. If they're in the vault, they're fucking gone.
Yeah.
It's like a void. The other side of that door, it's nothingness. They're all just there.
Yeah, like it's one of those things. It's like a flush. Like you don't think about like which piece of shit is bigger. You hit the flush and you forget and you move on with your life. That is the perfect analogy for the vault.
Yeah, pretty much. Just let them go. Don't think about them. Think about other better things.
Think about how much better you feel and that you just got all the shit out of your system.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to watch a bunch of good movies with my friends.
Good analogy. Yeah,
But we
that's the
didn't
highlight.
technically need Patrick
We didn't,
Williams
we
for
didn't need Patrick Williams for that. We decided to watch very good movies. And reboot. Oh, got him.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
Y'all sipping on that haterade, I see.
Totally. So yeah.
I mean, we've
what
been sipping
are-
on something.
We're sipping on
Something.
We're fucking sipping on something.
Fucking anger juice.
You gotta end the stream so Max can finally say the explode.
Yeah, please. So thank you everybody for showing up to our fucking
Hey.
shitty fucking video where we fucking watched a fucking idiot fucking cover a great man. And I don't give a fuck how shitty He-Man is. Clerks 1, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, Dogma, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, Clerks 2, Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, and fuck it, I'll throw it in there. Jersey Girl. Or all pretty solid movies. Go fucking watch them if you haven't seen them. You'll have a good time.
Yeah, you'll actually have a decent time, especially if like it's your first viewing.
Don't watch a Patrick Williams video. You'll have the opposite of a good time.
This piece of shit. With that, we will see you guys possibly next week. I'm not sure. Goodbye.
The members of YARP will return in future episodes.
Yes. Dun, dun,
Very
dun.